Well, if we're all ready, then let's get this game started. You find yourselves in the bustling city of Waterdeep, the largest metropolis in the Sword Coast. It's a busy evening, and you've decided to take a break from your travels and unwind at a local tavern, the Rusty Anchor. As you enter the tavern, the smell of roasted meat and ale fills your nostrils. The place is packed with people, and the sound of laughter and conversation fills the air. The tavern keeper nods to you as you walk in and motions for you to find a seat at one of the empty tables.
What on earth are they cooking here? Is it steak, pork, lamb? Bloody hell, we need to find out what's in that pan before someone gets sick. Let's go and have a word with the chef, shall we?
Gordon, I'm not finished with my intro, man.
Wow.
Anyway, as you settle in, you notice a group of adventurers sitting at a nearby table. They seem to be discussing something in hushed tones, and their eyes dart around the room, scanning for danger. One of them in particular keeps glancing at you, Tronald. What do you guys do?
Well, frankly, I don't see why he's staring at me. What's his problem anyway? I mean, I've got better things to do than deal with this nonsense. I'm going to walk over to him and have a word.
Yeah, I'll come with you. Let's see what's going on.
I will watch from afar, keeping a close eye on the situation.
I'm going to find where that fucking smell is coming from.
All right, Raarh, we'll get to you in a moment. As for Tronald and Gylro, you both approach the table. Your eyes lock onto the individual who had been staring. Despite your approach, he does not avert his gaze. His eyes remain fixed upon you, Tronald, as if he's peering into your very soul.
I'll tell you one thing. I don't like that, not one bit. Hey, you, what's your problem? Why are you staring at me?
As you approach, the man stands up from his chair, towering over you. He's a burly figure with broad shoulders and a barrel chest that strain against the seams of his tunic. His face is weathered, with lines etched deep into his skin, as if he's spent a lifetime working under the harsh sun. A thick beard frames his jaw, and his eyes gleam like polished steel as he regards you with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. And he proceeds to say, "Hey there, puny man, I can look where I want."
Wow.
This guy!
I see. Listen up, pal. I don't like it, not one bit. If you don't quit staring at me, we're going to have a problem. And believe me, you don't want to mess with Tronald.
The man steps closer to you, Tronald. His face is now inches away from yours as he says, "We don't want your filthy kind round here. How about I beat the shit out of you right now to teach you a lesson?"
What a bellend.
Oh, hell no! You need to stop staring at this man right now, you damn fool! Can't you see he's got better things to do than deal with your bullshit? Back off before you make me angry.
You know what, Joe? I punch him in his dumbass face.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so I need you to make an attack roll, Tronald.
Okay, so which stat should I use for this, Joe? Is it dexterity or strength?
You'll have to use strength, buddy. Wizards can't use dex for unarmed strikes.
Okay, then, here we go. Yes, natural 20, baby. I told him not to fuck with Tronald.
Fucking incredible.
Good shit, Tronald.
Wow, that's nice, dude. So what's your strength modifier?
I believe my strength modifier is 5, Joe.
That doesn't seem right, dude. Let me have a look at that sheet.
Sure.
Yeah, dude, you have a strength of 5, not a modifier of 5. That would make your modifier -3.
Oh, so what damage do I do then, Joe?
Well, technically, -3 doubled because of the natural 20 would mean you heal him by 6 HP.
For fuck's sake.
I'm not happy with that, Joe.
Well, don't worry, man. You can't actually heal someone by trying to do damage, so we'll just put that down to 0 damage, okay?
I'm not impressed.
Sorry, buddy, I don't make the rules.
Well, technically speaking, the DM has the ability to modify and change the rules as they see fit for the enjoyment of the players and the flow of the campaign.
All right, then, I do make the rules, but you still hit nothing, Tronald.
Wow.
As you go for the swing, Tronald, your fist connects directly with the man's face. But to your surprise, he doesn't flinch or withdraw. Instead, he simply grimaces and pulls out a sword in response. And with that, I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative.
Nice, I got a 22. 19 plus 3.
15 for me, Joe. 13 plus 2.
Oh my God, natural one. Joe, is this a joke?
What the fuck am I rolling?
Roll a d20, Gordon, then add your initiative to it.
Fuck! I got a 5.
Well, that must be nice.
Right, okay, so first up is the man you attacked, Tronald. The man pulls his blade back, its sharp edge glinting in the flickering firelight. He makes a quick slash towards you, Tronald.
Why the fuck is he attacking me?
Hey, you attacked him first, Tronald. Anyway, he rolls a 18 to hit. What's your AC?
Not 18, that's for sure.
Tronald, don't you have your mage armor up?
Of course I have my mage armor up, Saxiron, but that only brings me to 16.
Then use your motherfucking shield, dude. Fucking amateur.
Of course, I use the spell Shield, Joe.
Okay, so at the last second, you fling your arm up into the air, conjuring a protective shield around yourself that deflects the blade.
Nice.
He seems slightly impressed. Right, now it's Saxiron's turn. What do you do?
I pull my arm back and fling a firebolt at him. That's a 17 to hit.
Nice, that hits. What damage do you do, Saxiron?
8 points of fire damage.
Good shit, man. With a swift motion, you hurl the firebolt towards your target, its immense speed causing it to streak through the air like a comet. As it connects, it explodes into a fiery burst, engulfing your foe in flames that lick and devour at his clothing and skin. The scent of singed hair and flesh fills the air as he writhes and screams in agony, his once confident demeanor now shattered by the searing pain. Gylro, it's your turn. What do you do?
I run 10 feet behind him, then cast Eldritch Blast at his back. That's a 16 to hit Joe. And 6 damage.
As you channel your dark power, a pulsating purple energy forms in your hands, crackling with an otherworldly aura. With a fierce determination, you release the Eldritch Blast, and the sheer force of it ripples through the air, striking the man square in the back. He stumbles backwards, gasping for breath as the impact sends shockwaves through his body.
Nice.
Unbelievable.
Right, it's your turn, Raarh. What do you do?
My name is Raarh, Joe.
Sorry, bud.
First, I would like to fucking rage. Then I'll run up to him and smash him in his face with my great axe.
Okay, Roo, so roll a d20.
It's fucking Raarh! Yes, natural 20.
Wow.
Good job, Gordon.
Frickin' awesome, dude. Now roll the damage.
11, plus my strength, which makes it 15. Then I add my rage bonus, right? So that's 17. Then I double it to 34. Take that, motherfucker.
No, Gordon. It's 11 plus your rage, which is 13. You double that first to 26. After that, you add your strength, which is 30.
Your level of knowledge is incomprehensible, Elon.
As you feel your blood boiling, you channel your fury into a primal rage and sprint towards your foe. The earth trembles beneath your feet as you rush towards him, the sound of your footsteps echoing through the tavern. With an almighty swing of your colossal great axe, you shatter through his defenses and cleave his skull in two. The lifeless body crumples to the ground at your feet as the room falls silent in awe and terror at your raw power. As things calm down, the patrons in the tavern start murmuring amongst themselves. A few of them leave in a hurry, while the others who stay behind whisper in hushed tones about a malevolent mage named Archibald and how there might be a connection between you guys and him.
You see, folks, I'm so great they even think I'm connected to some powerful mage. Tremendous.
You literally did nothing that entire fucking fight.
That's because I didn't get a turn. If I did, you'd be eating your words right now.
Great. Now we're going to be associated with chaos and destruction. Just what we needed.
I am the embodiment of chaos.
You're the embodiment of a piece of shit.
Why the fuck are you so angry, dude? Do you have issues?
I'll tell you what, Tronald, I'll stop being angry when I find where that fucking smell is coming from.
Man, you really need to let that go. We've got bigger issues now.
As a matter of fact, go fuck yourself.
Who the fuck are you telling to go fuck themselves?
You fucker.
Fuck you, man.
Yeah, fuck you, Raarh.
Fuck all of you.
Whoa, we're regressing a little bit here, guys.
Fuck
Fuck you, Joe.
Wow.
All right, we all need to calm down and take things one step at a time.
Agreed. Let's ask one of these peasants who this mage is.
Who's got the best charisma?
I walk over to one of the individuals who are whispering.
Somebody stop him.
Oh my God.
As you approach the closest table, you see a man and a woman sitting together. The woman is in her mid-30s with long curly hair tied in a loose bun. She has sharp features with piercing green eyes. Her companion is a man who looks older and has a gruff appearance. The two stop what they were doing and turn to you as you approach.
Who's this bald bastard you're whispering about?
The woman seems to jump at your question. A look of fear emerges on her face as she responds. You mean Archibald?
Look, I don't give a flying fuck whether he's called Archie or Bald.
Oh my God.
But you're going to tell me everything you know about him, lest you want to end up like that fat bastard over there.
Roll an intimidation check, Raarh.
Where's my modifier for that?
Under charisma, dumbass.
No, this is bollocks. It's saying my intimidation is -2.
Use your athletics modifier instead.
What the fuck, Joe?
To be fair, it makes sense for a strength-based character to use that instead of charisma.
Yet he rewarded my natural 20 with 0 damage.
Well, why is a wizard trying to punch people? Look at those scrawny arms. You couldn't break a fucking egg.
I broke your mother's bed last night.
Fuck you, Tronald.
That's exactly what she did.
Joe, is PvP enabled?
Not in the fucking starting area, my dudes.
Oh my fucking God, can you just roll your intimidation check?
That's a 13 plus 6.
Nice. The woman's eyes open wider and her jaw begins to tremble as she responds. He was a powerful wielder of strange magic who terrorized us for weeks on end.
Okay, I don't really care about that.
He abducted the poorest of us and transformed them into his own undead vessels.
Still don't care.
Then he destroyed our food stocks in a bid to starve and humiliate us.
I'll fucking kill him!
So you were all giving me the stank eye because you thought we were with him?
Yes, it's not unusual for him to send his goons instead of coming in person.
You know, that just makes me not want to help you. You judgmental set of nasty, nasty people.
Don't you think we should, though?
I haven't finished yet, Saxiron. The all-powerful Tronald will help you with your necromancer issues. For coin.
What are you, a witcher?
No, I'm a non-denominational Christian.
How much would you need?
All of it.
Well, I'm sure we could all lump together and get you a reward. The guards don't really care about the ongoings of this side of town.
You'll be paying for the best. We want 500 gold.
Wow, that's really steep. I think we could gather around 100, but any more than that and we would be killing ourselves.
That sounds like a you problem.
100 gold will be absolutely fine. Tell us, do you know whereabouts this mage is located?
My little left nut, it'll be fine. I'm not risking my tushy for a measly 20 gold each.
But I thought you was the strongest mage.
I am.
Yet you're scared of a little necromancer?
You're trying to debate me.
I just thought the all-powerful Tronald would jump at the opportunity to show his might.
I know you're mocking me, but you're right. 100 gold, we accept.
Thank you so much. We know he lives in the outskirts of town near the bog. Many brave townsfolk died to bring us this information.
Did you just quote Return of the Jedi?
I don't know what that is.
All right then, does anyone need a rest before we leave?
Well, I only have one rage left, so I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Oh, poor Raarh, he only has one rage left.
Are you trying to start something? Because I will fuck you up.
Guys, come on.
No, I'm not having it, Saxiron. The orange fucker jumps at every opportunity to snap at me.
That's rich coming from you.
Guys!
Well, let's have a long rest then, so we're fully prepared for the situation.
I think that's for the best.
I go over to the Tavern Keep and ask for a room.
Approaching the Tavern Keep, you see that he is a stout, middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion and a thick, bushy mustache. He greets you and quotes a price of 5 silver pieces.
Seriously, you're going to charge us when we just said we would deal with your problem?
The man looks towards you, Tronald, and says, "But you're charging us for dealing with the problem."
That's fair.
I'll pay for this one, guys. I hand over 5 silver pieces to the Tavern Keep.
The man reaches under the counter and pulls out a large brass key, which he proceeds to hand over to you, Saxiron.
Thanks.
And he says, "Upstairs, second door on your left."
Wait, we're all sharing the same room?
Do you have a problem with that?
Nope, no problem.
That's what I thought.
Wow, you're thinking? That's some serious character development.
I'm going to enjoy watching you die.
As you ascend the stairs and enter the small tavern bedroom, you notice a single bed and several bedrolls strewn across the floor. After choosing your spot, you settle in and shut your eyes, eventually drifting off into a peaceful slumber.
Thanks for watching, guys. I'm sorry that buffoon ruined the sesh.
Oh, fuck you.
Hopefully he will have calmed down by the next one. He probably just needs a Snickers or something.
Clown.
But if he hasn't totally put you off, ring that subscribe button and hit that bell so you can watch Raarh get what's coming to him.
You said it the wrong way around, you muppet.
So guys, since last session, do you know how many people have been asking to join this campaign, which got me thinking about something? From this session onwards, if you die, that's it, you're out.
What do you mean, out?
I mean, if you die in this story, meaning if you lose all of your death-saving throws, that's it. Your journey on this campaign will have come to an end.
Oh, wow.
That's brutal.
To be honest, I like the concept. It really does raise the stakes.
Agreed. Death is not something Tronald has to worry about.
So that's 2 out of 4. What do you two think?
Why the fuck not?
Sure, let's do it.
Amazing. To be clear, revivification magic would still be on the table.
Cool.
Now that's out of the way. Let's begin. As you gradually awaken, the comfortable embrace of the dream world slowly fades, replaced by the harsh reality of the creaking floorboards beneath you in the dimly lit tavern. So what do you want to do?
Well, I think the first thing we should...
Wait, hold your tongue, Tronald. I just want to say I actually want to make some progress today, so if you and Raarh could keep the bitching to a minimum, I want you to know it'll be greatly appreciated.
I can only promise to try.
The ball's in his court.
Ew, I don't want your balls anywhere near my court, thank you.
Do you see what I've got to deal with?
You know you don't have to bite, right?
He just thinks he's funny.
I'm hilarious.
All right, I pack up my shit and leave the room.
Okay, do you guys follow?
I shall indeed.
Yeah, let's get going.
Sure.
As you descend the stairs and enter the common area of the tavern, your eyes are drawn to an unkempt figure in shabby clothing, scrubbing the floorboards where the burly adversary you vanquished once lay.
You know, thinking about it, do you think we might have been a little quick to the trigger by killing him?
Oh, it was absolutely unnecessary.
Well, I guess life lessons come in all shapes and sizes.
To be fair, Tronald only punched him, to which he drew a blade, so in my mind, he kind of deserved it.
Exactly. Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. I'm sure nothing bad will come of it.
As you step out of the tavern, the warmth of the morning sun casts a burnt orange glow over the cityscape. Traders and townsfolk alike bustle about, each engaged in their own early morning routines, giving the city a lively energy even in the early hours of the day.
Does anyone need any supplies or anything before we get going?
I mean, what could we actually afford right now?
We could get some provisions, basic tools, a better tarp, or maybe some more rope.
Ah, yes, that's exactly what I want to spend the little gold I have left to my name on. Rope.
Well, do you have any suggestions?
No, not at all. You hit the nail directly on the head. We only have 200 feet of rope between us, and that's never going to be enough for a task that involves absolutely zero scaling or tunneling.
What's with the attitude?
What attitude?
You're giving Saxiron grief because he dared suggest something that could be potentially useful.
Grief? Not at all. I'm simply saying I think rope is definitely something we need more of.
Forget it. Let's just make our way out of town and towards the bog.
As you make your way towards the city exit, the words of the woman at the tavern become apparent, as the lack of guard presence on this area of the city stands out like a beacon of light amidst the shadows. With every step you take, the cityscape gradually transforms until it's clear that you've left the slums behind and have moved towards a more prosperous area.
How are the guards acting towards us?
Roll a perception check.
All right. That's a 14.
All right. So you manage to discern that they seem disinterested in the majority of you, although they are keeping a careful eye on Raarh.
Why me?
Probably because you're big and green.
So you're just a casual racist now as well?
What's racist about stating a fact?
You're saying they're staring at me because I'm big and green. If you can't see the problem there...
Well, are you?
Am I what?
Big and green.
You are pretty big, Raarh.
And pretty fucking green, too.
You know what? I may be big and I may be green, but I wear those traits as a badge of honor.
Wow.
Did we just make progress?
I think we did.
Wow, I'm so proud of you, dude.
Cap. Fuck you, Joe. Fuck you, Saxiron. Fuck you, Gylro, and one incredible big green fuck you to you, Tronald.
Excellent.
You were so close to greatness.
As you draw near to the massive wooden gates, you observe a guard casting a quick glance at an individual garbed in the same blue and silver armor as the other guards, but with more elaborate adornments. The figure responds with a nod towards the guard, as if acknowledging your departure and granting permission for you to leave. As you stride through the gates, you cast a swift glance behind you and observe that a comparable process is occurring with other travelers and merchants as they enter or exit the city.
How's the road ahead looking? Is it busy?
Yeah, moderately for this hour.
Wait, does anyone actually know where the bog is? Do we have a local area map?
No fucking clue.
Now that would have been a good suggestion to purchase.
I want to roll a survival check to see if I can tell where the bog is.
Sweet dude, go.
That's a 21, Joe. 18 plus 3.
Nice.
As you lift your head and inhale deeply, you detect an unusual odor carried by the wind from the west. The scent is pungent and earthy, with a damp and musty quality.
It's this way, guys. When in doubt, always follow your nose.
Cheers for the life advice, Gandalf.
Hush, Tronald. That's impressive, Raarh. Nice one.
Let's make our way in that direction then.
After walking westward for about an hour, you notice the terrain gradually transforming into a dense forest. You cautiously step into the tree line and continue forward. As you gaze upwards, the thick canopy of leaves and branches obscures the sunlight almost entirely, enveloping you in a gloomy ambience.
I tap my staff on the floor, Joe, and cast light.
As you lower your staff to the ground, you hear the sound of it sinking into a muddier section. Although this has dirtied your staff, it has also served as a crucial reminder to tread cautiously, as the bog is capable of swallowing even the most sure-footed traveler.
You're welcome, guys.
Surprisingly, the light emanating from your staff appears to impede your vision rather than assist, as the thick fog enveloping you seems to intensify, perhaps even augmented by the magical light.
You were saying?
Don't pretend like you knew that it would have this effect.
Fog is a suspension of water droplets in the air, with a refractive index close to that of water. When light passes through these droplets, it can scatter in all directions, creating a diffuse haze that can obscure objects in the distance. Introducing a light source into the fog can exacerbate the haze and make it harder to discern objects.
You know, I'm going to be honest, I forgot who I was talking to.
TLDR, turn it off.
You're going to have to say please.
Tronald, please turn off the light.
Well, since you asked so nicely...
Tronald, what's your passive perception?
14, why?
As you guys have been conversing, an ominous presence appears to have been drawn in by the light. Out of nowhere, a colossal matted creature charges out of the fog. What's your AC, Raarh?
For fuck's sake. 15.
Not high enough. All you see is a big fucking giant bear head clamped down on your dick and your asshole.
Fuck me!
Oh, shit.
Oh, my lords,
Holy
protect
fucking
me.
And it starts shaking its head wildly. That's 12 points of piercing damage alongside 5 points of necrotic damage from its undead form.
Fuck me!
And with that, I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative.
That's a natural 20, baby.
9 for me, Joe.
A motherfucking 6.
19 for me.
All right, Tronald's up. What you doing?
I'm looking like shit, guys.
Don't worry, buddy, I have an idea. I don't plan on letting my best pal die. So I circle around the bear, making sure none of my allies are within range. Then I cast color spray at it.
Nice. Roll 6d10 for me, dude.
6d10 damage at level 2.
No, I'm attempting to blind it, Raarh.
Fucking incredible.
That's 41, Joe.
Amazing, man. You just managed to pass the threshold on its HP level.
Motherfucker's beefy.
As you unleash the spell, a dazzling display of colors burst forth from your fingertips, illuminating the area with a vivid and mesmerizing array of hues. The colors swirl and dance, forming a kaleidoscope of energy that envelops your target, causing the bear to be momentarily blinded and disoriented.
Excellent work, Tronald.
It's what I do.
Right, Raarh, you're up next. Remember, because of the blinded effect, you have advantage on your attacks.
In reaction to the bear trying to fucking eat me, I rage. Then I take a swing at its maw with my axe. Fuck, that's a 12.
Nice. A 12 still hits, dude.
That's 15 damage, Joe.
With a resounding crash, your axe slams into the face of the undead bear, causing it to recoil in both agony and fury from its already impaired state. You're up, Saxiron.
As my bonus action, I reach into my satchel and throw out my doge ball.
What the fuck's a doge ball?
It's where I keep my doge.
I ask again, what the fuck's a doge?
You reach into your satchel and withdraw an intricate mechanical ball and launch it forwards. As it lands, a tiny mechanical pupper springs forth from within, ready to engage in combat at your command.
Oh, that's a doge.
So what are you wanting Doge to do this turn, dude?
I like it.
I want him to circle around the bear, then unleash its force spork at it. That's a 14 to hit. And 5 damage.
With lightning speed, your faithful pupper darts 20 feet around the bear, carefully keeping its distance. Suddenly, it lets out a mighty bork, sending a powerful wave of force crashing into the bear, a clear display of why he is the bravest boy.
That's incredible.
For my turn, I'd like to cast Ray of Frost at the bear. That's a 13 to hit. And 6 points of cold damage, also reducing its speed by 10 feet.
Nice. You unleash a focused ray of frost from the palm of your hand, directing it with unerring accuracy towards the bear and seizing its joints with a numbing cold. Gylro, you're up.
I cast Eldritch Blast at the bear. For fuck's sake, that's a 10.
Did you roll with advantage?
Oh shit. Fuck, even worse.
You can't win them all, buddy. Anyway, as you release the crackle of purple energy, it completely bypasses the bear, crashing into a nearby tree.
That's unfortunate.
Now it's the bear's turn. Blinded, it lashes out wildly with its claws and attempts to take another bite out of you, Raarh. Does a 14 or 16 beat your AC?
14 misses, but 16 hits.
Oh fuck, I think we could lose Raarh here.
That's 11 points of piercing damage and 5 points of necrotic.
I'm fucking dead!
Hold your horses, Raarh. Did you have the piercing damage? Remember, your rage is up.
No, I didn't. Good shout, Saxiron, you knowledgeable bastard.
Damn, that was close.
I'm still up, guys, but I look like I've just been shut out by the thing.
All right, top of the round. It's your go, Tronald.
Okay, I move over here and cast Firebolt at the bear, Joe. That's a 17 to hit and 10 damage.
Nice. Tronald, how do you want to do this?
How do I want to do what?
How do you want to kill the bear, my man?
Then why didn't you just say it like that?
I'm just trying out a completely new and original phrase I made up to signify the end of the battle. What do you think about it?
I gotta tell you, that's just plain dumb. Who in their right mind would ever think that would take off? Not gonna happen.
Wow, okay. Thanks for the brutally honest feedback anyway, dude. I'm probably still gonna use it, though.
Suit yourself. Anyway, I want to launch my firebolt directly into the bear's open mouth. It goes completely through and out of the other side.
How do you like it when the asshole violations are on the other foot? You stupid fucking bear.
With unparalleled mastery, you unleash a scorching firebolt that streaks through the air, finding its way directly into the bear's open maw. As the fire engulfs the creature from within, it erupts in a violent blaze that consumes it entirely, eventually bursting through the bear's asshole in a fiery explosion, and it lets out a scream of agony before it collapses to the floor. Good stuff, guys. You seriously fucked that bear up. I never thought its dignity would be stripped from it like that, though.
Let that be a lesson to all creatures who dare violate my Raarh.
You know what? I'm actually starting to like you.
Love for the Tronald is inevitable.
As you all survey the surrounding area, an unshakable feeling creeps over you that you are being watched, as if unseen eyes are fixed upon your every move.
I want to roll a perception check.
Go for it, dude.
That's an 18, Joe.
Your gaze pierces through the dense tree line, and you detect the presence of two shadowy figures peering at you from behind a thicket of shrubs. As soon as your eyes lock with theirs, the figures hastily retreat back into the foliage, vanishing from sight.
I quickly run through the tree line to see who it is.
As you break through the thicket and emerge on the other side, you behold the two individuals who had been observing you from a distance. They are outfitted in strange alchemical garb and are flanked by a massive caravan that seems to be buzzing with activity.
Who the hell are you guys? Speak now before Tronald vanquishes you.
As you conclude your words, the first of the two individuals directs their attention towards you. He is an older man with a bald head and a pair of spectacles perched atop his nose. He looks directly at you and proceeds to say,
"Who do you think you are talking to right now?"
I'm talking to you, obviously. Why are you out here? Can't you tell it's dangerous?
You look at me and think that I'm the one in danger?
Calm down, dude. I'm just trying to be nice.
I am the danger.
Okay, then.
Hey there, I'm sorry about my friend. He has a tendency to get off on the wrong foot.
Well, would you look at that? At least one of you seems to have some manners. You can call me the chemist. What brings you guys here?
In the previous episode of The Artificial Chronicle, our intrepid band of heroes embarked on a perilous journey from the bustling city of Waterdeep towards the ominous and treacherous bog. Amidst their preparations, tensions rose as they passionately debated the necessity of carrying rope along with them on this harrowing quest. Upon their arrival at the sinister bog, they found themselves ambushed by a fearsome undead bear, threatening the very life and dignity of their comrade Raarh. In the face of this unspeakable horror, our valiant adventurers drew upon their cunning, resilience, and a touch of fortune, narrowly securing a hard-fought victory against the monstrous foe. Yet, even as they reveled in their triumph, they couldn't shake the eerie sensation of being watched. Emerging from the shadows were two enigmatic figures, a man who introduced himself as the chemist and his enigmatic partner. We resume this tale with the chemist seeking to unveil the purpose that has led Tronald and his courageous companions into the heart of the treacherous bog.
Would you look at that? At least one of you seems to have some manners. You can call me the chemist. What brings you guys here?
What are we doing out here? To be perfectly honest, I've lost track.
We're trying to track down a necromancer named Archibald.
Wow. You know, for a smart guy, that was pretty dumb of you. Of course, I remembered what we were doing. I just didn't think it was a great idea to tell two randos our plans.
Damn, I didn't think of it like that.
Well, since we've told you what we're doing, what are you doing?
We're cooking.
Wait, did you just say cooking?
Yes, I did. We're cooking a highly potent...
All of a sudden, the other individual standing next to the bald one pipes up. He's quite the character, this guy. A bit rough around the edges with a wild glint in his eye, and he says,
Jesus, Dalter, how many goddamn times do I have to drill it into your head? It's not cooking, you dweeb. We're talking about a freaking scientific process here, and we're not gonna sound like a pair of freaking losers by calling it that. I mean, come on, man, get with the program. I'm Rick Sanchez, for fuck's sake. I don't do lame.
What did you just fucking say about cooking?
Oh, shit.
He said it's lame, Raarh.
I can see it now. You're going to be a pain in my arse. But let me tell you something. Cooking is not just some mundane task. It's an art form. It's a way to express oneself in the most beautiful and exquisite way possible. It takes skill, dedication, and a passion for perfection.
That was beautiful, man.
Well, as I was going to say, what we're making is...
Listen up, dipshit. Any jackass who thinks cooking takes any real skill is just deluding themselves into thinking they're doing something meaningful. Let's face it, it's not exactly rocket science. A brain-dead idiot could pull it off, but if you want to keep pretending like you're some sort of culinary genius, go right ahead. Just don't expect me to pat you on the back for it.
All right, guys, I've had enough of this spiky-haired clown.
Oh, we're slinging insults now, huh? Well, in that case, you look like Shrek's freaking chode.
Oh, shit.
I will end you.
Hey, give it a shot. It'll be your fucking funeral.
I'm sorry about our big green friend. He's very passionate about food, and he has some serious anger issues.
I don't know, man. Big green and always angry? Seems to me like you're trying to rip off the Hulk.
What? No, you can't rip someone off just by being similar to...
Silence. What I was trying to say is we are not just cooking up some simple chemical. No, we are manufacturing a highly potent arcane enhancer, much like residuum, but purely synthetic. We don't need to waste our time searching for a source of residuum and then mining it. No, we can create it all right here.
That actually sounds impressive. Can I have a look at some?
The man reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a fingernail-sized chunk of blue crystal before holding it out to you.
Wow, it's beautiful.
It truly is.
You know, I'm quite the man of science myself. Do you mind me asking what your process for distillation is? Because in my experience, the most efficient way to distill synthetic compounds is to use a combination of vacuum and fractional distillation. You see, it's all about maximizing the yield while maintaining the highest level of purity.
Huh, I have to disagree with you there. While those methods are certainly effective, I believe the best way to achieve the purest synthetic residuum is to use a reflux setup. It allows for greater control over the process and results in a much higher quality end product.
Oh, geez, you guys are both clueless. Reflux setup, vacuum, and fractional distillation? Boring. I've been crafting synthetics since before you were a glimmer in your daddy's eye, Dalter. And let me tell you, the only way to get the purest synthetic residuum is to use a modified Dean Stark apparatus. It will result in the purest, most potent synthetic residuum you've ever seen.
I don't know. I've seen some pretty impressive results using my method. And let's not forget about the importance of automation and efficiency.
But automation and efficiency mean nothing if the end product isn't of the highest quality.
You're both missing the point. It's not about efficiency, automation, or even the method. It's about understanding the science behind it all. And that's something neither of you can comprehend. But hey, if you want to settle for second best, go ahead. Just don't expect me to join you.
What the fuck are you even talking about?
Don't even worry about it, Hulk. Someone who thinks cooking is an art form wouldn't know the first thing about creating a grumbo fleeb, let alone the chemical alteration process of manufacturing synthetic residuum.
But if you guys have created some already, surely you already know the best method?
Not quite. We're still testing out different methods to figure out what works best. Anyway, what you see right here is highly unstable, and I wouldn't advise using it. You see, we ran into quite an issue. This necromancer you speak of approached us yesterday and demanded that we create our synthetic residuum for him, else he would end us.
But you want to know what we did? Well, we made a phony compound that looks exactly like the real thing, but if that sucker tries to use it, it'll be lights out for him. We're talking boom, brains all over the place.
So you guys want this guy dead too? Maybe we could work together.
Yeah, 6 is a hell of a lot better odds than 4.
Why not?
I mean, sure, we'll work together, but don't go slowing us down or fucking it up for us.
This is good.
Fuck that. I'm not working with someone who has such disrespect for food.
Look, I'm not saying I disrespect food or anything. I mean, I needed to keep this genius brain of mine functioning at full capacity, but let's be real here. the people who think they're all that just because they can throw some ingredients together and call it art are deluding themselves. It's not like they're performing open heart surgery or creating a new energy source or anything. They're just making food.
Fuck you.
Come on, Raarh, we could really use their help.
It's not happening.
Don't you want to save the townsfolk?
And think of the gold, too.
Do I look like I give a fuck about the townsfolk? And as for the gold, it wouldn't be worth putting up with this donkey.
Listen up, Raarh. I'm with you on the whole screw the townsfolk and their gold thing, but there's something even more important at stake here. This necromancer we're dealing with, he's pure evil. Remember how he disrespected their food, Raarh. Their food. Can you even imagine the sheer audacity of that? It's an abomination that cannot and will not be tolerated. We're talking about the very essence of life here, the foundation upon which everything else is built.
You are as wise as you are powerful, Tronald. The food's integrity must come first.
You are as wise as you are powerful? Is that supposed to be a compliment or an insult?
You underestimate my power.
I feel like I've heard that line before.
Right, that's enough dilly-dallying. What's our plan of attack on the necromancer? Do either of you two know where he resides?
Do we know where he resides? Come on, of course we know where he lives. You really think we just wing it without doing our homework on this cuck? We've got his location down to a T so we can go and, neutralize his sorry ass.
I don't trust him, Joe. I want to roll an insight check.
Sure thing, buddy. Roll a d20 for me.
That's a 13 minus 2, so 11.
With an 11, you find that he's extremely difficult to read. However, you do notice that there is something about the way he carries himself that shows a level of competence far beyond what his appearance might suggest.
Okay, so I asked the strange-looking one whereabouts the necromancer is.
With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the man beckons for you to follow him. It's a subtle yet commanding movement, and you find yourself drawn in by his magnetism.
What's the bald one doing currently?
Dalter seems to be waiting for you guys to follow Rick.
So what are we saying, guys? Shall we trust them?
No, I don't trust them, but I want the necromancer dead, and working with them ups our chances.
That's incredibly rational of you, Raarh. I'm impressed.
Look, I say we go ahead and believe them. I'm a pretty damn good judge of character, and these both seem like stand-up guys.
Okay then, in that case we follow them, Joe.
Okay then, as you follow the two individuals through the thick, murky terrain, you can feel the weight of the swamp bearing down on you. The oppressive humidity makes every step feel like a slog, and the air is thick with the stench of decaying vegetation. Your group falls silent as Rick abruptly makes a hush motion. You strain your ears, but the only sound that interrupts the eerie stillness is the squelching of mud beneath your boots, as though the earth itself is protesting your presence. Every so often, an unknown creature lets out a shrill squawk or a low growl, reminding you of the danger lurking just beyond your vision.
Do I feel like we're getting close?
You'll have to roll a perception check, buddy.
Not a problem. Tronald's eyes see all.
Wait, if I assist, does that mean he can roll with advantage?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, then I assist as well, so you can have double advantage.
That's not how it works, dude. You can only have one advantage.
Well, technically someone can have multiple advantages, they just don't stack. Speaking of, are we playing with the rule set that if I had 2 advantages and 1 disadvantage, they would cancel out to leave me with a singular advantage?
Yeah, sure, dude. I think that's fair.
Awesome.
Wow, I got an 18 on both. I knew I didn't need your help, Saxiron. All you really achieved there was making me expend more energy rolling multiple dice.
I'm sorry, Tronald. I know holding multiple objects is challenging for you because of your incredibly small...
My incredibly small what?
Huh, it doesn't matter.
That's what I thought.
I think he was going to say you've got incredibly small hands.
Really? Well, I sure am glad we've got Sherlock over here to deduce that information. I definitely wasn't being coy or anything.
You're welcome. That's what friends are for.
Who am I kidding? I can't be mad at you.
With an 18 on your perception check, you begin to perceive through the thick fog ahead of you. As your eyes adjust, the outlines of the trees and underbrush become clearer, and you catch sight of a looming structure in the distance. As you approach, the details of the abandoned manor house come into focus. Its grand architecture hints at a long-forgotten wealth and prestige, now marred by the ravages of time and neglect. You can almost hear the creak of the rusted gate and the howling of the wind through the boarded-up windows. It's a chilling sight.
So then, who's going to be the one to knock?
I don't think knocking's appropriate for the situation, Tronald.
Yeah, why the fuck would we knock?
Well, that joke clearly went straight over your head.
Don't worry, I got it.
Thank you, Raarh.
I asked Dalter if he knows whether the necromancer is home at the moment.
Dalter turns to you and he says,
I'm not entirely certain, but I suppose there's only one way to confirm it.
Well, he's expecting us, isn't he? So I say we just stroll right in there and let him be the guinea pig for our new product. Let's see how he likes it.
Okay, so we will just follow your guys' lead and only make our move if things go south.
Things aren't gonna go south. I mean, come on, there's no way my product isn't gonna work.
Our product.
Oh, come on, Dalter, don't be such a stick in the mud. I was just using a figure of speech, you know? I mean, do I really have to spell it out for you? Sometimes I wonder if you're even paying attention.
I feel like we should take a short rest for Raar's sake.
That's a good shout, Tronald.
Thanks for looking out for me, buddy.
I'll always look out for you, Raarh.
Yeah, it'd be pretty dumb of us to wall straight in with our jolly green giant so low on HP.
Okay, so you all trudge wearily until, finally, you come across a relatively dry spot to rest your aching muscles. As you catch your breath, you gaze towards the looming manor in the distance. You can't help but feel a sense of foreboding as you contemplate what dangers may await you inside. With a deep breath, you steel yourself for what's to come, and that is where we will pick up next session. As the soothing respite of your short rest draws to a close, a sense of renewed vigor courses through your veins, a gentle reminder of the importance of moments of reprieve amidst the chaos. We will take this time for you guys to discuss your plans of how you wish to proceed, or if there is anything you would like to prepare.
Well, first things first, I want to swap out a spell or two.
Unfortunately, you can't do that, Tronald. You would need a long rest to switch your prepared spells.
Really? Can't we just make it a house rule that I can swap them with a short rest?
There's a reason why the rules were made like that, my man. Wizards would be crazy OP if they could swap on a short rest.
That's true. I don't want to take too much of the spotlight off the rest of these guys.
Dude, can you get any more obnoxious?
Don't worry about it, Gylro. He's just thinking out loud.
I know what I said.
Does anyone else want to do anything during this short rest?
Well, we still need to come up with a plan. Are we going to go with Rick and Dalter's idea? Or are we going to make something up ourselves?
I've got a suggestion.
Oh, God.
Let's hear it then, dude.
We go into the manor and kill the necromancer.
I mean, I don't know what I expected.
What do you mean? It's perfect.
Aside from the fact he skipped through steps B to G and landed on H, yeah, sure.
Don't listen to him, Raarh. I liked it.
Thanks, Tronald.
So I think our best bet is to quietly infiltrate the manor, scout it out, figure out if the necromancer is home or not, and then maybe lure him to an area where we would have the advantage.
That could work nicely with Rick and Dalter's plan. If we stay hidden and let the necromancer come to us, then if their plan doesn't work, we can ambush them.
Yeah, let's go with that.
I don't know. I still like Raarh's plan.
Can you just be serious for a minute, Tronald?
What, you think I'm not?
It's okay, Tronald. They just like to add unnecessary steps to sound smarter. We will go with theirs.
Well, it looks like it's decided then.
All right, then. We stealthily make our way to the doorway, Joe.
Okay, so I need you all to roll a stealth check.
Natural 20 for me.
Nice. 19 total.
I got a 15 plus 3.
13 plus 2 for me.
Wow.
What are you wowing at?
Nothing. I just expected your stealth to be significantly lower than that.
He just wants to see you fail, Raarh.
What? No, I don't. Stop trying to instigate, Tronald.
You know, it's a real shame we can't just want each other to succeed.
As one, you begin your cautious approach towards the manor's imposing entrance. With each step, the foreboding structure looms larger, its dark, chilling facade seemingly absorbing the last remnants of warmth and light from the surroundings. Gargoyle statues perched high above leer down upon you with menacing expressions, their stone eyes appearing almost lifelike as they seem to track your every move.
I try the door. Is it open?
As you extend your hand to grasp the door handle, an unnaturally icy cold radiates from the metal, seeping into your very bones. It's as if the manor itself is warning you of the darkness that dwells within. Undeterred, you attempt to turn the handle, only to find that it's locked, barring your entry into the mysterious edifice.
I want to roll a perception check, Joe, see if I can hear anything inside.
Go for it, dude.
That's a 17 total.
Nice. As you press your ear gently against the door, the eerie sounds from within the manor start to reveal themselves. The haunting melody of the wind whistles through the dark halls, its ghostly tune accompanied by a faint rattling sound which sends shivers down your spine, as if skeletal remains were being disturbed from their eternal slumber. Alongside these chilling noises, you discern low, guttural moans echoing through the corridors, hinting at the presence of twisted, tormented beings lurking within.
Guys, there's definitely skeletons and zombies in there.
Skeletons and zombies in the home of a necromancer? I don't believe you.
You're an asshole, Tronald.
Watch your tone.
And that's another thing. Since when the fuck were you two best buddies? You fucking hated each other like 6 hours ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I want to swiftly and quietly try to use some spare metal wiring from my pack to use it as a makeshift lockpick on the door.
Okay, dude, I'll need you to roll a dexterity check.
That's a 10 total.
Swiftly, you retrieve an assortment of wiring from your pack, intending to manipulate the lock that bars your entry. You insert the makeshift tools into the keyhole, carefully navigating the inner mechanisms. The tension in the air builds as you work, each passing moment amplifying your focus on the task at hand. Suddenly, without warning, a sickening snap shatters the silence. The wiry tool you were so meticulously using has broken off inside the lock.
Shit. We're going to have to find another way in, guys. The last thing we want is to cause too much noise by trying to force it open.
Fuck this. I cast smash on the door, Joe.
Oh, shit.
That's my boy.
Damn, roll a strength check for me, buddy.
That's a 21 total, Joe.
In the blink of an eye, determination surges through you as you grip your great axe firmly, unwilling to let a setback stand in your way. With an impressive display of strength and resolve, you hoist the mighty weapon above your head and bring it down upon the door with thunderous force. Wooden shards explode in a shower of splinters as the door yields to your might, leaving a cloud of dust and debris swirling in the aftermath. As the dust settles, an eerie sight emerges from the shadows within the manor. Countless glowing eyes and shifting silhouettes, each belonging to a different figure, meander through the dimly lit interior.
Fantastic work, Raarh.
As the myriad of glowing eyes of the shadowy figures fixate upon you, a palpable surge of malevolence emanates from them. With unnerving synchrony, they hoist their weapons and begin their approach. And with that, I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative.
Fuck, that's a 5 total for me, Joe.
That's an 8 for me.
A fucking 7.
Well, this is a good start.
That's a 17 for me, Joe.
All right, then. The first to act is one of the zombies. It lurches forward, closing the distance between itself and you, Raarh, before unleashing a vicious strike in your direction. That's a dirty 20 to hit and 5 damage.
Do I half that, Joe?
Sorry, dude, you're not raging yet, so you take full damage this time.
Well, fuck.
Don't worry, Raarh, you're a meaty boy. You can take it.
Gylro, you're up.
Okay, so I move over here and cast Hex on this zombie, followed by an Eldritch Blast at it. That's a 16 total to hit. 8 spell damage and 5 hex damage for a 13 total.
Nice.
As you weave the hex onto the zombie, its sinister power takes hold, ensnaring the creature in its dark embrace. Moments later, a surge of ominous dark purple energy erupts from your fingertips as your Eldritch Blast hurls toward the hexed undead. Now it's the turn of another zombie. The creature shambles unsteadily in Gylro's direction. It raises its decaying limbs and aims a forceful slam attack at you. That's a natural 20 with 6 damage total.
Damn, well, that could have been worse.
Okay, now it's the last zombie's turn. The zombie lunges forward in a burst of speed, heading straight for you, Tronald. With a swift, menacing motion, it attempts to strike you. That's an 8 to hit.
I'm pretty sure that misses, Joe.
Well, it's always best to double-check rather than assume. Now it's Dalter's turn. He swiftly maneuvers around as he equips a crossbow. He positions the weapon and pulls the trigger. The bolt flies through the air with a roll of 13 to hit, dealing a solid 8 points of damage upon impact.
Wow, Baldy's a menace.
It's now the first skeleton's turn. The bony creature shuffles into position, swiftly knocking an arrow onto its bowstring. With a sudden snap, the arrow is unleashed, hurtling through the air in Saxiron's direction. That's a 14 to hit.
That misses me, Joe. My AC is 15.
Nice. Now it's the second skeleton's go. It moves and unleashes yet another arrow in your direction, Saxiron. That's a 21 to hit.
That hits me, Joe. My AC is 15.
You know you don't need to clarify what your armor class is every time.
Oh, I know.
Fair enough. Well, that's 6 points of damage to you, Saxiron.
Damn.
That brings us to Tronald's go. What do you do, man?
Okay, so I move over here, Joe, before shouting out, "The power of Tronald compels you," and releasing a Burning Hands spell at both of the zombies, making sure to avoid Raarh.
That's awesome, dude. Roll your damage.
What are you compelling them to do exactly?
I don't know, die, I guess?
They're zombies, dude. They're already dead.
Actually, they're undead.
Look, I don't care if they're already dead. I'll kill them again. Now stop distracting me and let me roll my damage. That's 13 damage, Joe.
Nice, dude. And both of them fail their dex saving throws, so you do full damage.
Damn, I'm incredible.
Now it's Raarh's turn.
Excellent. Firstly, I fucking rage. Then I make a swing at the zombie next to Tronald. Oh, fuck off. That's a natural 1.
It's okay, buddy. It happens to the best of us.
You should have used Reckless Attack.
What's a reckless attack?
Dude, have you even read your abilities? It allows you to roll your attack rolls with advantage. The drawback to this is that all enemies also get advantage on you.
Okay, well, I do that then.
Sorry, dude. You can't decide to do it after the fact. You'll have to wait until next turn.
Oh, fuck you.
Wow, okay then.
You tell him, Raarh.
Blinded by your rage, you take a swing at the zombie, completely missing it and impaling the floor. Saxiron, you're up.
Okay, so firstly, I want to throw out my Doge Ball as a free action.
Just a side note, dude, because last time we messed up, your Doge has to use its turn directly after yours.
That's fine. I'm merely summoning it to cancel out the disadvantage I would receive by attacking the zombie in front of me.
Wow, there's some mad strats.
Next, I cast Firebolt at the zombie in front of me, where I now get to do a straight roll. That's a 13 to hit and 10 damage.
Incredible. With a masterful flourish of your hand, you unleash the searing firebolt at the zombie, sending it crashing to the ground in a heap of smoldering remains. But wait, the creature stirs, attempting to harness its undead fortitude to rise once more. Not with a 5, it doesn't. Now it's the last skeleton's go. It moves its way around to get a clear shot at you, Tronald, before unleashing the arrow. That's an 18 to hit.
Yep, that hits me, Joe.
So that's 5 piercing damage to you, Tronald.
Are you forgetting something here?
No, I'm not forgetting anything. Don't try tell me how to D&D. I know what I'm doing.
All right then, we're back to the first zombie's go. It's going to try attack you, Raarh. That's a 12 to hit.
Pathetic.
I'm gonna take that as it misses, right?
Of course a fucking 12 misses.
All right, dude, chill. I've got to check. Anyway, it's your turn, Gylro.
Okay, so all I'm going to do is cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
As you complete the incantation and release the spell, a shimmering, frost-covered armor materializes around your body. The ethereal ice clings to your form, radiating an otherworldly chill and glistening with a mesmerizing arcane light. It's now the second zombie's turn to act. With a sudden burst of ferocity, it lunges in your direction, aiming a vicious swipe at your chest. The rotting hand comes hurtling towards you with a 15 to hit.
Yeah, that hits me.
So you take 5 damage.
Don't forget that the zombie takes 5 points of cold damage from hitting my armor.
Don't worry, dude. I've marked it down. Now it's Dalter's turn once again. He loads a bolt into his crossbow and takes aim at the first zombie. He releases the shot, and with a roll of 12 to hit, the bolt finds its mark, inflicting 5 points of damage on the undead foe.
What is it with everyone doing 5 damage?
It is kind of weird.
It's all about probability. You see, a 20-sided dice has an equal chance of landing on any of its faces, which means the probability of rolling a specific number, like a 5, is 1 in 20 or 0.05. Now, for example, to roll a 5, 10 consecutive times, we have to multiply the probability of a single roll by itself 10 times. So it would be 0.05 to the power of 10.
Please stop Musk-splaining things to me. I know how it happens. I'm just saying it's weird.
Anyway, Dalter managed to kill that zombie. It failed its undead fortitude, so it doesn't get back up. You'll be happy to know he didn't roll a 5, Tronald.
Why are you all assuming I hate 5s? My name isn't Tronald, hater of 5s. It's just Tronald. However, I would accept Tronald the Magnificent or the Omnipotent Tronald.
Yeah, I'm not calling you that.
You don't have to call me anything Gylro, but it doesn't make it less true.
Right, that's enough of whatever that was. The first skeleton is going to pull back its bowstring and release an arrow at you, Gylro.
Great.
That's a 22 to hit, so I'm guessing that hits. And for the damage, it rolled the absolute minimum of 3.
Don't forget my Armor of Agathis.
Nuh-uh, not on a ranged attack, mister.
Thank you, Saxiron.
Hey, why the fuck are you on his side? He's trying to kill us.
He's not. The zombies and skeletons are. Plus, rules are like the laws of physics for our daily lives. We might not always enjoy them, but they're keeping us from spiraling into chaos.
Please stop giving him ammunition.
All right, now it's the second skeleton's go. It's going to attack you, Tronald.
It can certainly try.
That's a miss. It rolled a 6. All right, it's your turn, Tronald. What you doing?
I want to run up and get all 3 skeletons in range and then cast Burning Hand.
Nice. Let's see if any of them succeed on their saving throws. Nope, they all fail. Roll your damage, dude.
Excellent. That's 10 points of fire damage, Joe.
Good shit, man. So you managed to kill the second skeleton. Next up is Raarh with Saxiron on deck.
Okay, so this time I reckless attack the last skeleton with my great axe. That's a 17 to hit and 10 total damage.
Dude, you gotta wait until I tell you whether you hit it first.
Why? I already know a skeleton isn't going to have 17 AC.
That's not the point, dude, but whatever. You hit and you kill it. Well done.
Alright, so I want to move over here and cast Firebolt at the second skeleton. For fuck's sake, that's an 8 total.
Yeah, so that misses, dude.
Then my doge is going to move over here and give the help action to Gylro.
Sweet, Gylro, you're up.
Okay, so I cast Eldritch Blast at the zombie in front of me. Because of Doge, it's a straight roll, right?
Yeah, that's right, dude.
That's a 19 to hit and 9 total damage.
Impressive, Gylro. With unwavering focus, you unleash your Eldritch Blast at the zombie mere inches away from you. The surge of deep purple energy violently collides with the creature, causing it to crumple to the ground in a lifeless heap. Oh, hold up. The creature manages a 16 on its undead fortitude roll. Before your very eyes, the seemingly lifeless husk of the fallen zombie stirs once more. With an ominous snarl, it lurches back to its feet, its undead resolve unyielding in the face of defeat.
Oh, well, that's great.
Now it's that zombie's go. It lunges towards you, Gylro. That's a 19 to hit alongside 6 damage.
Don't forget my armor, Joe.
As the zombie's blow connects, the icy armor enveloping you shatters into a cascade of frosty shards. The final layer of protection is breached by the force of the strike, and the undead assailant collapses once again to the ground. This time, however, it fails to muster the strength for an undead fortitude save and remains motionless in defeat. Now it's Dalter's go. He unleashes another bolt at the remaining skeleton, but misses with a 10. Now for the remaining skeleton, it pulls back its bowstring and fires an arrow towards you, Gylro. That's a 17 to hit.
Well, fuck, this could be bad, guys, but yeah, that hits, Joe.
So that's 5 points of piercing damage.
Yep, I'm down, guys.
Oh, shit.
In a heart-wrenching moment, you all bear witness to the harrowing scene unfolding before you. The arrow that pierced Gylro's chest makes a chilling, sickening thud, and the impact sends him crumpling to the ground. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on each of you as you watch your companion fall.
Well, shit.
Now it's back to you, Tronald.
Don't worry, Gylro, we'll save you. I make a firebolt attack at the skeleton, Joe. That's a 16 to hit.
That hits, buddy. How much damage do you do?
6 points of fire damage.
Tronald, how do you want to do this?
Oh my god, so you totally ignored my advice. Fine. With the pain of watching my comrade fall, I unleash the firebolt towards the skeleton, shattering its reanimated figure and charring the bones to ash.
Awesome description, dude. Well, that's combat over. What are you guys gonna do?
We need to act quickly. Does anybody have any health potions?
Fuck no, I don't.
Nope, we really should have bought some before we left Waterdeep.
Well, there's no point looking at this in hindsight. Maybe I could try and stabilize him at least.
At this point, I'm gonna need you to make a death-saving throw, Gylro.
That's a 7, Joe.
Damn, so that's one fail.
Fuck.
At this point, Rick speaks up as he says,
Don't worry, guys. I've got a health potion I can give him.
Wait, where the fuck were you that entire fight?
Sorry, the situation made me freeze up and I didn't know what to do.
You know, that's really quite pathetic of you. But you can make it up to us by giving Gylro that health potion.
I knew he was a fucking coward.
I want to roll an insight check, Joe.
Go for it, dude.
For fuck's sake, that's a 5.
Oh great, the 5s are back.
So he seems like he's being truthful, and you can understand why Rick may have been frightened in this situation.
Yeah, right, okay, sure.
Anyway, Rick proceeds to make his way over to the body of Gylro before crouching down beside him and reaching into his pack. Damn.
Huh?
And with that, Rick reveals an icy blue-hued dagger concealed in his grasp.
What?
With a swift, merciless motion, he drives the blade deep into Gylro's heart, the cold steel sealing his cruel intentions. This is the end of your journey, Gylro, and that is where we will pick up next session.
What the fuck, Rick?
Why did you do that?
With a sickening squelch, Rick pulls his blade out of Gylro's chest, a twisted smile spreading across his face. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood, and the gruesome sight of the lifeless body slumped on the ground sends shivers down your spine. As Rick slowly turns towards you, he says,
Well, perhaps it's because I am Archibald.
No, this doesn't make sense. You was making a compound with Dalter to try and kill the necromancer.
Of course it fucking makes sense. I knew something was off about him from the start. The necromancer destroyed the townsfolk's food, and then we find someone in the exact location the necromancer was meant to be, who also hates the culinary arts. How the fuck didn't you guys see this?
I gotta tell you, Raarh, I completely agree with you on this one. I told Saxiron from the very beginning that I was getting some majorly bad vibes from this guy.
What? No, you distinctly said that you're an amazing judge of character and that we should trust them.
Wrong.
Stop trying to shift the blame, Saxiron.
Fuck this. How are you forgetting the literal 40-second speech he gave you about how we must protect the food's integrity?
You're not only lying to me, but to yourself as well.
It's disgraceful.
Oh, whatever. I asked Rick why he's doing what he's doing.
Upon hearing your question, Rick's visage undergoes a striking transformation. The once proud, cruel smirk fades, replaced by a stern and resolute expression, revealing a newfound determination etched across his features, and he says,
Is this the part where I'm expected to divulge the intricate details of my nefarious scheme? Well, I suppose I could indulge you. After all, you're all doomed to perish here regardless, so allow me the pleasure of enlightening you about my masterful machinations. You see, I am but a cog in the vast machine known as the Obitus. We share a common belief that this world has festered and decayed beyond redemption, and that it must be purged and reborn anew. The power required to accomplish such a feat is beyond even our most formidable members. However, with the aid of a substantial quantity of residuum, our ambitions could become a reality. Alas, residuum is a costly and elusive resource. Thus, I took it upon myself to exploit the simple-minded townsfolk you spoke of earlier, contributing my part to our collective goal. And in my endeavors, I discovered Dalter, a man whose mind I bent to my will. You see, the task of amassing the gold required to procure the necessary amount of residuum is a near insurmountable challenge. We would need a dragon's weight of the substance to achieve our aims. So imagine my delight upon finding someone capable of synthesizing a potent alternative to the elusive material. My superiors were overjoyed with my serendipitous discovery, and the path forward became clear. Our dream of purging the world and starting anew is now within our grasp, and nothing will stand in our way.
What are you trying to do with the residuum?
The man's twisted grin reclaims its place upon his face as he takes a deliberate step backward, raising his hands into the air as he says,
I'm sorry, Saxiron, but I'm afraid storytime is over. It's time to go to sleep.
And with that, I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative.
That's a 19 for me, Joe.
Oh my god, a 6.
That's a 17 for me.
All right, so it's your turn first, Raarh. What you doing?
First, I rage, then I run towards Rick and smash him in his fucking face. That's a 12 to hit.
Damn, sorry, buddy, but a 12 misses.
Oh, fuck off.
Now it's Rick's turn. He reaches out his hand as 3 scorching rays of fire shoot out from his fingertips, one towards each of you. However, he does roll with disadvantage because you're in his face, Raarh. That's a 9 on Raarh, a 17 on Tronald, and a 19 on you, Saxiron.
Well, that hits me, Joe. I have no more spell slots left.
Yeah, that hits me too.
Nowhere fucking near.
As Rick unleashes a trio of fire rays, the first one slams into you, Tronald, searing your flesh with a painful 5 damage. The second beam finds its mark on Saxiron, inflicting 6 damage as it singes your clothes. Meanwhile, the last ray narrowly misses Raarh, streaking past and violently crashing into the wall beyond.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't on death's door right now, guys.
Yeah, this is bad.
All right, Saxiron, you're up.
Okay, so I cast Fairy Fire on Rick.
As you lift your gauntlet, you quickly manipulate the mechanism on it, causing it to shift and transform. With a swift motion, you release a brilliant burst of radiant light. The dazzling luminescence envelops Rick in a shimmering aura, making him an easier target and granting advantage on all attack rolls against him. It's now Dalter's turn to act. With a fluid motion, he raises his crossbow and sends a bolt streaking towards you, Raarh. That's a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits me.
So that's 6 points of piercing damage, reduced to 3 because of your rage.
Nice.
Someone kill that annoying fucker.
No, it's obvious he's being magically manipulated. We deal with Rick first, then the enchantment will fade.
You're up, Tronald.
Okay, so I move over here, Joe, and cast Firebolt at Rick.
Don't forget you have advantage.
Thanks for reminding me, Saxiron, but Tronald's mind is like a vault. That's a 14 to hit, Joe.
That would have hit, but Rick casts Shield as a reaction.
Great.
Okay, it's your turn, Raarh. What do you do?
I take a swing at him, Joe, and I don't need to use Rickless attack because of the fairy fire.
What? Did you just say it was called Rickless attack?
It's a play on words, Saxiron, because there's going to be one less Rick in the world after I'm finished.
Huh, that's clever.
You really need to stop underestimating my boy's intelligence. It's second only to mine.
Well, that's just absolutely inaccurate. But since when have inaccuracies stopped you from making statements, Tronald?
Blasphemy.
That's a 19 to hit, Joe.
With a battle cry, you hoist your mighty great axe high above your head, and in a swift, powerful motion, you bring it crashing down upon Rick. The edge of the axe blade bites deeply into his shoulder with a thunderous impact, eliciting a pained grimace from your foe. How much damage do you do, buddy?
11 total damage.
Nice. Now it's Rick's turn. He runs over here, which means you get an attack of opportunity with advantage, Raarh.
Fuck this game. That's a natural one and a 6.
Damn, dude, that's unlucky. Rick quickly rummages through his pack, extracting a scroll covered in mysterious arcane symbols. He begins to recite a series of dark incantations, and as the words leave his lips, the scroll bursts into flame and disintegrates into a fine ash. In the wake of the scroll's destruction, a minuscule bead of fire emerges, racing through the air toward the far end of the room with a sinister purpose.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So this is going to hit Doge, Saxiron, and Raarh.
Fuck, I forgot to move my Doge.
What spell is he casting?
It's a fireball, Raarh.
And is that bad?
For us, incredible.
So that's a massive 28 points of damage to everyone except Tronald. Now roll your dex saving throws to see whether it's halved or not.
Dude, I'm on 2 health. If I fail this, I'm dead. Like dead.
What? How?
If an attack causes damage that exceeds a character's maximum hit points, they are instantly killed without the chance for death saving throws.
Wow, you're a real dick for that, Joe.
Hey, it's not me, it's Rick.
Keep telling yourself that if it helps you sleep at night.
Fuck, that's an 8.
Okay, I use one of my...
It's okay, Tronald. I came prepared for a situation like this. I cast Absorb Elements as a reaction to reduce the fire damage by half. And as for my Doge, it's dead no matter what, so there's no real point rolling for it.
Sorry, dude. And what about you, Raarh?
Oh, great, that's an 8.
Damn. So you also take the full 28 points of fire damage.
Wait, Joe, I expend one of my luckies on Raar's saving throw.
Oh shit, so that's what you went with?
What does that mean?
It means you get to roll again, buddy.
Fuck, you're amazing, Tronald.
I'm just doing my part.
Oh, fuck off. That's a 12.
Yeah, a 12 doesn't quite make the cut. Tronald, you stare in abject terror as the massive fireball detonates, obliterating your comrades in an instant. What's left of their charred remains are smoldering on the ground.
I don't like this. I don't like it one bit.
How much health have you got left, Tronald?
I have 5 HP left.
Shit.
Now it's Dalter's turn again. He loads his crossbow before releasing the bolt. It hurtles towards you with a 12 to hit.
That misses me, Joe.
Nice. Now it's your turn, dude.
Okay, can I determine where the altered synthetic residuum is being held?
You can give it a shot, buddy. Roll an intelligence check.
That's an 18.
You delve deep into your memories, sifting through the events that transpired, searching for any clue about the handling of the residuum. Then it dawns on you. During the short rest, Rick had discreetly taken the precious material from Dalter, his actions barely noticeable amidst the group's discussions.
I want to run up to Rick and try to grab the altered synthetic residuum from him.
What's the play here, Tronald?
Abandoning your typical spellcasting strategy, you surge forward with newfound determination, closing the distance between you and Rick in mere moments. I'm going to need you to roll a contested strength check for me. Rick rolled a 13.
Huh.
What's funny, dude?
Huh, you wouldn't get it.
I rolled a 6, Joe, but I'm going to use another one of my luckies to re-roll that. Yes, that's a 16.
Awesome. Following a brief but intense struggle, you emerge triumphant, wrenching the synthetic residuum from Rick's grasp.
Okay, now I want to use my bonus action to shove the residuum in his mouth and activate it.
Whoa, hold up, dude. I can't let you do that, I'm afraid. You've already used your action to grapple the residuum off Rick, and I gave you the intelligence check for free to discern where it was.
Okay, well, how about you let me cast the cantrip message as a bonus action?
I'll say this. I'll let you roll an Arcana check to see whether you can muster the power to be be able to channel the energy needed to use message as a bonus action, seeing as you haven't cast a spell this turn.
You are indeed a generous god, Joe. That's a 16 total.
Channeling your concentration, you manipulate the threads of the arcane, bending them to your command. In a remarkable display of skill, you hasten the process that would typically require a longer duration, achieving your desired result. What do you do with the message?
1 second, I need to tell Gordon something.
Whoa, dude, Raarh's unconscious. You can't communicate with him.
I don't mean to be that guy, but I like to think that someone can, in fact, send a message to someone who is unconscious. Just the unconscious person cannot reply. But this is your call, Joe.
You know what? I'll allow it. Consider me intrigued to what you're planning over there, Tronald, and if it doesn't work, well, it's only going to be a TPK, so no pressure.
Okay. Okay, then that's my turn.
Okay then, it's your turn, Raarh. Roll a death saving throw for me.
Fuck, that's a 3.
Okay, so I use my last lucky on Raarh's death save.
Here we go. Shit, I'm sorry, Tronald. I rolled an 18.
Well, in that case, I suppose now is as good of a time for any to use this. I use my portent 20, Joe.
Holy shit, Tronald, you kept that quiet?
A great magician never spills all his secrets.
Wow, that's amazing, dude. I totally forgot you rolled that after your long rest back at the tavern. In that instant, an electrifying surge of life courses through your veins, Raarh. The once distant brink of death is pushed back as the revitalizing energy floods your being, restoring your vitality just enough to keep you standing with a mere 1 hit point.
Fuck yes.
I jump to my feet, Joe, and I charge towards the bastard. I quickly grab the residuum from Tronald's hand as I spin around and force it down Rick's throat.
Oh shit. Rick's going to roll a wisdom save against this to see if the effect takes hold. Damn, I'm sorry, dude. That plan was absolutely incredible, but he rolled a 19 on his save.
Not on your life. I use my last portent to make that saving throw a 5.
You absolute goat.
As you forcefully push the blue crystal into Rick's mouth, for a moment, nothing seems to happen. But as Tronald manipulates the very threads of fate, you begin to notice a faint glimmer of light emerging from Rick's throat. With every ounce of strength you have left, you deliver a powerful kick, sending him reeling backwards. Just as he stumbles away, an awe-inspiring explosion of brilliant blue light erupts from deep within him. The sheer magnitude of the blast leaves you breathless. With 33 points of damage, Rick's form begins to convulse and distort grotesquely. His body seems to fight against the overwhelming power of the crystal, struggling to maintain its very existence. In a final, spectacular moment, his dark figure shatters into countless particles of dust and radiant light, as if the malevolent core of his being has been utterly cleansed and purified.
That was fucking excellent, Tronald.
Hey, don't give me all the credit. I couldn't have done it without you, buddy.
I'm not going to lie, I didn't see a way out of that. From this day forth, in my eyes, you will be recognized as Tronald the Magnificent.
Incredible. That was hands down some of the most brilliant and cunning strategy I've ever witnessed during a game. Tronald, Raarh, and Saxiron. You truly have earned this victory.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
Well done to all of you, and that is where we will pick up next session. All right, in our last session, I mentioned that all of you have now reached level 3, which brings some intriguing new possibilities and options for your characters. I hope you've taken the time to consider the path you want to take at this level. So, let's take a few moments to discuss the choices each of you have made for your characters. What have you decided?
Okay, then I guess I'll go first. For my primal path, I've decided to go with Path of the Totem Warrior.
Ooh, that's interesting. And which totem will you be taking at level 3?
That's a silly question, Joe. I'll be going with the fucking bear.
Fucking excellent, dude. You know what? Just for that here, have an inspiration die.
What the fuck, Joe?
What's the problem?
Why are you handing out inspiration dice, just from him choosing the bear totem?
Hey, what can I say, dude? I fucking love bears, and clearly he's done his research on that, so of course I'm going to give credit where credit's due.
There you go again, just like Tronald said, wanting to see me fail.
You really need to become more of a team player, buddy.
Whatever. Carry on.
So I also have 3 rages now, which is wicked.
Nice one, dude. How about we roll for your HP increase?
That's a 9, Joe, plus 3, so 12 total.
Awesome stuff, right? Okay, let's move on to you now, Saxiron. What have you chosen?
I've decided to go with the armorer specialist. Soon as we get back to civilization, I'm going to need to take some time to design this bad boy. I already have the schematics for it. I'll send them over to you, Joe.
Damn, you're going to be a powerhouse. I'll have a look at your designs and tell you whether or not I'll allow them, but don't worry, I'm very flexible with this. You see, I have a special place in my heart for the movie Iron Man, and Robert Downey Jr. is such a top-notch dude.
Awesome. I also get the ability right tools for the job. This allows me to magically create any tool set when needed.
Nice. Let's roll your HP then, Saxiron.
Yes, that's max HP, Joe. I rolled an 8, plus my 1 constitution modifier, so 9 total.
Jesus, that's epic, man. All right, now on to you, Tronald. Let's hear it.
Well, I've got access to my 2nd level spells, and let me tell you, they're excellent. As for you taking some time to create your armor, Saxiron, I'm absolutely fine with that, as I will be doing some work on my spell book when we get back.
Awesome.
I also get another cool little feature called cantrip formulas. It's an optional feature, but I've discussed it with Joe, and he's more than happy to include it. Isn't that right, buddy?
Hell yeah, dude. I'm all for you getting that feature. It definitely works well into the wizard's theme.
What does it let you do, Tronald?
It gives me cantrip versatility, Raarh. It allows me to swap out any one of my wizard cantrips for another over a long rest.
Yeah, I have no idea how that will impact us.
It's a nice little feature brought in with the release of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. It definitely adds to the wizard class.
Okay, Tronald, let's roll that HP.
That's a 6 total, Joe. 4 plus 2.
All right then, let's get this game going. After catching your breath from the heart-pounding battle, the eerie silence of the manor house settles around you once again. So what do you do?
Well, firstly, I'm going to run up to Saxiron and attempt to stabilize him.
Oh shit, yeah, we never actually sorted him out before the session ended, did we?
It's okay, guys. I've only been bleeding out for a week.
Hey, consider yourself lucky. I bet Gylro would love to still be here talking after bleeding out for a week.
Damn, dude. Too soon.
That's a 14 on my medicine check, Joe.
Awesome. With that roll, you manage to stabilize him. However, he does not yet regain consciousness. Roll a d4 for me, Saxiron.
That's a 3.
Okay, so in around 3 hours' time, you will regain 1 health. But in the meantime, what are you guys doing?
Well, may I be the one to suggest that we take a long rest, seeing as we're all absolutely fucked?
Excellent idea.
As you huddle together near Saxiron's unconscious form and Gylro's lifeless body, you cast a wary gaze around the room, ensuring the area is safe. With a heavy heart, you prepare to take a much-needed long rest to recover from the harrowing ordeal.
Look, I don't want to sound heartless, but Gylro is going to start smelling soon. So should we really be huddling so close to him?
Oh my god.
You're right, Tronald. What do you want me to do with him?
Does it really matter? Just throw him outside or something? I don't know.
Are you guys serious right now? We're talking about our companion, our trusted friend.
Hush, Saxiron. You're unconscious. Just enjoy your rest, sweet prince.
Wow.
Okay, Joe, so I pick up Gylro and throw him outside.
Cradling Gylro's lifeless body in your massive arms, it feels almost weightless compared to your immense strength. With determination in your eyes, you stride towards the doorway and prepare to heave him outside into the cold, unforgiving night.
Yeah, I'm not going out there, Joe. It's cold. I just throw him.
Holy fuck, you guys are ruthless, but let's go with it. Roll an athletics check for me, dude.
Nice, that's a 22 total.
Channeling your immense power, you hurl Gylro's body with astonishing force. He soars through the air, covering a distance of at least 50 feet before colliding with a nearby tree, his lifeless form momentarily caught in its gnarled branches before tumbling to the ground.
Holy fucking shit, Raarh. I meant put him outside, not fucking send him to another plane of existence.
You guys are truly awful. I hope you know that.
Well, now that we've disposed of that, we can get some rest.
I really hope Samuel isn't watching right now. But anyway, you close your eyes and drift to sleep, and as you wake, you feel replenished and have recovered all your health points, spell slots, and abilities.
Excellent. Well, now that we've recovered, should we talk about what we're doing next? I mean, this Obetus group sounds like they're really looking to cause some trouble. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
I think we should absolutely investigate it further. Maybe dig around this manor to see if we can get any further information. Then even if we don't decide to pursue it any further, we can hand it off to the right people.
Nah, fuck that. This Obetus, I'll kill them all. Not only did one of them insult my first pride and joy, but he attempted to kill my other, Tronald. I say we find out what information we can and then take the fight to them.
All of a sudden, you hear the telltale creak of a door from behind you. With your senses heightened, your entire group whirls around in unison to catch a glimpse of a pale face that swiftly vanishes behind the doorframe.
I quickly stand up and demand the stranger to approach.
Careful, Tronald. They could be in unison with Rick.
Wait a second. Speaking of Rick, where the fuck is Dalter?
As you pose this question, Tronald, you see the pale face once again reappear from behind the doorframe. Miley, why don't you come on in and take a seat?
Hey guys, it's so awesome to finally be here.
So what do Tronald, Saxiron, and Raarh see as you approach?
So you'll see this woman with a stunning ashen complexion, and her hair is even paler than her skin. She's clad in gleaming gold-plated armor that's covered with white fabric, and she's got all these chains and rings that seem to symbolize her faith.
Do not take another step. State your name and your business.
My name is Celestia Shapestein, and well, I saw a bald dude running out of the manor about an hour ago, and that piqued my interest as to what he was running from, so I came and had a look.
Well, at least we know where Dalter has gone.
Do we, though? How do we know anything this woman's saying is the truth?
You can roll an insight check if you want to, Tronald.
Yeah, I think I will. That's a 15, Joe.
Okay, Celestia, roll either a deception or a persuasion check, but don't tell us which one.
That's a 17, Joe.
So yeah, dude, she's telling the truth.
Think about it, Tronald. If Dalter was under some mind-twisting spell, there's a high chance when he snapped out of it he was more confused and frightened than grateful. He likely had no real understanding of what ensued, So in his mind, he had nothing to be thankful for.
Well, she seems trustworthy enough, so I trust her.
Oh, guys, by the way, did you know there's some half-eaten drow crumpled up by the tree outside?
Well, I don't know who would be eating him. It certainly wouldn't be my first choice of cuisine.
Wow, that's what you took from her statement?
So you guys know who that is?
Yeah, it's just Gylro.
Well, he's pretty fucking dead. I tried to heal him, but he's far beyond my skill set.
Yeah, we know he's dead. That's why we got rid of him.
Wow, well, aren't you guys just charming?
You don't have to tell me about it. Do yourself a favor and run. Run whilst you still can.
Stop acting so high and mighty. What practicality would keeping a rotting body laying around inside bring, Saxiron?
Look, I'm not arguing against the point. I'm simply saying the way it was executed was of poor taste.
Exactly. We would have kept him around if I thought he would taste half decent.
Oh my fucking god.
Jesus, Raarh. You're making us sound like animals. We was never going to eat him.
I think I've been misreading the situation.
Right, so what I'm picking up on is that 4 dysfunctional people made their way into a creepy-ass manor. One of them died. One of them hates the remaining 2, another is absolutely egotistical, and the last considers his friends that die to be food. Excellent.
I think that's incredibly presumptuous of you. I don't hate either of them.
Oh my god.
Huh, right. So what's your grand plan out here then, aside from more of you dying?
We've finished our plan, actually. It was to kill a necromancer that was terrorizing the townsfolk.
I suppose that's one silver lining out of all of this.
And what's that?
We each get a bigger split of the reward.
For fuck's sake.
Anyway, my boy Raarh here wants to go after the rest of this necromancers group, so I think that's what we will end up doing.
Then it appears that fate has woven our destinies together. You see, my deity, the Princess of Passion, Suni, has granted me visions of an incredibly dark force. She guided me to seek out the source of this darkness, which has led me to this very place.
Well, you can go ahead and tell your princess that we've got it taken care of.
Tronald, she clearly has some incredible talent to be able to wander these parts alone, and 4 would give us a much bigger advantage at dealing with what's to come, especially seeing as she has healing capabilities.
I don't know, Saxiron. The last time you told me to trust someone, they turned out to be the necromancer.
Who are you trying to fool, Tronald?
What do you say, Raarh? Should we give him another chance?
I think it would be big of us to let one mistake slide, so sure. Just don't let this become a common theme, Saxiron.
You two are unbelievable. Anyway, it's decided then. Celestia, we would happily welcome you to our group.
Actually, I've changed my mind. I don't want to join anymore.
What? Why?
Well, because you only seem to want me for my skill and healing abilities. I want you to want me for me.
Well, we don't really know much about you currently, but I feel you would be an excellent addition to our team.
Ha! I'm just fucking with you, Mr. Serious. Of course I'll come along.
Ooh, she's tricksy.
Well, in that case, I think the first thing we should do is investigate the manor, see if there's any more information regarding this Obitus.
Shall we split the party, cover more ground?
I think that would be a terrible judgment call, Tronald.
Oh, don't tell me you're scared of a little haunted house.
Scared really isn't the issue here. It's more of a case if we run into a problem. Our chances of dealing with said problem are halved.
Never tell me the odds.
So to clarify, what are you guys doing? Are you sticking together or are you splitting up?
We're sticking together, Joe.
Fine.
All right then, so where do you guys want to investigate first?
I'm thinking the pantry. If it was me, I'd keep the important things there.
You know, I seriously doubt that he will have any relevant information regarding his cult in his food storage unit. But if it makes you happy, then we will search there first.
Venturing through the winding corridors of the manor, your party finally arrives at what appears to be an abandoned kitchen. Years of disuse have left it in a state of disrepair. As you continue your search, you eventually reach your intended destination, the neglected pantry.
My gods, I didn't think I could despise him any more than I did, but boy was I wrong.
So who's going to head the investigation?
I'll take a lead on this, Joe. You guys cool with that?
Sure, I'm cool with it. Let's see what you've got, Missy.
That's a 23 total, Joe.
Holy cow, Celestia. You've brought more to the table in 5 minutes than Gylro did in 5 sessions.
Oh my god.
Right? Who the fuck's Gylro?
Fuck all of you.
With that roll, you notice a small piece of stone protruding from beneath a dusty blanket. Curiously, you approach the concealed object and remove the covering, which reveals a statue portraying a hooded figure with one hand hidden beneath its cloak. The figure's identity eludes you, but an eerie aura seems to radiate from it, capturing your attention.
Well, that's a nice statue, but it doesn't really tell us anything about their plans.
Because you rolled a 23 Celestia, what I will say is that you notice a significantly less amount of dust around the statue's left eye, indicating that this area has been touched much more frequently compared to the rest of the statue.
I prod the eye, Joe.
Dude, you're not the one who noticed it. It was Celestia. Stop metagaming.
Well, I'm sure she would have shared this information with the rest of us.
Yeah, I tell them what I've spotted, but before Raarh can prod the eye, I reach out and do it myself.
Hey, it was me who suggested the pantry. How come you get to prod the eye?
Well, it was me who fucking found the thing, so there would have been no eyes to prod if I hadn't perceived it.
She raises an excellent point.
Celestia, as you reach out your hand and touch the eye...
Hold up, Joe. Now I move in and touch the eye.
All right, then, fine. Raarh, as you watch Celestia push the eye, you decide that pressing it once wasn't enough, so you reach your arm out...
Hey, Joe, I push the eye again.
Are you trying to take the piss out of me?
Not really. I found it, so I want to be the last to touch it. But If it means so much to you, Raarh, I'll let you touch it last. Go ahead.
All right then. I press the eye again, Joe.
Okay, as you once again reach out your hand to touch the cold surface of the statue.
I press the eye, Joe.
Oh, fuck you.
Ha, you wish.
Oh my god, can one of you just let the other press the fucking eye?
Whatever. I'm over it. Give you a description, Joe.
As you reach out your hand, Celestia, and press firmly on the stone eye.
I press the eye.
For fuck's sake.
Right, that's it. I'm done.
Don't be like that, Joe. I'm only fooling around.
Fine. One of you reaches out your hand and touches the eye. You hear a click from it and a shift in a nearby room. If anyone touches that fucking eye again, I swear to God, I'll spawn a Tarrasque on your heads.
Guys, the first rule of D&D is don't piss off the DM.
I thought it was don't talk about D&D.
Nah, dude, that's Fight Club.
Wait, who are we fighting?
Oh my god, they're multiplying. Joe, I head over to where we heard the click to investigate it further.
Navigating over to the farthest reaches of the pantry, you observe a portion of the wall that has subtly moved out of place, unveiling that this section is, in fact, a concealed entrance. A soft breeze caresses your face as it drifts through the narrow opening.
Interesting. I want to try and push the stone wall to open up the entrance.
Sure thing, dude. Roll me an athletics check.
That's an 11 total.
Oof, with an 11, you summon every ounce of your strength to budge the gargantuan stone slab, but despite your efforts, it barely budges even a hair's width. It stands stoically in place, immovable and unyielding.
Raarh, buddy, we're going to need you to move this slab.
Oh, so now you want me to contribute to the group?
Come on, dude, you're so strong, and the only one of us capable of completing this task.
Wow, okay. Was that your shallow attempt to cast a compliment my way as a means of manipulation?
That was quite a sentence there for an orc.
Firstly, I'm a half-orc. Secondly, just because I'm part-orc doesn't mean I'm incapable of stringing together a sentence. You see, I've recently become quite the fan of reading.
Oh, yeah? Sweet. How recently?
Earlier today, if you must know.
Amazing. What's the book called?
It's called Tronald's Tome of Transcendent Transmutations and Terrific Techniques.
Ooh, you're an author, Tronald?
You're goddamn right. Raarh's proofreading it for me.
Okay, I'm just going to overlook the fact that you've got Raarh to proofread a book for you, and ask again, can you please push this slab out of the way?
No, I think I'll pass.
Huh? What was that?
I said I'll pass.
No, not you, Raarh. I could have sworn I just heard someone behind that door saying that a well-done steak is the best kind of steak.
What? I fucking run at the door, Joe, attempting to smash it down.
Okay, roll an athletics check for me, Raarh.
That's a 24.
As Tronald's words echo through your ears, a torrent of rage surges through your veins, fueling your every step as you launch yourself towards the stone door. With a formidable roll of 24, you barrel into the door, pivoting your shoulder at the final moment to strike it with the full force of your momentum. The door yields to your onslaught, shattering into fragments as you burst through to the other side.
I'm just going to say it, I don't know what happened between you and him, but if it works, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
As the shattered remnants of the stone door crash onto the floor and the veil of dust dissipates, your gaze falls upon a chamber filled with rudimentary alchemical apparatuses. Despite the collection of equipment, nothing appears to be particularly extraordinary or noteworthy within the room.
Like we're gonna take your word for it. I walk into the room and make an investigation check.
I'll assist.
That's a naughty 20, Joe.
What the fuck's a naughty 20?
It's when you make a roll and the modifier you've got for that stat equals 20. How long have you been playing for again?
Celestia, it's actually called a dirty 20.
Why can't it be naughty and dirty?
Sorry, guys, I was looking for that guy Tronald told me about, but I can't find anyone. But could someone kindly explain what kind of tainted conversation I've walked in on exactly?
Ooh, that's a good one, Raarh. Tainted 20.
Ooh, and if I rolled it, it would be Tronald's tainted 20.
Hell yeah, dude. That sounds sick.
Can all three of you please shut the fuck up?
As you scan the room, nothing of interest catches your eye at first. However, as you lower your gaze to the floor, you notice something peculiar. There, etched into the stonework, are 3 concentric circles of text, each line forming a sentence, all of them surrounding a central point. As you step closer, you realize that these sentences are actually riddles, waiting to be solved.
Okay, so what do the riddles say?
As you slowly circle yourself around the etchings, you read the first ring of text. Hidden in plain sight, I have the power to divide. In whispers and secrets, I do reside. The one who desires me must be wise, for in the dark, I hide from prying eyes.
Ooh, I know this one. I say shadow.
As you utter the word shadow, nothing happens.
Damn it.
Celestia, it's not shadow. The answer is clearly knowledge.
Saxiron, as soon as the word knowledge leaves your lips, the outer ring begins to emanate a dark purple aura.
I knew that.
Sure, Tronald. I begin reading the second riddle, Joe.
Okay, the second riddle says, I am the catalyst for many a tale, driving men to act, seek, and unveil. In a search for me, some may lose their way, yet for others, I'm the reason they stay.
Ah, this one's gold, right?
As you start to utter the words, Raarh, you hear a slight click from the other side of the room. Not only that, but the once radiant circle gradually loses its luminance. It appears that only the correct words of power can be spoken while standing within the circle. Any other utterance will cause it to deactivate.
It's not gold, buddy. The correct terminology is wealth. I step into the circle, Joe, and say wealth.
Tronald, as you cross the threshold and speak the word wealth, you hear another click emanating from the opposite side of the room. This time, however, it is notably louder.
Guys, stop just shouting out random words. We need to be smart about this. I have a suspicion that if we get another one wrong, we're in for a nasty surprise.
Yeah, that's a great point. Get out of the circle, Tronald, before you say something without thinking.
All right, I'm out. Happy? So what do we think this one could be then?
In a search for me, some may lose their way. Yet for others, I'm the reason they stay. If I had to guess, I'd say ambition.
What makes you think that?
Personal ambitions can often be the cause of someone losing their path. Take Rick, for instance. His aspirations involved eliminating us and essentially enslaving Dalter, which ultimately led to his own downfall.
Well, unless anyone has any better ideas, I say go for it, Saxiron.
Is everyone okay with that, then?
Yeah, sure. You seem to know what you're on about. Plus, you're the only one that's actually got one right so far.
To be honest, I couldn't care less.
Great. Okay then, Joe. I step into the circle and say, ambition.
As you utter the word ambition, Saxiron, there is no discernible reaction. However, unlike the previous two incorrect responses, you don't hear any click this time.
I can't believe I put my faith in you, only for you to get it wrong.
Dude, did you even listen to Joe's description? I don't believe I got it wrong. I think it's a case of we have to speak all the words of power in the correct order for it to activate.
Yeah, okay, if you say so.
Well, how about we figure out the final riddle, then we can put that theory to the test.
Sounds good to me. What's the final riddle, Joe?
As you read the inner ring, it says, I lack form and shape, but my presence is clear. When one loses me, it's me they fear. I am often exchanged, bartered, and sold, but never controlled. I remain untold.
Ooh, I know this one. I step into the circle, Joe.
Wait, talk it through with us first before you make a random guess.
I proceed to say knowledge, ambition, and secrets.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
As Tronald speaks the final word, the rings of text simultaneously illuminate, casting a mysterious glow across the room. The floor starts to rumble beneath your feet, and the ground shifts and rotates. Tronald, you swiftly hop off the center to avoid being caught in the mechanism. With each rotation, the stone floor descends, transforming into an expansive spiral staircase that leads down into the unknown.
You were saying?
Understand that although your answer was correct, proceeding to speak your thoughts without consulting the rest of us was unwise. The outcome could have been much less favorable.
Don't care. Didn't ask.
I run down the stairway to try find this steak abuser, Joe.
I think I'm losing my mind.
Well, that's not good, buddy. You should really talk to someone about that.
Right, yeah, okay.
Is anyone following Raarh?
Yeah, I follow him.
Sure, I make my way down the staircase as well.
Whatever, man.
As Raarh takes the lead, descending the spiral staircase without caution, he is the first to set eyes on a vast decagonal-shaped chamber. At the front, an imposing metal door dominates the space, a curious glass orb embedded at its center. The room's walls contain 10 mirrors, each meticulously positioned to face the chamber's core. A single ethereal ray of sunlight pierces the stonework high above, casting an almost otherworldly glow upon a peculiar gem. As the light makes contact with the gemstone, it undergoes a transformation, shifting into a deep, mysterious purple hue. This enigmatic light then dances around the room, refracting and scattering as it bounces off each of the 10 mirrors.
Honestly, Joe, as vivid as that description was, could you please just tell me if I can see anyone hiding down here?
Sure. Roll a perception check.
That's a 19 total.
As you carefully and methodically navigate the chamber, searching for any hidden presence, you ultimately find no one. However, your attention is drawn to the mirrors themselves, each one bearing a unique symbol. The symbols on the mirrors are a labyrinth, an open tome, a crescent moon cradling a radiant star, an eye, a closed fist, a mighty storm, a withered hand, a broken chain, an hourglass, and a serpent consuming its own tail.
Once I get down to the bottom, the first thing I do is tell Raarh that Tronald was fucking with him. There was no voice from behind the stone slab.
Wow, you tricked me, Tronald.
Such claims are baseless and untrue. Saxiron's merely propagating lies out of envy towards our profound bond.
Well, that's just the biggest load of horse shit I've ever heard.
I roll an insight check, Joe. One of them is lying to me, and I don't appreciate being lied to.
Go for it, dude.
I roll an insight check as well, Joe.
Sure.
That's an 11.
I rolled an 18 total.
Okay, so I need both Tronald and Saxiron to roll either a deception or a persuasion check, but remember, don't tell us which one you're rolling.
That's a 16 total for me.
For fuck's sake, that's a 7, Joe.
As you gaze into the eyes of your comrades, Raarh, it becomes apparent that the words spoken by Saxiron carry significantly less weight compared to Tronald's.
I fucking knew you was lying to me, Saxiron.
What?
It's the same shit you tried to pull on me with the Who Trusted Rick incident.
Oh, fuck this. Let me see them dice, Donald. I don't believe for a second you're just not making your rolls up.
Go right ahead.
Elon, that's a very serious accusation. If it were to be true, it would have dire consequences.
It's most certainly not true, Joe. Check for yourself.
Why are you questioning Donald? Elon's the one who's been persistently lying over the last few sessions.
So it seems like you're telling the truth.
See, now take back what you said.
I'm sorry, Donald. I just got a bit heated, you know?
Fear not, my friend, for Dungeons and Dragons is a passion that ignites a fire within us that is incomprehensible to those who do not participate.
Damn, that's beautiful.
Wait a second. Celestia, you rolled higher than both myself and Tronald, right? Why don't you tell Raarh the truth?
Unfortunately, that is information I would only be willing to share for the more than fair price of 50 gold.
Wow, so it's like that, huh?
The most fulfilled individuals are those who are able to turn the desires of others into opportunities for growth and prosperity.
I'll give you this, Saxiron. You was right about bringing her along. She is an excellent addition to the team.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Anyway, let's figure out this next puzzle. Could you remind us what the 10 symbols are on the mirrors, Joe?
Sure thing, dude. You all might want to make a note of stuff like this when I speak in the future. It saves me going over things too many times. Twice, I don't mind, but any more than that and you're taking the piss.
Noted.
The symbols are a labyrinth, an open tome, a crescent moon cradling a star, an eye, a closed fist, a mighty storm, a withered hand, a broken chain, an hourglass, and a serpent consuming its own tail.
Some of them symbols make me feel a little bit uneasy, to be honest. Could I make an intelligence or religion check to see if they represent what we talked about, Joe?
Yeah, sure thing, Celestia. Choose between either of them. Both checks will give you different knowledge on them depending on your role.
Okay, sweet. I'll go with religion, seeing as I have proficiency in it. That's a 14.
With a roll of 14, you find it difficult to unravel the specific meaning behind each of the symbols depicted on the mirrors. Nevertheless, you start to discern a pattern emerging among 6 of the 10 mirrors. These 6 mirrors appear to bear connections to betrayer and corrupted gods, each hinting at a deeper, darker narrative hidden within their reflections. You take your time, meticulously studying each symbol, trying to glean any additional information that might help you understand their purpose. The remaining 4 mirrors display more generic symbols, seemingly unrelated to the theme which the other 6 embody.
Well, that's fucking ominous.
I have to agree with you there. I thought we were dealing with a madman and his deluded group, but I'm getting a bad feeling from all of this.
So, to be more specific, Joe, can I work out which of the 6 betrayer or corrupted gods the symbols are representing?
Roll either another religion check or a history check for me, Celestia. But if you roll a religion, the DC will be slightly higher.
Whichever one you roll, I will assist with it.
I think I'll do religion again, Joe. That's much better. That's a 22.
Astounding. With a roll of 22, you delve deep into the recesses of your memory, sifting through the countless religious texts you've studied over the years. An epiphany dawns on you, revealing that unlike your previous assumption of each symbol representing different corrupt or betrayer gods, there are only 2, Vecna and Orcus. Each symbol signifies a specific aspect of their traits and ambitions. For Orcus, the following symbols represent these facets of his nature. A broken chain, for the breaking of bindings. As the demon prince of undeath, Orcus is a relentless force seeking to break the chains that bind the dead to the afterlife, desiring to unleash an eternal reign of undeath upon the world. A serpent consuming its own tail. This represents the eternal cycle of power. This symbolizes Orcus's endless hunger for power and control, a never-ending cycle of acquisition and domination that has left a trail of death and destruction in its wake. A closed fist, signifying control. Orcus's lust for control is insatiable. He wields his influence and authority over his minions with an iron fist, demanding absolute loyalty and obedience.
That's really quite impressive, Celestia.
Thanks, buddy. So what about Vecna, Joe?
As for Vecna, the remaining symbols highlight the following aspects of his twisted character. A single eye, for the all-seeing. Vecna, the god of secrets and forbidden knowledge, possesses an omniscient gaze that pierces through the veil of deceit and the shrouds of mystery, seeking to accumulate every hidden truth and arcane secret within his grasp. A withered hand, for the hand of Vecna. This symbol represents the infamous Hand of Vecna, a powerful artifact that grants its wielder unimaginable power, but at a terrible cost. It serves as a testament to Vecna's twisted desire for immortality and dominion over all. An open tome, for secret knowledge. Vecna's insatiable craving for hidden knowledge is symbolized by the open tome, an invitation to delve into the dark depths of arcane mysteries and unveil the secrets of the cosmos, no matter the consequences.
Well, that's weird.
Huh? What's weird?
I've looked into the stories of both these figures because their impact on our world is pretty significant. They've left lasting marks, changing history in ways most people can't even imagine. But the thing is, their marks on the world seem to be separate from each other. I can't think of any time their paths have crossed or where their goals have aligned.
Well, maybe it's because the texts you've been reading are all those official documents, you know, the ones that everyone talks about. But we might need to start thinking beyond those absolutes and look at some of those more abstract theories, the ones that aren't so well known.
Are you aware of any such theories, Tronald?
I mean, I've read my fair share of grand adventures and battles of the past. Maybe what we're looking for is in a folklore story, not an official text. Joe, can I roll a check for this?
Sure, dude. You can roll either a straight intelligence or a history check.
I'll assist you with that, Tronald.
Well, I'm glad you did, buddy, because my first roll was a natural 2. That's a 19 history check, Joe.
Tronald, you recall a fascinating and somewhat obscure theory that suggests a connection between these two powerful entities. It is said that Vecna, in his mortal days as a wizard and necromancer, sought the secret to eternal life and the power of undeath, and that his ambitions alongside his thirst for knowledge ultimately led him to Orcus, the demon prince of undeath, who, as expected, possessed an insurmountable amount of the expertise Vecna sought. The theory posits that Orcus, intrigued by Vecna's ambition and recognizing his potential as a pawn to spread his influence and undeath across the mortal plane, agreed to teach Vecna the secrets of lichdom. In return, Vecna would use his newfound power and influence in the realm to further the agenda of Orcus, granting the demon prince access to powerful arcane secrets and strengthening his grip on the world.
Do you think that sounds plausible, Celestia?
It definitely seems possible, but I can't say for sure whether it's factual.
Well, I think we now know how to solve this puzzle at least. I presume it's a case of we need to direct the light from the 6 mirrors resembling Orcus and Vecna towards the central orb in the door.
Is that you hinting that you want me to move the mirrors?
They do seem pretty heavy, dude, so you'd probably be the guy for the job to reduce the risk of breaking them and all.
Which raises the question, how was Rick moving that stone doorway and these mirrors by himself? Because he wasn't exactly an intimidating presence.
If I had to guess, it would be, the 6 undead he had lurking upstairs.
Don't you sass me.
I'm just saying, sometimes it helps to think before you speak, Saxiron.
And you're well versed in that, right, Tronald?
You're damn right I am.
Okay, Joe. I make my way around the mirrors, which Celestia has pointed out to me, and start directing them towards the orb in the door.
Raarh, you cautiously approach the heavy mirrors, carefully assessing the angles and positions needed to direct the rays of light towards the orb embedded in the door. With your large hands, you grip the edges, your muscles tensing as you gradually maneuver each one into its optimal position. As each ray of light hits, the room is bathed in a mesmerizing dance of deep purple light beams that converge upon the glass orb at the heart of the imposing door. One by one, the rays find their mark, and as they do, arcane glyphs begin to illuminate the doorway, casting a mysterious and enchanting glow that fills the space. As the last ray of light pierces the orb, it causes the now fully lit glyphs to hum with an energy that seems to vibrate through the very air itself.
I make my way over to the door and attempt to push it open.
For fuck's sake, Raarh, be careful.
Raarh, as you push the heavy metal door open, the hinges groan, and the dimly lit laboratory reveals itself. Shadows dance on the walls, and the flickering candlelight reveals rows of shelves filled with ancient tomes, scrolls, and manuscripts. The room is infused with an unsettling aura, clearly indicating that this is Rick's lair, and it has been used recently. In the center of the room, you find a large, ornate desk covered in parchment, inkwells, and quills. The desk is also cluttered with various intricate devices designed to study and manipulate the energies of life and death. The walls are littered with macabre artwork and charts depicting complex rituals and magical symbols.
Can I make an investigation check to begin searching through the room to see what I can find?
Sure thing, dude. If anyone else wants to do an investigation check, feel free to give it a shot.
Yeah, I'll give it a whirl.
That's a 16 total.
Yes, that's a 22 total, Joe.
As you begin to explore, Saxiron, you find scattered throughout the room are numerous experiments related to Rick's research. Glass beakers and vials filled with strange, colorful liquids bubble and hiss, while preserved specimens of creatures float in jars. You notice a partially dissected corpse on a nearby table, its organs exposed, evidently used in Rick's recent experiments.
Do I gather that the person on the table was one of the townsfolk?
Yeah, you are almost certain that this is one of the individuals that was abducted from Waterdeep.
What about my role?
As you examine the room further, Tronald, you come across several notes and diagrams detailing Rick's attempts to uncover the secrets for the ability to revive a creature that has been dead for over 200 years, and how to bring godly entities from other planes of existence. It's clear that Rick has never attempted such an act himself, as it's far beyond his skill set, but his relentless research speaks volumes about his obsession. The notes also refer to 2 spells, True Resurrection and Gate, suggesting that the standard forms of these spells are too weak to accomplish their goals.
Too weak? They're spells that I've only ever heard about people using in stories and battles long gone, and even then they were incredibly powerful individuals.
I have to admit, the deeper we delve into this, the more it feels like we might be getting in over our heads. If this Obitus group is truly attempting what these notes suggest, they must be either incredibly powerful individuals with a wealth of resources or utterly mad. In either case, I'm not sure it's wise for us to oppose them.
Oh, come on, Saxiron, don't be scared. Rick was hardly powerful, and we're getting stronger and stronger as time goes on. I'm almost certain that the rest of this Obitus will be just as easy, if not easier.
You'll have to forgive me if I don't back your deduction there.
So what are you suggesting, Saxiron, that we just leave them to go about their plans with no form of resistance?
Not at all. I'm saying we inform people who are equipped to deal with something like this. Anyway, since when did you adopt the hero's mindset? I thought you was only in it for the gold.
You've already answered your own question earlier. You say these individuals must have a hell of a lot of resources. You know what that means? It means plunder.
Yeah, I'm not too bothered about the bigger picture, to be honest, but the sound of plunder just makes me all warm and tingly inside.
Whoa, keep those feelings to yourself, dude.
Just as a side note, I highly doubt Raarh meant it like that. But if you guys truly want to go down this route, we need to play it smart. That means no more running off, chasing imaginary stake menaces, and no more fucking with each other. We need to take this seriously because this shit could go south real fast.
I agree with you there. I don't think we've actually taken the time to acknowledge what happened to Gylro, to be honest. That could have been any one of us. And if that happened to one of you guys, I don't know if I could deal with it.
Wow, that's actually quite a nice thing for you to say, Tronald.
Why is that a surprise? I'm a nice guy.
You're the best.
You're tolerable.
Okay, if we're going forward with this, we'll need a starting point. I'll keep searching the area for any notes or correspondence addressed to Rick, hoping to uncover a name that could provide us with a lead.
With an impressive roll of 22, you meticulously search the room for about half an hour before discovering a drawer with a cleverly concealed false bottom. Carefully lifting the hidden panel, you uncover an array of documents and a brass key, all neatly stowed away beneath it.
Ooh, well, isn't this intriguing? I wonder what secrets this key will unlock.
Well, why don't you and me split those documents up between us and scour them for information? In the meantime, Raarh and Celestia can try to find whatever it is that the key is for.
Sure. Shall I roll an investigation check, Joe?
Yeah, if that's what you're doing, I'll need both you and Celestia to roll for me.
All right, that's it. I'm getting rid of these dice and getting new ones. That's a natural one, Joe.
Not much better on my end, I'm afraid. I rolled an 8 total.
That's unfortunate, guys. Well, I'll get back to you two after I've finished with what Saxiron and Tronald have found. As you sift through the numerous documents, you realize that the majority of them are written in sophisticated and intricate code. Deciphering these papers will undoubtedly be an incredibly time-consuming task. However, amidst the coded messages, you discover a single letter that appears to have been composed in a rush, causing the author to abandon the usual encryption.
What does it say, Joe?
You pick up the stained parchment and begin reading. It says, "To Archibald, time is of the essence, so I'll keep this brief. Our search has borne fruit. We believe we have finally uncovered the location of the sword. Our sources indicate that the rumors were true. The weapon once wielded by the formidable and long-deceased champion is still steeped in ancient power. The next stage of our plan is to find the resting place of this legendary figure and restore him to life, securing his guaranteed allegiance to our cause. As you know, our ultimate goal demands that we make haste. The usual code is forgone for the sake of urgency, but know that our success hinges on absolute discretion. Do not delay in your research. We must be prepared for the task that lies ahead. Once we have both the sword and its original wielder, our journey for a new world will have truly begun. Stay vigilant and remember that the Obitus is watching. Signed, Angkor."
What a strange organization.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know, it's just rather peculiar that we encountered someone named Rick, and now we have someone with a much more exotic name like Angkor. It really makes me question the organization's planning and branding. I mean, come on, having a consistent naming scheme for members is crucial for a successful evil organization. It's hard to take them seriously when their members' names are all over the place.
Well, maybe that's why he switched his working name to Archibald.
It's just disappointing, Saxiron. If they're going to put so much effort into this grand plan they've got going on, they could at least have been consistent with the name of the literal first member we met. I don't know what else to say. It's like getting a dessert from the Slayer's cake and then realizing it has no fillings or flavor. It's just sad, really.
Well, I think the more pressing matter at hand is the fact they're claiming to have found some powerful sword and plan to resurrect its wielder. Not only that, but it sounds like this is just the first step in their schemes. Are you sure you want to get involved in this?
To be honest with you, Saxiron, if I had a choice, I'd probably skip this one and wait for a group that actually put some thought into their image. But good old Tronald isn't getting any younger, and I'm already feeling pretty involved in this, so we might as well see it through.
How old are you exactly, Tronald?
Old enough to know that it was once common decency not to ask someone how old they are.
Uh-huh, right. Well, how about we bring this letter to Celestia, see if she can figure out who they're referring to.
Sounds good to me.
Returning our focus to you guys, Raarh and Celestia, your search for any clues about where the brass key might fit proves fruitless. Despite your best efforts, the next hour is spent combing the area, but due to your incredibly low rolls, you yield no results.
Well, we tried our best, buddy, but what can you do, huh?
Nah, this is bullshit. After all we've been through, I thought we would at least get some fucking compensation for it. I'm not even talking about anything big. I'd have settled for a few gold pieces, or maybe some nice roast chicken. Yet lo and behold, I've spent all day in this stinking pit of a manor to be rewarded with nothing, unless you're classing Gylro's departure as a win. At this point, I guess I'll just take whatever small victories I can get.
Hey, Celestia, could you take a look at this letter for us? See if it means anything to you.
Sure thing, man. Hand it here and I'll have a gander.
As you receive the letter from Saxiron, Celestia, you begin reading through the text in an attempt to discern what figure is being referred to. I'm going to need you to roll either a history check or a religion check with advantage.
Well, that's a bit of a no-brainer. I'll go with the religion check with advantage. Awesome, that's a 25 total.
Holy cow.
What the fuck did you just call me?
No, I wasn't calling you anything. It's an expression, you know. It's something you say in reaction to something which amazes you.
Dude, you're way too fucking easy to hook. Has anyone ever told you that before?
Haha, very funny.
Seriously, though, that's some next-level rolling. With a 25 total, you piece together that the individual they are attempting to resurrect could be none other than Cass himself. Cass, also known as Cass the Bloody-Handed, was once a mighty vampire and a close advisor to Vecna. He was a powerful warrior and wielded an infamous sword named after himself, a weapon created by Vecna that ultimately led to his betrayal. Renowned for his ruthlessness and cunning, you are very much aware that Cass's resurrection would have dire consequences for the world in its entirety.
This is just getting weirder and weirder.
How so?
Well, this Obetus seemed to have some devout worshipping going on for both Vecna and Orcus, yet Cass betrayed Vecna. There are theories, though, that suggest that Cass only carried out his betrayal due to the sword that poured corruption into his mind. So it could be a case of if he was revived, he would have a significant debt to pay and be even more of a loyal servant to Vecna than he ever was previously.
Oh, fuck this. I'm going to go sit down over there.
So, basically what you're saying is that if this Cass felt like he had to make up for his actions before his death, then if he is revived, it wouldn't be a long shot to say he would be attempting everything in his power to bring back Vecna?
Yep, that pretty much sums up my theory.
Hold up. Raarh, what did you say you were going to do?
I said I was going to go sit down over in the corner. I'm about as useful in this situation as well, I guess just as Gylro in general.
Interesting. Which corner seat do you take?
Why does it matter? But if you must know, this one here.
Intriguing. Raarh. As you settle your powerful frame onto the chair, you can't help but notice a subtle shift in its height, accompanied by a faint click. It appears that the chair was sitting atop a hidden pressure plate. Without delay, a small pedestal rises smoothly from the floor, revealing a keyhole that seems to be waiting for the right key.
Excellent work, Raarh. Joe, I head over and insert the key into the hole and give it a twist.
As you slide the brass key into the slot, it fits flawlessly. You cautiously turn it, and suddenly, an immense cracking sound reverberates throughout the chamber. The back walls start to shift and lower, revealing a vast, open chamber which was previously hidden from sight. Lining the walls are numerous large, humanoid-sized test tube pods, their purpose unknown but undeniably ominous. Dominating the center of the room is a massive black pit, at least 30 feet in diameter.
Shall we make our way in then, guys?
Just take it steady, Tronald. Remember what we could be potentially dealing with here.
Oh, stop being a pussy. There's nothing left in this manor that could hurt us.
I mean, you literally just tempted fate, but sure, let's go.
As you make your way into the chamber, you make a conscious effort to stay clear of the black pit. The very sight of it begins to give you a sense of vertigo.
Now you're just making me want to look down at Joe.
Well, do you want to?
I know I should say no, but yes, I really do.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Tronald, as you cautiously approach the edge of the massive pit, a putrid stench assaults your senses. It's the unmistakable odor of rotting flesh, as if countless corpses have been carelessly cast into the pit and left to decompose. The heavy air around you seems to thicken with each step, as the overwhelming smell of decay and death lingers in the atmosphere.
Do I see anything down there, Joe?
Do you have dark vision?
No, I'm a human, Joe, but Saxiron or Raarh could have a look.
Yeah, nah, fuck that. It smells like 1,000 Gylros over there.
What about you, Saxiron?
Not a chance in hell. I don't even know why you're still standing over there. Are you literally just begging for Joe to pull some bullshit?
Damn, what's with you people? Celestia, what race even are you?
You people, what race am I? Dude, you're sounding pretty sus right now.
Don't worry, Celestia. He did the same thing to me when we first met. He called me big and green.
Oh God, you're making me look real bad here, Raarh. Fuck it, if none of you want to help, I'll just cast light.
No. Absolutely do not cast your fucking light. Do you remember what happened the last time you pulled that shit?
Oh, stop being such a killjoy, Saxiron. That situation was totally different to this one. For one, there's no fog here, and two, there's nothing in this room aside from us. I cast light, Joe.
Fuck me.
As you weave the incantation for the light spell, your staff emits its familiar warm radiance. At first, there seems to be no discernible effect on the pit itself. However, after a brief moment, a delicate veil of fog begins to rise from the depths of the hole, slowly wafting upwards toward you.
How about that?
I swear to God, you're a genius one moment and a fucking idiot the next. You literally have zero middle ground.
As you cautiously start to back away, a tense silence envelops the room. After a few heart-pounding seconds, you witness long, sinewy stalks emerge from the pit, each bearing a lifeless, bloodshot eye at its tip. These haunting tendrils are soon followed by a grotesque, rotting mass that heaves itself into view.
Yep, I fucking hate you, Tronald.
A monstrous, swollen eye dominates the center of this decaying form, its blood vessels a sickly web of crimson against the jaundiced sclera. The once smooth, spherical body is now a nightmarish landscape of necrotic flesh, oozing putrid fluids and swarming with maggots. As this abomination fully reveals itself, an overwhelming sense of dread fills the air, and the stench of death becomes nearly unbearable.
How many eye stalks does it have, Joe?
You will find that answer out next week, because that is the end of this session. See you next week, guys. As your eyes lock onto the hulking monstrosity before you, a chill runs down your spine. Its grotesque form, an aberration against nature itself, looms ominously in the dim light. The creature's massive, bulbous body hovers, underpinned by countless long tendrils, each tipped with a singular menacing eye that seems to pierce through you. The central eye, even more monstrous, stares unblinkingly, an abyss of rot and decay that churns your stomach. The room is filled with an oppressive silence, the calm before a tempest. You can taste the dread in the air, a tangy reminder of the impending onslaught. There's no time left to strategize, to prepare. The moment of reckoning is upon you. And so, with your hearts pounding in your chests, echoing to the drumbeat of battle, I must ask you all to roll for initiative.
Incredible. That's a natural 2 for me, Joe, so 5 total.
Oh, for fuck's sake. That's a 5 for me as well, Joe. 3 plus 2.
I hope you guys aren't setting the precedent for this fight. Yes, that's an 18 total.
Don't you worry about us, Celestia. We will turn up the heat where it counts.
I think it would be fair to say, after what you just pulled, I'm less worried for you in general, and more concerned about your cognitive capacity.
That's a tainted 20, Joe.
Stop calling it that.
How about you stop telling him that his fun is wrong, Saxy?
Please never call me Saxy again.
Hush, Saxy, let's get this combat going.
For fuck's sake.
The zombie beholder rolled a total of 19, so it's Raarh up first.
Let me at him!
Jesus, dude, why the fuck are you screaming?
Because I would like to rage.
Fuck it up, Raarh.
Now I'm going to charge towards the meatball and take a swing at it with a reckless attack.
It's not a fucking meatball, dude.
Wrong. It is, in fact, both meaty and bally.
Oh my god.
Make an attack roll with advantage for me, dude.
That's a 19 to hit, Joe.
With your rage-filled heart pounding in your chest, you barrel towards the monstrous beholder. Your great axe, a streak of deadly silver, arcs in a formidable swing that echoes your raw defiance against the undead abomination. Roll your damage.
That's 15 total damage, Joe.
Beautiful. Now it's the beholder's turn. As the tension in the room escalates, one of the beholder's eyes takes on a fiery glow. In a sudden blaze of action, it unleashes a quartet of blistering rays, each one seeking out a different target among your party. That's a 15 on Tronald, a 9 on Celestia, a 17 on Raarh, and a 7 on Saxiron.
I'm going to use shield against that, Joe.
That misses me.
Yeah, it misses me too.
Damn it, that hits me.
As you leave yourself open in your reckless charge, the scorching ray seizes the opportunity, slamming into your chest. The sudden heat sears your clothing, wrapping you momentarily in a cloak of hungry flames. That's 9 points of damage.
No, Joe, it's halved because of my totem path.
Damn, of course. Good shit for remembering that and being clued up on your abilities. You've already come a long way, Raarh. It's impressive. So that's 4 points of fire damage instead. Now it's time for its second eye attack. Raarh, suddenly another eye illuminates with ominous intent. A beam shoots forth, striking you squarely. You feel a chilling drain, a siphoning of your very life essence. This is the dreaded enervation ray in action. I'm going to need a constitution saving throw from you.
Fuck me, that's a natural 1, Joe.
It's still halved though, right?
Yeah, as long as my rage is up, any damage source aside from psychic is halved.
Awesome. So that would have been 21 points of damage, but instead you take 10 points of necrotic damage.
Damn, Raarh, that's so beautiful it nearly brought a tear to my eye. You're becoming the man you was born to be.
All right, Celestia, you're up.
Okay, Joe, so I'm going to upcast Bless to level 2, making sure to get the whole group.
Incredible.
Then I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Healing Word on Raarh. That's a 3, so you heal 7 HP total, dude.
Hoisting your blessed shield aloft, a radiant surge of light bursts forth, morphing into 4 luminous tendrils. These ethereal strands dance through the air, intertwining with each of you. Imbued with this holy favor, you all gain a blessing, a divine right to roll an extra D4 on your attacks or saving throws. Saxiron, you're up.
I move over here and cast Fairy Fire on the beholder.
Excellent. It rolled a 12. With a swift motion, you jerk your arm upwards, triggering the well-known device. A tiny pellet ejects, soaring towards the beholder, where it strikes and bursts into a nebulous cloud of otherworldly smoke. The smoke clings to the beholder, outlining its form in luminescence. Everyone now has advantage on their attacks against the creature.
Nice work, Saxy.
All right, now it's your turn, Tronald.
Okay, first I back the hell up, then I want to cast Maximilian's Earthen Grasp on the meatball.
Nice. Remind me what save that is again?
It's a strength saving throw, Joe.
Wow, an author and a poet.
Damn, dude, unlucky. That's a natural 20 for its save.
Joe, in what reality would you assume I'd let this spell fail?
Right, of course. What are you going to use then? Lucky or portent?
Neither, Joe.
Oh my god, don't tell me.
I'm going to use Silvery Barbs as my reaction, then give myself the advantage. Not like it's needed, though, because of Saxiron's fairies.
Seriously, dude? You're a literal cheese machine.
Huh? Where is this cheese machine you speak of?
I stand before you, the grand embodiment of the mighty cheese, a force unmatched and relentless in its churn.
All right then, well, I guess I'm re-rolling that. Well, that's now an 8. So what damage and effects does it do, Tronald?
That's 8 points of damage, and it's restrained.
That was some nice work, dude. Now it's your turn, Raarh.
Well, I guess I'll just make a normal attack, seeing as it's already got 2 advantages stacked against it. That's not great. I rolled a 14 total, Joe.
Don't forget you're blessed, buddy.
Ooh, of course. What dice do I roll for that, Celestia?
It's a D4.
That's a 3, so 17 total.
Yeah, you hit it, dude. Its AC is 15, so you could have literally rolled anything.
And that's 11 points of damage.
With a surge of strength, your great axe rends through the beholder's decayed flesh. The weapon carves a deep gash into its form, causing a nauseating torrent of pus and ichor to seep out. The creature's injury amplifies the already unbearable stench, filling the air with an even more repugnant miasma. Now it's back to the beholder's turn. The 2 rays it's rolled for are a disintegration ray and a telekinetic ray.
For fuck's sake.
For the telekinetic ray, it's going to fire it towards you, Raarh, in an attempt to get you out of its face. I'm going to need you to roll a strength saving throw, dude.
Huh.
What's funny, Tronald?
It's just that the silly old meatball is using an ability for a strength saving throw on the guy with +6 to his roll. And he has advantage.
Dude, it's a frickin' zombie. If this was the real deal, it would be out-strategizing even you, Tronald.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, wow. My best roll was a 6.
Oh, boy.
Never mind. That's a 4 from the bless, so that's 16 total.
Never doubted you for a second.
Yeah, so with a 16, you pass. Now it's going to use its disintegration ray on Saxiron.
Fuck me.
This is intense. Roll a dexterity saving throw for me.
Come on, dice. That's a 10 total, Joe, even with the bless.
I'll use my portent 13 on that saving throw, Joe.
Geez, thank you, man. That brings me to 16 plus a 2 from the bless, so 18 total.
Damn, what a save by Tronald. That would have been bad for you, Saxiron.
I owe you one there, Tronald.
Don't sweat it, dude. We're a team. We look out for each other.
All right, Celestia, it's your turn.
Okay, so I'm going to move here and then cast Scorching Ray at it. Each one of these shots have advantage. So with the blesses included, that's a 26, an 18, and a tainted 20.
Jesus, all of them hit. How much damage do you do?
That's 22 points of fire damage total, Joe.
Celestia, as you hoist your shield high, a radiant pulse of energy cascades from it. From this radiance, 3 incandescent rays erupt, gracefully arcing around Raarh in a display of controlled power. Each flaming beam finds its mark, piercing the beholder's grotesque central eye with unerring precision. Upon impact, the monstrosity releases a horrifying, gut-wrenching shriek.
Fucking incredible work, Celestia.
I'm not gonna lie, guys, this thing is looking rough.
Awesome.
To be honest with you, I can't believe how well you're fucking it up, and I'm not even mad.
See, I knew we had this in the bag, guys.
Don't speak too soon, Tronald. Anything could happen.
All right, Saxiron, you're up.
I activate my Ring of the Dragon with my bonus action, which I created from my Replicate Magic item infusion. Then I take a shot at it using my wrist-mounted mini pistol.
Awesome, dude. Roll to hit.
That's an 18 total, Joe. But then I -2 from that because of my ring, so that's a 16.
A 16 still hits, my man. Roll that damage.
That's 8 points of piercing damage, plus 3 points of fire damage.
With your arm poised and ready, you aim your wrist-mounted firearm at the monstrous beholder. Suddenly, the ring on your finger sparks to life, a surge of arcane energy coursing up your arm to infuse the weapon. As you squeeze the trigger, a bullet propels forward, igniting in a spectacular blaze mid-flight. This flaming projectile tears through the beholder's repulsive flesh, searing its decaying flesh.
That's quite the ability there, Saxy. I can see it now. We will create some glorious things together.
Tronald, you're up. What you doing?
I'm going to squeeze the big meatball with my earthen grasp again, Joe.
That's a 17 on its saving throw.
2 words, buddy. Silvery barbs.
Oh, come on, man. That's a fucking 9.
And that's fucking 8 points of damage.
Brilliant job, Tronald. You're really grating at Joe.
Look, I see what you tried to do there, but I just want you to know it was shit.
Oh, fuck off, Raarh. You wouldn't know a good pun if it slapped you in the face.
Okay, it's back to you, Raarh.
I'm gonna smash it in its fucking eye with my great axe. That's a 26 to hit.
Fucking incredible. Of course that hits. Roll your damage, dude.
That's 17 points of damage.
Incredible work, Raarh. You're really on the ball today.
Haha, now that was a fucking funny pun. You should really leave the jokes to Tronald in future, Saxy.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you brown-nosing bastard. If you were any further up his ass, it would look like Tronald was a fucking xenomorph with a half-orc as his tongue.
What the fuck did you just say?
Uh-oh.
Fight, fight, fight.
Look, I'm sorry, Raarh. It just got me back.
Silence. Saxiron, that was probably the first time I've respected you to this degree since the day we met. Keep up the good work.
Wow. Earning Raarh's admiration is truly a feat of high prestige. Not many can boast of such an honor.
All right, guys, back to the fight. Raarh, your mighty great axe ascends, poised for a fierce strike. With a roaring descent, you cleave into the beholder, sending it quaking in agony. The monstrosity is teetering on the precipice of demise, but now it is the beholder's moment to retaliate.
Here we go.
The first thing that transpires is the invocation of its necrotic recovery feature, employed as a bonus action. Eerie tendrils of necrotic energy emerge from it, hungrily reaching out to anything touched by death or decay, siphoning the dark energy from these sources. As it draws this life-draining power back into its decaying form, it mends its wounds, restoring a staggering 27 hit points.
God damn it, Joe. How much have you modded this thing exactly?
Next, the behemoth focuses its deadly gaze, splitting its attention between Tronald and Raarh. Towards you, Tronald, the beholder's eye pulses, preparing to unleash the devastating disintegration ray. Simultaneously, it turns its other eyes on you, Raarh, charging up its scorching ray where it plans to direct all 4 fiery beams your way.
Excellent.
I'm going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw, Tronald.
Oof, that's a 12 total with bless. But I'm going to use a lucky on that, Joe. That's now a 17 total.
Nice, dude. With a 17, you succeed and take no damage. Now for its scorching rays. With disadvantage, that's a 16, a 3, an 11, and another 16.
Only 2 of them hit me, Joe.
Nice, dude. So that's 14 points of fire damage.
Reduced to 7 because of my rage, Joe.
Nice one, dude. Damn, the bear totem path is so frickin' sweet.
It's wild, dude.
Now it's your turn, Celestia. What you doing?
Firstly, I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Healing Word on Raarh, so that's 7 points of healing to you, buddy. Then I'm going to run up to the beholder and cast Inflict Wounds on it. That's a 19 total to hit, Joe.
Nice work, Celestia. That hits. How much damage do you do?
That's 22 points of necrotic damage.
Wait, wouldn't that mean that the damage is half?
No, Raarh. Whilst it is an undead and necrotic being in nature, this doesn't automatically give it resistances to necrotic damage. That's unless Joe's pulled some bullshit and given it even more buffs we don't know about yet.
No, it does full damage. I didn't want to make it too powerful for you guys.
Joe, it was too powerful in its base form. The only reason we're managing is because of the cheese machine and some lucky-ass rolls.
Well, we will have to agree to disagree there.
This makes me incredibly concerned for any future combat.
Anyway, it's your turn, Saxiron.
Okay, so how rough is it looking, Joe?
Well, if it wasn't already dead, I'd say it's looking on death's door.
Okay, so I'm going to need to do a high amount of damage to try and ensure that it doesn't pass its undead fortitude roll. I've got an idea. Joe, I reach onto my side and detach a medium-sized pouch before I launch it directly over the beholder's head. Now, as soon as it reaches its optimum height, I'm going to shoot the bag with my arm-mounted pistol.
Okay. So roll an attack roll for me to see if you can hit the bag. Don't worry, though. It's not a high roll.
That's a 14, plus a 4 from the bless.
Okay, dude. So you shoot the bag and it rips open. What exactly is inside of it?
I don't understand what could be in there that could do any damage.
Maybe it's some sand, Raarh.
So as the bag rips, 500 pounds worth of cannonballs explode from inside of it, raining down on the beholder's head.
Holy moly.
Fucking incredible. I didn't know where you was going with that, but that's awesome, dude. Roll a D100 for me, Saxiron.
That's a 67, Joe.
Amazing. So I'm going to give you 7d6 damage for that, as some of the cannonballs seem to miss, but the majority hit their mark.
That's 25 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, it failed its undead fortitude roll. Saxiron, how do you want to do this?
I want all of the cannonballs to impact the beholder so hard that it falls back into the shadowy chasm from whence it came.
In a jaw-dropping spectacle, the bag of holding rips, releasing a storm of iron cannonballs that plummet with relentless force onto the monstrous beholder. Each metallic sphere that strikes is met with a grotesque squelch as it embeds itself deep within the creature's rotten tissue. This relentless hail of iron continues, each strike a percussive testament to the creature's dwindling vitality. Finally, as the barrage concludes, the behemoth's strength is utterly spent. With one final gruesome sound, it collapses, its lifeless form tumbling back into the gloomy pit from whence it came. Firstly, I'd just like to say that was incredible work from all of you. I'm pretty sure it was only Raarh that took any damage, right? That's actually insane.
Before anyone says anything, Tronald, whilst I appreciate you saving me, You wouldn't have had to if you didn't cast that godforsaken light.
Oh, Saxy, stop being such a party pooper. Look how much fun we had.
I'm not gonna lie, that was the most fun I've had in at least 2 days.
Well, I, for one, found it a much more pleasant encounter than getting my asshole gnawed by that bear.
Speaking of that, how is it feeling? Have you recovered yet?
I mean, it still stings a little, but I haven't tried to go poop yet, so I guess we will see when the moment arises.
Joe, I want to begin searching the room to see if there is anything of interest or value here.
Okay, dude, roll an investigation check for me.
That's a 16 total, Joe.
As you cautiously explore the chamber, careful to sidestep the gruesome pools of pus and gore left by the beholder, your attention is drawn to the glass cylinders lining the walls. Each one appears to be connected to a diminutive source of power, fueled by standard residuum. Peering through the murky fluid within the cylinders, you discern a floating body, suspended in its eerie confines. As you examine the other containers, it becomes apparent that each one holds a similar figure, though each seems to be at a different stage of development.
This is weird, guys.
I've got an idea. Let's try open it up, see what happens.
Whilst every fiber of my being wants to disagree with you, doing this might lead to more answers. So I say to hell with it. Joe, I want to try and find a way to open up the chamber.
With your roll of 16, you meticulously examine the area around the sizable test tube. During your investigation, you discover a hidden chamber at the back of the cylinder. This concealed nook holds a curious assortment of items, including a clay figurine and a variety of odd objects such as strands of hair and even detached body parts. Do you attempt to interact with it?
Yeah, sure, let's go for it.
Okay, roll me an Arcana check.
That's a natural 19, Joe, so a 25 total.
As you extend your hands into the confines of the chamber, a tingling sensation envelops them. Wisps of energy appear to coil around your fingers, swirling for a few moments before gradually dissipating. It seems as though the mysterious force has rejected you entirely.
Well, that's not the outcome I expected from that roll.
Tronald.
Huh?
As the events unfold, a sudden searing pain pierces your head, as if thousands of spears were thrust into your mind simultaneously. In an instant, a deluge of someone else's memories engulfs your consciousness. For a fleeting moment, you experience an overwhelming sensation of coldness and death. Just as quickly as it arrived, the sensation departs, leaving you bewildered and uncertain about what just transpired.
What the fuck did you just do, Saxiron?
Huh? I was attempting to unlock the cylinder through this device, but it didn't work. Why?
Well, whatever you did, I just got absolutely mind-fucked by it.
It's worth mentioning that at this point, Tronald, you can mark what we discussed down as 1 point.
What, it hurt you, Tronald? What a stupid fucking thing. I'm going to smash it open, Joe.
Don't you fucking dare break that pod.
The fuck?
Jesus, calm down, dude. He's only trying to look out for you.
Who even are you?
I'm Celestia. You having a bit of brain fog there, buddy?
What? No, he's only trying to help. He doesn't mean anything by it.
That's literally what she just said. Tronald, is everything okay?
You fucking betrayed me.
All right, I'm pretty much absolutely lost.
He's so beautiful. I'm so proud of you, Lilith.
Can someone explain to me what the fuck's going on?
You crave might, yet wisdom eludes your grasp. Slaying me shall only mark the beginning of your inescapable descent.
Raarh, fucking hit him or something.
Why would I hit Tronald?
In my unwavering commitment to shield you from the taint of power, I faltered utterly, and now I bear the weight of that sorrowful failure.
Oh, fuck this. I'll do it myself. Joe, I run up to Tronald and punch him in his face.
You're making me so proud. I love you, Aerith.
As you charge towards Tronald, you take a swing at his face. Roll a melee attack for me, Saxiron.
That's a 17 to hit.
As your fist makes contact, the fleeting touch of Tronald's face exposes an incredibly intense fever he's grappling with. The force of your punch sends him reeling to the ground.
Ouch, what the fuck, Saxiron? Why did you punch me?
You're asking me what the fuck? How about what the fuck just happened with you?
What the hell are you talking about? You put your hand into the chamber, and because it didn't open, you got pissed off and punched me. That's real mature of you.
You know what? Usually I just stay quiet and let you two argue, but that freaked me the fuck out. You went all demonic on our asses and started saying some really weird and random shit, dude.
Raarh, are they lying to me, buddy?
Not really, Tronald. You did start spouting off about some nonsense. Did you eat something funny?
No, I haven't eaten anything funny. Go on then, tell me what I was saying if it really happened.
You started saying that we betrayed you, that someone was beautiful, and that you was proud of a woman named Lilith.
I don't know a Lilith.
You also said you loved someone named Aerith.
I don't know a fucking Aerith either.
Yeah, you started rambling on about how someone was about to kill you and that it would be their downfall.
Well, I'm not dead, am I? So clearly it was just gibberish.
It literally made zero sense and didn't seem to have any order to it.
Well, I don't know what to tell you guys. I certainly don't remember saying any of that.
To be honest, it's probably this weird-ass place that made him say it. I've had some pretty crazy things I've wanted to say as well.
I want to make an insight check on Tronald, Joe.
Roll it, Celestia.
That's a 16 insight check.
Okay, roll a d20 for me, Tronald.
That's an 11, Joe.
So are you telling the truth or hiding something?
I'm absolutely telling the truth. I don't know either of them people, and I have no idea why the hell I said any of it. I don't even remember saying it.
Flabbergasted fluffernutters frantically frolicked through flibber-flobber, jibber-jabbering jumbled jargon with zibber-zabber zebras.
What the fuck are you even saying, Raarh?
That's just it. I don't know. I tell you, it's this place compelling us to say weird shit.
Florping the Squizzledorf, a Zambledoon twirgled in the blink-berdoodle of the dingle-blotter.
For fuck's sake. You're all fucking idiots. Is anyone aside from me taking this seriously?
Why am I a fucking idiot? I don't know what's going on.
So to be clear, you're telling me you have zero memory of what just transpired?
I thought that would be pretty apparent after Celestia's insight check.
Okay, Joe. I'm going to use my channel divinity to use the Harness Divine Power ability to recover a first-level spell slot. Then I'm going to cast Detect Good and Evil.
Awesome. After muttering a short prayer under your breath, a faint beacon of light surrounds you, regenerating a spell slot. I'd have suggested you recover a level 2 slot, but Detect from Good and Evil can't be upcast, so it really doesn't matter. As you cast the spell, you sense no aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you.
Right, okay, so there goes my initial thoughts.
And what was that?
That whatever is growing inside these pods could be undead or fiendish.
Right, Tronald. I'm going to need you to tell me some more details about your life before you met us. You said you had a family. What were their names?
Well, they were called, that's weird, I can't remember.
What? You can't remember what your family was called?
Stop being so judgmental. You didn't just get mind-fucked by some weird-ass device.
Tronald, can you remember anything from your life before us?
It's difficult to describe, but I believed I recalled every detail of my past as clearly as this very moment. Yet when I attempt to grasp the memory, it eludes me entirely.
It appears you're experiencing a severe case of amnesia. From my understanding, when I attempted to activate the device, it temporarily unleashed a torrent of memories into your mind, revealing crucial moments of your life prior to your memory loss, perhaps? I can't determine the connection you have with this energy, but there's undoubtedly something significant at play.
No, that's not accurate. I do remember many things. I was the top student in my class. I founded a school of magic. And then my family was tragically murdered by assassins.
Dude, you're skipping like 30 years in between each of those memories.
Exactly. Do you remember why your family was killed? And when you say school of magic, what do you even mean by that? Do you mean a physical school or an actual school of magic?
See, I feel like it was both, but I can't be sure.
And you're not seeing the problem there? Dude, if you founded a school of magic, that shit's reserved for archmages of the highest caliber. Let me ask you this, Tronald. How many schools of magic are there?
That's an easy one. There's 10 schools of magic.
Go on then, list them for me.
Fine, there's conjuration, enchantment, necromancy, evocation, abjuration, transmutation, divination, illusion, and dunamancy.
I'm not going to pretend I'm a scholar or anything, Tronald, but I'm pretty sure I counted 9 there.
You most certainly did count 9, Raarh. What's the 10th school of magic then, Tronald?
Geez, get off my back. I'm feeling pretty targeted right now.
We're just trying to figure it out, dude. We're not targeting you, but can't you see there's something amiss here? I've got an idea. Why don't you try to activate this device? Maybe you will get a wave of memories again.
Sure, I'll give it a go if it will get you off my ass.
Are you going to attempt it then, Tronald?
Yeah, Joe, I walk up to the chamber, put my hand in, and try to activate it.
Roll an Arcana check for me, buddy.
That's an 18, Joe.
Tronald, as you cautiously place your hand inside the chamber, just as Saxiron had done earlier, a surge of energy rushes through your hand and up your arm. Your mind is suddenly inundated with memories. This time, you see a man named Zabras. You and Zabras are working together, tinkering with magical items and discussing the endless possibilities the future holds. The memories convey that Zabras was one of your closest friends, and he happened to be away conducting magical research when your homestead was brutally attacked and your family was slain. The intensity of these memories is both immersive and mysterious, leaving you reeling in their wake.
Well, did you remember anything?
Actually, I did recall something this time, and it appears these memories are staying with me, unlike the previous ones. I remembered my dearest friend named Zabras, with whom I spent countless years collaborating on magical research. However, the specific nature of that research still remains elusive to me.
Well, let's find this Zabras and figure out what the fuck's going on with you, Tronald.
Whilst I do agree that this is something that we will most certainly need to delve into, I feel the more pressing matter at hand is the whole Kas, Vecna, and Orcus bullshit.
Well, it looks like for some reason Tronald is connected to this in some weird way. Pursuing the objective of stopping the Obetus may actually unveil more about Tronald's past than if we were to concentrate solely on locating this Zabras.
That's actually quite a solid idea, Celestia. Although the fact that you're somehow connected to all of this, Tronald, puts me on edge to say the least.
I don't know what to tell you guys. This morning seemed like any other typical morning through my many decades of existence. But now my entire world has been turned upside down and I feel completely lost.
Buddy, don't worry about it. You've got us. We will help you figure all this out.
Celestia's right, Tronald. Even as you walk this path of weirdness, I want you to know that I'll be by your side every step of the way.
They're absolutely right, my friend. We may quarrel now and then, even despise one another at times, but those moments only serve to reinforce the truth. We have become a family. United, we'll stand by each other's side, persevering through the toughest challenges and celebrating the greatest victories. Together, we are unbreakable.
Wow, I don't know what to say. Thank you, guys.
As your words fade, Tronald, you lift your gaze to witness a shocking sight. The chamber starts to pulsate with an eerie luminescence, and unfamiliar runes dance across its surface. Suddenly, the shell cracks wide open, releasing a wave of thick, viscous fluid, followed by a hand which grasps the edge of the chamber, as if attempting to wrench itself free from the mysterious enclosure.
I move backwards away from the chamber, Joe.
You can do that next time, because that is the end of this session. All right then, guys. As the individual inside of the chamber grasps the side...
Wait, you stop right there, mister. I want to move all the way back out of reach of this pod before you try any of your shenanigans.
Joe, why are you doing this to us? You just made us fight a CR level 5 monster. We're spent.
Whoa, what do you mean, what am I doing to you? You were the ones who decided to fiddle with the ominous-looking chamber.
Listen, buddy, this one's not on us. You set a big, bright red button before a trio who, upon hearing absolutely do not toy with the big red button, would undeniably, without a second's hesitation, engage with it.
Doesn't trio mean 3?
Wow, that's impressive, Raarh, and yes, it does.
Then shouldn't you have said a quio?
And there it is.
The word you're looking for, Raarh, is quartet.
What the fuck did you just call me?
Oh, for fuck's sake. We're starting this early. Really?
He didn't call you anything, Raarh. He was just correcting Celestia in what words she should have said.
Sorry, Saxy. Sometimes I'm a little quick to the trigger.
Really? I wouldn't have guessed.
I didn't say anything wrong. I expected more from Saxy, to be honest.
Guys, do you have the ability to maintain focus for more than 1 minute at a time?
I'm not sure, Joe. Where would that be on my character sheet?
Oh my god.
As you all instinctively retreat a few steps, the spectacle unfolding before your eyes grips your attention. Emerging from the confines of the glass chamber is a figure of average build, sporting a mullet that cascades down to his shoulders. As he struggles to free himself from the confinement, you notice he is butt-ass naked, bereft of any coverings, his modesty exposed to the harsh light of the chamber.
What are we doing, guys? Shall we attack?
No, let's see what he does first.
Oh my god, I've seen far too many balls today than I feel comfortable with.
Theo, would you like to join us at the table?
Who the fuck's Theo?
Is he coming in or what?
Theo, dude, come on, you're holding the game up.
Oh man, you ain't gonna believe the wild stuff I just laid eyes on. Swear on my life, there were these 2 humongous birds out yonder, right? They were squaring up like they were about to throw down, so I whip out my phone to catch the drama. But then, brother, these feathery critters just start getting down and dirty right in broad daylight. And damn if I didn't keep on recording, now I'm standing here feeling all sorts of awkward.
What the actual fuck, Theo?
What, you want to see, brother?
Okay, let's just ignore that. Why don't you tell everyone what they see?
Man, it's all about perspective, you see? If your eyes are wandering up top, you're gonna catch sight of this luscious party in the back hairstyle. Pure sex appeal right there. But if you're brave enough to peek down south, you're gonna find yourself face to face with a hefty pair of nuts, brother.
Oh my god.
Who are you and why were you in that pod?
My name is Kobe Von Jabroni, and I have no fucking clue what you're talking about, dude.
Okay, Kobe, turn around. You see that pod right there? You just walked out of it.
Ooh, hey there, darling. Ain't no need for all that official sounding stuff. You can just holler ratty when you see me.
Okay, Ratty. Fancy explaining to us how you were created?
Damn, it sounds twice as nice coming from you, baby girl.
Are you going to answer the fucking question?
Oh, you're curious about how Ratty came about? Well, here's the down and dirty, my dude. My mama had a sweet spot for my pop, and they decided to do a bit of the old late-night wrestling, you feel me? 9 months after that wild rodeo, out I come, little Kobe hollering into this world.
Oh shit, I didn't realize that's how little people were made. I wrestle with people all the time. I wonder if there's any mini Raarhs wandering about the realm.
Oh shit, this dude right here, he knows the game, brother. Engaging in that moonlit tussle with all them ladies. That's the spirit, man.
Nah, I rarely wrestle with women. Usually it's just guys, although yesterday we fucked up a bear and then an old dude who stabbed us in the back.
Dang, y'all wilder than a couple of raccoons in a dumpster. I'm digging it, man. I'm really digging it.
No, we didn't, Raarh. There's some serious miscommunication going on right here.
Stop fucking lying, Saxiron. Yes, we did. Tronald finished off the bear and the old dude. Then you dropped your balls on that beholder like 10 minutes ago.
Hot damn! I'm already itching to throw down with y'all, man. This gonna be a hoot.
So how did you end up in that pod then, Kobe?
Man, it's all fuzzy, you know? I was just moseying through the woods, picking up some of them fun guys ready for a little party of one, you feel me? Then it's like someone hit the off switch. All I got next is popping up stark naked in this joint with all you good folks.
Wait, maybe the reason you had the flash of memories was because you knew who this was before you lost your memory, Tronald. Kobe, do you recognize this man?
Nah, can't say that I do, man. And shoot, I know I'd have that etched in my memory if I did. Dude's just oozing power and charm like some magical stripper or something.
I like this guy. Saxiron, can we keep him?
What the fuck, Tronald? He's not a pet dog.
And to that point, no, we can't keep him. We have no idea who he is.
Oh, please, Saxy. I'll look after him, take good care of him, feed him, and take him on walkies.
I said no, dude.
What the fuck's your problem, Saxy? If Tronald wants to keep the weird test tube man, why can't he?
Because he's a weird test tube man.
Nah, man, I ain't gotta be this test tube Casanova, you know? I can get my canine on if that tickles your fancy. Watch this. Joe, I morph myself into a dang dire wolf.
What the fuck did he just say?
I think he's talking metaphorically.
I don't fucking know, dude. There's some weird shit going on with him.
I think he's just having a moment. Oh, never mind. He's actually transforming.
Holy shit, did you see his bone just snap? That's rad as fuck.
Everyone, get back. We don't know his intentions.
Nah, fuck that. I'm staying within booping distance.
As the transformation concludes, a terrifying sight stands before you. A colossal wolf, nearly matching you all in height, emerges in place of Kobe. The creature is a commanding presence of dense fur and rippling muscle, its sheer size exuding an aura of primal might and untamed power.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Joe. It's kind of endearing.
That's fucking incredible, Joe. I want to ruffle its tuffle.
Ruffle on, big timer. I just knew y'all would get a kick out of little Kobe's wolf style, man. Ain't nothing like a good old doggy switch up to liven the party, huh? I mean, woof woof.
Theo, we've discussed this. I'm going to allow you to speak whilst you're wild-shaped. You just can't take advantage of that to cast spells.
Right on, Joe.
I'm keeping him. It's no longer up for discussion.
Was it ever up for discussion, Tronald? Because you haven't listened to me at all in our journey so far. So why start now, huh?
Well, you said it yourself, Saxy. We're a family, and every family needs a pupper.
But we have a pupper already, Tronald. Did you forget about Doge?
No, Saxy, we had a pupper, but you got him killed.
You know what? Fine. You can join us on our quest, Kobe.
Right on. This is gonna be wild, dude.
Let's continue to search the area then. There's gotta be more stuff around here. Maybe we will find you some clothes for when you turn back, Kobe.
Clothes? Why would you want to go and slap a tarp over a masterpiece, huh? This body's a work of art, baby.
Okay, so whoever is continuing the search, I'll need you to roll an investigation check.
Do you want to go for it, Celestia? I'll assist you.
Sure thing, dude. That's a 22, Joe.
As you venture around the chamber with your senses keenly attuned to the minutiae of the surrounding space, you uncover two compelling finds. First, you detect remnants of untouched residuum, lingering like leftover sparks from the energy that once powered the test tube which Kobe emerged from, as well as a small collection of it on all the other chambers. Then, walking to the center of the room, you cast your gaze into the pit which swallowed the beholder. Your dark vision picks up an intriguing anomaly. Behind the lifeless bulk of the fallen monster, partially concealed, a chest waits in silent expectation, potentially brimming with secrets yet to be discovered.
Ooh, intriguing. Tronald and Saxy, you might want to harvest that residuum. It could come in handy later down the line.
Already on it. Joe, how much of it do I harvest?
Roll me an Arcana check, Saxiron. This check will determine how much of it you can disconnect from what it is powering without ruining the substance.
That's a 16, Joe.
Okay, so I'd say you managed to collect around 150 gold's worth of residuum, so you can mark that down on your sheet.
Man, what's this shiny green stuff you're calling residuum? How do we even use this thing? Is it some kind of magic vitamin we gotta swallow? Or are we supposed to sniff it like some back alley mischief maker?
Oh my god.
Neither, Kobe. It's an enhancer for the arcane arts.
Ooh, so we're talking mage roids? That sounds lit as hell, my man.
Yeah, right. Okay. Joe, how deep is this pit where the chest is?
As you walk over to the pit and stare down it, I'm going to need you to roll a perception check to see if you can discern how deep this is with your dark vision.
That's a 15.
Okay, with a 15, you manage to gauge that the pit is somewhere between 250 and 300 feet deep.
Right, well, this brings us to our next problem. How do we get down there?
We could try to scale the walls of the pit and climb down.
That sounds like a bad play, Raarh. One slip and you're fucked.
How about we use our collective rope? We could tie it all together and then we should be able to reach the bottom with it, right?
Yeah, that's a good idea, dude. How much rope do you have? I have around 50 feet of it.
Yeah, I've got the same. And I'm pretty sure Raarh and Saxy have 50 feet of it as well.
So that brings us to 200, so we're between 50 and 100 feet of rope short.
Damn, that's unfortunate. What? Why are you staring at me, Saxy?
You're fucking with me, right? What was it I suggested for us to get before we left Waterdeep? And what did you specifically turn your nose up at the idea of getting, saying that we won't need any more of it?
I'm going to be honest, you've completely lost me.
Did I or did I not suggest that we should buy more rope before we headed out on our journey?
No, I don't think you did. If you did, I'd have said that was an excellent idea because you never know when you might need to make an unforeseen climb or descent when venturing to new areas.
Right, whatever, Tronald. Clearly you're having some selective amnesia right now.
To be fair, I can't recall that either, Saxy.
Don't worry, Raarh. That's about as much as I've come to expect from you.
Wasn't there a fourth guy with us? Why don't we ask him?
That's a great idea, Raarh. I would, but he's, fucking dead.
Oh yeah, he was the smelly one that I threw outside. I remember now.
How did you only just remember? You literally was comparing his musk to that of the beholder not an hour ago.
I don't know, it's a gift. Somehow I managed to push aside all the things that are unimportant to me, to make room for the things that are, such as food and Tronald.
You never cease to amaze me, Raarh. You're so talented.
Right, whatever. But you did unintentionally raise a good idea there, Raarh. We could go back and get the rope off his body, then come back with it. My only concern there is that it could take us a while, and I'd really rather not linger here any longer than necessary.
Hey, why don't one of y'all hitch a ride on this wolf mobile I got going on here? I could fucking zip you out there quicker than a greased up possum on a water slide.
That's actually a good idea, so who's going to be the one to do it? I'm going to stay here, to keep my eye out for anything suspicious.
Well, I'd love to go, but I can barely ride a horse these days with my back. Never mind a wolf.
Yeah, I'm not going. If he smelled before, just imagine him now. To be honest, just thinking about him again is making me feel a little sick, to be honest. I'm going to go sit down.
Well, I don't know why you're all fucking looking at...
For fuck's sake, Raarh, that went on my fucking shoe.
Oh, buddy, it's okay. Get it all up.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what came over me. I just feel so...
For fuck's sake, Raarh, again with the fucking shoe. Get the fuck away from me.
Jesus, why the fuck are you getting so pissy at him? It's not his fault.
A fully grown half-orc that can brutalize, murder, and slaughter any creature or person in his path, yet vomits over the smell of someone who, quite frankly, didn't fucking smell at all, is a fucking joke.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Stop coming closer to me, just fuck off.
It's okay. I've done that special ability. I've got to push something out of my mind. I'm fine now.
Are you sure, buddy? You're still looking a little green.
Dang, I ain't met this Gylro fella, but he must smell worse than a skunk at a crawfish boil if he's got you gagging like that, brother.
Why? Did you have to mention his name again?
For fuck's sake, Raarh, will you piss off already?
All right, fuck it. I'll go with Kobe to get the fucking rope before we all drown in Raarh's vomit.
Well, hot diggity. I was kinda hoping you'd be the one to saddle up on this here wolf, darling. Don't you worry none. I ain't one for biting.
Right. That's probably the lowest on my list of things I'm concerned about. Jesus, fuck. Slow down, will you?
Right, well, it seems like they've got that covered, so what should we do in the meantime?
Well, I'm going to go clean myself the fuck up. As for you, I suggest you look after that fucking idiot.
I'm so sorry, Tronald. I don't know what came over me.
Don't sweat it, buddy. I found it quite funny.
So it takes around 10 minutes for Kobe and Celestia to return. In that time, Saxiron, you try to clean up the mess that was made on you, and Tronald takes care of Raarh.
Hey guys, we're back.
And did you get the rope?
You betcha, my man. When you tell Kobe to fetch that rope, you best believe Kobe's gonna fetch that rope. Ain't no two ways about it, brother.
Yeah, there was just one problem. We found the rope, but Gylro wasn't there.
What? Do you think he could have been turned into a zombie or something? Maybe he will be forever patrolling the lands, looking to get his revenge on Raarh for tossing him aside like he was trash. Or maybe he was just eaten by a scavenger.
Dude, I'm fucking with you. Of course he was there. Raarh would have hated it, though. He really did smell.
Don't you fucking dare.
All right then, guys. Now you've got the rope. What's your plan?
Well, I was thinking about something. Kobe, can you transform into anything other than a wolf?
Oh, you bet your sweet patootie I can, Tronald. This here's a veritable zoo of transformations, my man. You name it, Kobe can turn into it. Well, except for them flying critters. I'm still working on getting my wings, you feel me? But give it some time, brother. I'm getting there.
That's truly incredible. Well, in that case, I was thinking we could lower the rope down into the pit, and you could be the one to climb down it, Kobe. Then if the worst case scenario happened and the rope snapped, you could just transform into a spider or something and climb back up.
That's quite a solid plan there, Tronald. Consider me impressed.
Oh, you guys want 8 legs instead of 4? No problemo, man. I can turn into a big ol' spider. I can skedaddle down there with one of you on my back, grab that loot, and scurry back out before you can say Charlotte's Web.
What the fuck did you just say?
What, you telling me you got the heebie-jeebies about spiders, man? Can't handle a bit of web-slinging action? Or is it the 8 eyes that got you spooked? Don't tell me you're one of them arachno-fraidy cats.
No, I'm not. But you're telling me that you could have transformed into a giant spider about 20 minutes ago before I was covered in sick, and you're only just thinking to bring it to light now.
What, did I do something wrong?
No, not at all. Just the ratio of this group is becoming increasingly concerning.
What ratio?
Don't you worry about it, Raarh. Just don't be surprised if one day you all wake up and I've ended it all with my own arm-mounted gun.
Geez, way to bring the mood down, Saxy.
The mood was ever up.
Okay then, guys, which one of us is going down into the pit? I vote not me, seeing as I've already had my rodeo for the day.
It's okay, I'll go down, Celestia.
What? I thought your back was stopping you from doing it previously.
Oh yeah, right. Well, it's feeling much better now, thanks for asking.
Right, okay. Well, isn't that just convenient now there's loot on the table, you little loot goblin?
Loot goblin these nuts. Joe, I jump on Spider Ratty's back and head down the pit.
Okay, so you hoist yourself onto the back of the behemoth spider, gripping its thick bristles for support. Gradually, you both descend into the pit, the darkness swallowing you whole, Tronald. There's a moment of disorienting blackness, then, finally, the ground steadies beneath you. You've reached the bottom.
I cast light, Joe.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
As the veil of darkness is lifted by your spell, you're greeted by a vast, cavernous chamber at the abyss's end. Half-devoured corpses litter the area, a grisly testament to the brutal disposal of failed experiments. It becomes clear that this pit served dual purposes for Rick, a horrifying pen for his monstrous pet, and a grotesque dumping ground for his scientific missteps.
Man, this place is a trip. You're saying these chewed up poor souls were once chilling in those same pods I popped out of?
That's the gist of it, yeah, Kobe. Joe, I'd like to open this chest. Let's see what goodies await me.
Before you do that, Tronald, I'm going to need yourself and Kobe to roll a perception check, or one of you can do it with advantage.
You can take my assist, Kobe.
Oh, wicked sweet dude. That's a 24 total, Joester.
With a roll of 24, your attention is drawn specifically to one corpse that seems eerily intact. As you maneuver your arachnid form closer for a better look, the sight that greets you sends a jolt of recognition through you. Lying before you is an individual whose face mirrors yours in every possible way. The grim realization hits you. You're staring at your own lifeless body. And on that chilling note, we'll unravel this mystery in our next session. See you later, guys.
What the fuck, Joe? You can't...
In the last session, our tale ended on an eerie note with Kobe, standing over a disfigured body which was a mirror image of himself. What's your next move?
You ain't kidding, brother. Left me hanging for a week just stewing on this creepy doppelganger situation. It's like some spooky Halloween shit right here, man.
You're absolutely right that it's weird. He must have been trying to clone you or something. That's probably why he abducted you.
Man, I can't blame the guy for wanting a little more Kobe in his life, but he straight up went behind my back. No consent or nothing. That ain't cool, brother.
Hello? Is everything okay down there?
That's because it's one of the first things in the villain's handbook, Kobe. You know, just doing as they please with zero concern for anyone else.
That's the God's honest truth right there. Just you wait till I get a hold of that son of a bitch. I'll be showing him what's what.
Tronald, can you hear me? Is everything okay down there?
Yeah, we're all fine down here, buddy. Just stumbled across something weird. We'll explain it when we get back up. As for you getting your hands on him, Kobe, you don't need to worry about it because he was the old dude that I finished off.
I'm not sure why you're trying to mix my kill feelings and weird feelings together, bro. If anything, that's just painting you in a strange light in my eyes now.
What? Oh, you really have been reading into this situation wrong. By finish him off, I mean I killed him, Kobe.
Oh, that makes sense now. So you didn't fuck a bear?
What the fuck? Of course we didn't fuck a bear. Who in their right mind would do something like that?
Haha, I don't know, dude. Some weirdo, I guess.
Jesus Christ, Kobe, please don't tell me.
Hell nah, dude. Well, not like that, anyway. You see, us druids sometimes get a little freaky and start morphing and whatnot. You know how it goes, brother.
No, Kobe, I don't know how it goes, and I don't want to know either. Just remind me to never partake in any of your druidic rituals.
Nah, dude, it's hardly a ritual. It's more of a pastime.
I don't care what it is. It's disgusting. Bad Kobe. Joe, I want to open up the chest and see what's inside.
As you reach down and open the chest, it creaks open to reveal its contents. Nestled within, a modest pouch catches your eye alongside an array of what appears to be spell scrolls, each meticulously crafted and seemingly untouched. Alongside these treasures, a dazzling assortment of residuum lies scattered, its unique glow illuminating the interior of the chest. Upon a quick estimation, you reckon there's around 700 golds worth of this material.
Whoa, it wasn't locked. I thought it'd have been locked.
Well, I'm guessing that the beholder was probably the lock in this instance. Joe, I gather the scrolls, residuum, and the pouch. I also want to have a peek inside of it.
As you place the scrolls and residuum into your pack, you open up the pouch to find 80 platinum pieces.
Excellent. All right then, Kobe, let's head back up.
Right on, man. Joe, I scurry back up the wall to the rest of our group.
With a series of swift, calculated movements in your arachnid guise, you effortlessly ascend the pit's wall. In no time at all, you find yourself back on solid ground at the top.
Hello? Are you going to answer me? What was inside of the chest, Tronald?
Oh, nothing much, Saxy. It's a bit disappointing, really.
Stop being such a fucking loot goblin. You do realize whatever you found down there is to share, right?
Geez, calm down, dude. I'm pulling your leg. I found some platinum, some residuum, and a decent amount of spell scrolls.
Nice work, Tronald. How much platinum did you find?
80 platinum pieces, Raarh. This would have been easier to divvy up when there were just 4 of us.
Well, don't worry about that now. We can split it up later.
Joe, brother, I want to switch back to good old Kobe mode. This spider gig has me feeling itchy in spots I didn't even know I had, man. It's a whole new level of discomfort I ain't down for.
All right, Kobe. As you revert back to your humanoid form, you find yourself once again devoid of any clothing.
Well, there they are back on display. Your family jewels greeting me like a windsock in a breeze.
That's better. You guys want to see something cool?
I mean, sure, why not?
All right then, here we go.
Fucking hell, Kobe. Why are you flailing it around like that?
Why in the shit did you tell him you wanted to see something cool?
Jesus, Kobe, slow that thing down. You're going to take someone's eye out.
Haha, my bad, y'all. You know, sometimes old Kobe here just gets a little too amped up and gotta find a way to let off some steam.
Well, for future reference, never let off steam around me again.
Guys, can we fucking leave? I'm bored.
That's an excellent suggestion, Raarh. But before we do, Kobe, can you close your eyes, cover your ears, and count to 1,000 for me?
Sure thing, brother. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Quick, everyone, out of the manor.
You don't have to tell me twice.
That's real jerkish of you, Saxy. Joe, I pat Kobe on the back.
16. Hey, what's up, brother Tronald?
Come on, Kobe, we're leaving.
Aw, man. But I ain't done counting to 1,000 yet. Guess we're gonna have to put that on hold, huh?
Tronald, were you born to rob me of any joy and happiness I might find in this world?
What are you talking about? And no, Kobe, Saxy was just testing you, buddy.
No, I wasn't.
Aw, sweet. Did I pass?
No, you didn't.
Don't listen to him, Kobe. Yes, you did. You've made us very proud.
No, he hasn't.
Guys, can we fucking leave?
All right, geez, calm down, Raarh. We're leaving. Don't go popping a blood vessel.
I'll pop your fucking face if you backchat me like that again.
Yeah, I think we better leave. As Raarh's boredom increases, his rage intensifies alongside it tenfold.
We make our way out of the manor, Joe.
Retracing your steps through the manor, the heavy, cloying air that once filled your lungs gradually starts to lighten, replaced by the crisp freshness of the unspoiled atmosphere. The oppressive weight of the manor seems to lift, the rooms and corridors less stifling. After roughly half an hour of careful navigation through the mansion's winding passageways, you find yourself back in the chamber where you claimed victory over Rick.
Oh, dang. Looks like a wild bonfire party went down here. Who's been lighting up the place and forgot to invite Kobe?
This is where we killed the guy that captured you.
Nice work, guys. Where is he then?
Oh, you know, he's there, and here, and over there.
Oh, I gotcha, Tron Dog.
Huh.
What are you hawing at?
Nothing, Trondog. Wait a second. I've just thought, you and Kobe were down that pit a hell of a long time for just a chest. Was there anything else that you forgot to tell us about?
Oh, yeah, there was a bunch more Kobes down there.
What the fuck do you mean there was a bunch more Kobe's down there?
Oh, man, you ain't gonna believe this. Down there was this fella, barely nibbled on, looking just like yours truly. And then, man, oh man, there were more bodies in bad shape, faces all chewed up. But brother, I know my pecs and my buns when I see 'em, and I'm telling you, there was more than one Kobe in that horror show.
Well, thank God they were dead then, right?
What was that, brother?
That was uncalled for, Saxy.
Whatever, man, I was just letting off steam.
Well, try to think of more constructive ways to do it in the future.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tronald. Next time I'll just strip down and start swinging my dick around for no apparent reason.
That's a weird thing to say. This adventure has really done a number on you, buddy.
You've hit the nail on the head there. Anyway, you said there were multiple of you down there, Kobe. So it seems like you've basically been cloned, and any failures of that cloning process were thrown down the pit.
That's kind of sweet, dude.
No, it's not kind of sweet. Why would you think that? I've just told you, someone was actively using your body to clone you. Doesn't that bother you?
Not really now that I think about it, brother. It's kind of flattering that someone went out of their way to get a little more Kobe in their life.
Well, it should. Wait a second. Joe, can I roll an intelligence check to determine what exactly it is I saw in that side chamber connected to Kobe's pod?
Sure thing, dude. Roll it.
That's a 19 total, Joe.
Saxiron, as you delve into your memories, revisiting the eerie sights within the pod, you struggle to make sense of the jumbled body parts and items associated with someone else. It's an unsettling puzzle that resists resolution, until, like a jolt, an epiphany strikes you, rearranging the pieces into a disturbing image. The Kobe standing before you wasn't the subject of some cloning experiment. He is, in fact, the result of one. He is the clone.
Well, isn't that just fucking excellent?
What's on your mind, Saxy?
Oh, nothing, Tronald. It's just your new best buddy is a fucking clone.
So are we gonna leave this place or what?
Did you not just digest what I told you? Kobe is a product of magical and scientific experimentation.
And I bet that's given you a raging hard-on about him now, hasn't it, Saxy? Now that you can relate to him, hell, you're probably already thinking of ways you can use him to aid your own creations. Well, tough luck. He's Tronald's.
Okay, 1, why the fuck are you jumping down my throat again all of a sudden? And 2, just because he's a fucking clone doesn't mean that anyone owns him.
In Tronald's defense, he did want to own him before we knew he was a clone.
That just makes it fucking worse.
Man, y'all need to chill. There's plenty of Kobe here for everyone.
Ah, well, I'm so glad about that. That's definitely the point I was trying to make.
Right, that's enough dilly-dallying. Joe, we leave the manor.
Fucking finally.
All right, so as you finally step out of the manor's oppressive shadow, the outside world appears somewhat transformed. The previously gloomy atmosphere seems to have given way to a more hopeful one. Shafts of sunlight have begun to puncture the cloud cover, casting a radiant glow over the edges of the bog's tree line. I'm going to need anyone who wants to roll a perception check.
That's a 13 for me, Joester.
Oh, lovely. That's a 7 total.
And a 15 for me, Joe.
As the three of you absorb the transformed scenery, measuring the shift in the landscape, your eyes find nothing out of the ordinary, Celestia. However, Kobe, you spot an unsettling discrepancy. The body from which you had retrieved the rope is mysteriously absent. Saxiron, you too observe this eerie development. Gylro's corpse has inexplicably disappeared.
Well, isn't that just fucking fantastic?
You're absolutely right, it is, Saxy. That was one of my biggest concerns, that we might have to cross paths with him again. But now I don't have to worry about that. Honestly, it's a huge weight off my shoulders.
Yeah, I've got my reservations that your statement is accurate. I'd have already been concerned if the body disappeared when we thought it was only necromancy we were dealing with. But now we know some cloning bullshit is going on. My worries have multiplied.
Hey man, don't let it rattle your brain too much. Remember, you put down that necro-cloning fella, didn't you?
I'll let you off for making such a ridiculous statement because we haven't actually informed you of this yet. But we aren't just dealing with an individual here, Kobe. It's a whole organization. So I highly doubt this cloning charade ended with Rick.
Whilst I'm on board with your thoughts, Saxy, in that we're probably not done with these clone encounters, and the likelihood of the next one being as chill and free-willed as Kobe seems slim, I don't think we should lose sleep over a potential Gylro clone. I mean, let's be real, he wasn't exactly the epitome of an unyielding power, was he?
But what about 10 of him, or 100 of him? From what we've seen so far, we have no knowledge about the depth of their abilities to mass replicate an individual. So we must take it into account the probability that this would be unlimited.
I still don't really understand the point you're trying to make. If they have the ability to clone any being in the world, why would they think to themselves, oh, I know, let's clone this dude that died against one of the first obstacles he was thrown against? I'd be more concerned if they managed to clone Raarh, or if there were a bunch of evil Kobe's out there.
Tronald, he was already dead when I threw him against the tree, though.
What? Oh, you're referring to my obstacles he was thrown against line. That's just me being metaphorical, Raarh.
Incredible. How does one become metaphorical?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it now anyway. Shall we head back to where you were given this task and collect the reward?
Man, I gotta tell you, I'm feeling a bit jittery about stepping into this big old society hub. It's been a hot minute since I rubbed elbows with folks who like their rules and regulations, you know?
Well, my first piece of advice for you, Kobe, is let's find you some clothes before we make our way there. City folk don't usually take seeing a dude walking around butt-ass naked too kindly, you see.
Oh, I can take care of that. I'm pretty handy when it comes to whipping up outfits provided by Mother Nature. Joe, I'm gonna mosey on over to that bush over there and pluck me some leafy greens. Then, with a little bit of druid craft, I'll weave together a viney ensemble that'll have us fit right in.
All right, Kobe. Given your extensive knowledge and familiarity with all things nature, there's no need for a nature check here. You're adept at recognizing which leaves will work and steering clear of any that could cause a rash in unfortunate places. After a short time gathering, you've got yourself enough for a basic robe, something to keep the goods from going public. But now, it's time to see if you can guide your druid craft to stitch this green ensemble together. I'm going to need a wisdom roll from you to see if you can weave the vines in the correct places.
Well, damn, that's an 8 total, Joe.
Okay, good to know. As far as you're aware, it seems like a solid design.
Awesome.
All right then, well now that Kobe's clothed, let's make our way back through the bog and to Waterdeep.
As you embark towards the fringe of the bog, you cast a lingering glance over your shoulder, back to the manor, a place of immense transformation, where the bitter sting of loss was matched with the sweet acquisition of new companions.
Right.
An arena where you triumphed over fearsome adversaries, unraveled plots that threatened the fabric of your world, and peeled back the layers of an unsettling cloning process. This final gaze stirs a complex cocktail of emotions within you. The manor, now a silhouette against the sky, stands as a testament to your experiences, bearing the weight of memories both harrowing and hopeful. And with that, you step forward, leaving the shadow of the manor behind, and immerse yourself once again into the embrace of the bog.
All right, then, let's quickly make our way through. I'm getting pretty sleepy and would prefer a nice warm bed tonight.
As much as I want to get back to civilization, let's not be too hasty. Don't forget, this bog is most likely filled with a whole variety of stuff that wants to kill us.
Well, that's the key word there, isn't it, Saxy? Wants to kill us. I sincerely doubt there is anything in this area that could stand up to us that wouldn't just get absolutely destroyed if it tried. I mean, we took down a beholder, barely taking a scratch. And that was before we met Kobe.
Whilst I agree with you, Tronald, with the fact that I highly doubt there is anything worth worrying about in here, Saxy is right. Proceeding with caution never hurt anyone.
What about the cat?
What?
Well, you know how the saying goes, caution killed the cat.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my god, he means curiosity killed the cat. To be honest with you, Kobe, if the cat showed any degree of caution, it would have been absolutely fine.
Man, you're brimming with smarts, dude. Makes me wonder why that kitty didn't stop and think. Poor furball earned itself a one-way ticket to the heavenly scratching post.
Why the fuck are we talking about cats?
Why the fuck do we end up talking about half the bullshit we talk about, Tronald? I'm just trying to explain to Kobe how the actual quote went, and explain to you why we should proceed with caution so we don't end up like that cat.
All this talk about cats is making me fucking hungry. So I'll give you 2 choices. 1, we get the fuck out of this bog so I can eat a big juicy chicken when we get back to the city. Or 2, I flip my axe, and wherever it lands decides which one of you are on the menu.
I'd have to go with option 1 personally.
Would you mind running those options by me one more time, my man? Got a bit sidetracked daydreaming about them felines.
Typical Kobe, can't stop thinking about pussy.
All right, that's it. Joe, we head back to the fucking city, and I don't want any bullshit chances for these guys to speak before we get there. So we do it with haste. Fuck caution. I need some sleep before I absolutely lose my fucking mind.
As you press onward, this journey through the bog is markedly different from your approach to the manor. Now, urgency replaces caution. The dank mire seems less threatening and more of an obstacle to overcome. I'm going to need one of you to roll a D100 for me.
I'll do it. Let's reduce the chance of any more bullshittery to spew out of them. Oh no.
Saxy, what did you roll?
I rolled a 2.
Let me roll the dice, because I sure as shit won't fuck up any chance of Raarh getting his fucking chicken before nightfall.
Look, I'm sorry, dude.
No need to apologize, that's actually really good. With that roll, you managed to quickly make your way out of the bog without running into any problems in around 2 hours.
Excellent work, Saxy. I knew I could count on you.
Right.
As you continue your march, the dense, gloomy expanse of the bog starts to give way. The air gets less humid, the ground firmer beneath your feet, the perpetual squelch of mud and mire fading into the distance. You gradually find yourselves on the well-trodden path. You're not alone on this road. A procession of traveling carts, a motley mix of merchants, peasants, and adventurers trundle past in both directions. Some of them, weary and mud-splattered like yourselves, are making their way out of the city of Waterdeep, while others are heading towards it. The familiar city begins to reveal itself, an impressive silhouette against the horizon. It grows larger and more detailed as you approach, towering walls and imposing gates. As you reach the city gates, a shout rings out. Halt! A city guard with his armor glinting in the dying sunlight descends from his watchtower. His stern gaze scans over you, his hand hovering near the hilt of his sword. He strides towards you with a menacing look. And that is where we will pick up next session. Hey guys, so in the last session, your party left the manor, traversed the bog, and neared Waterdeep, only to be halted by a guard. Clearly targeted, you watched others pass freely as the guard, leaving his watchtower, fixed his attention solely on your group, his intentions unclear.
Ooh, someone's pissed. What did you do to get this guy so aggy?
For real, man. Dude's got a cloud hanging over him, ain't a ray of sunshine in sight.
We've never seen this man before. Just let me do the speaking, okay?
The guard, who is now a few feet away from you, says, "What's up with you guys then, eh? It looks like you've fallen face first into a steaming pile of horse shit."
Good evening, sir. You see, it's a funny story, actually.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
Oh my God.
You in your clean, polished armor, flapping your fucking mouth at us. If you'd been through what we have, you wouldn't even be standing here. You'd be flat on your back, praying for mummy like a little bitch.
Incredible.
The guard's expression shifts as he says, well, look at this tough guy over here. What's the matter? Have a rough day wading through the bog, swatting at a few pesky mosquitoes? Sounds absolutely dreadful."
As a matter of fact, yeah, we was. We had to go into the bog to kill some old bastard who was wreaking havoc on the local cuisine.
And the townsfolk, Raarh?
Yeah, and them. I almost forgot about them weaklings.
The guard seems to take a step closer, his hand closing firmly around the grip of his sword as he proceeds to say, "So you're telling me you've just murdered some poor old geezer? This ain't looking good for you."
For fuck's sake, Raarh. What did I say about let me do the speaking?
To be fair to Raarh, if these guys had done their job in the first place, the people from the tavern wouldn't have had to turn to me.
You mean us?
That's what I said.
No, you didn't.
Now's really not the time to be lying again, Saxy. You know, in front of an official officer and whatnot, it's not a good look.
Before you can respond, Saxiron, the guard interjects as he says, "Right, that's it. I think you lot better come with me. I've got a few questions for you all."
Oh, fuck off, you absolute muppet.
As soon as you say those words, Raarh, the guard unsheathes his sword and points it towards you all. "I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. You're coming with me."
Nah, man, no way. Last thing I want is to end up in one of those societal jailhouses.
Apologies for my companion's outburst. He's got a fiery spirit, but he means well. We just dealt with a necromancer causing havoc among the locals, abductions, unspeakable experiments, and we've just put an end to that. Honestly, we're weary, and all we're after is a chance to recover. This confrontation is the last thing we need right now.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check for me, Saxiron.
That's a 10, Joe.
The guard looks up at you as he says, "This isn't up for discussion. Now you're either going to come with me in one piece or we'll chop you up right here."
Oh, Saxy, look at the mess you've gotten us into. But don't worry, Big Daddy Tronald will fix this for you.
Nice one, Daddy Tron.
Joe, I say to the guard, we are not the group you're looking for. Tell us to move along and leave us be. And I cast suggestion.
Ooh, interesting. Well, first off, let me make a save for this guy. Damn, he rolled a 13. As you subtly manipulate your arcane focus and murmur the incantation, the guard is poised to intercept you, his fingers itching to grasp your arm. However, just as tension hits its peak, your spell finds its mark. The guard's posture visibly shifts, his stern expression melting away into a warm smile. The raised sword returns to its sheath and he leans back as an apology leaves his lips. My sincerest apologies, gentlemen. I must have been mistaken. You're not the group I'm looking for. Please move along.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You tell him, Raarh.
You actually thought you could stop the Tronald?
Couldn't have said it better myself.
I can't believe you fell for that, you stupid fuck.
Let's not get too carried away, buddy. Joe, we hastily make our way through the open gates.
Crossing the threshold, the familiar sights and sounds of Waterdeep welcome you back. The city remains as constant as ever in your absence. Now, standing amidst the bustling streets and towering structures, the question hangs in the air. What's your next course of action?
I'd have thought that to be pretty obvious, Joe. We want to get our gold.
Agreed. I think we should head straight to the Rusty Anchor, collect our reward, and then, if it's all okay with you guys, I would like to spend a few days working on these schematics and bring my design to life. I should have enough gold to create something in its most basic form, once we divvy up the loot, that is.
That's fine by me, buddy. Like I say, there's a few things I want to take care of myself, so I wouldn't be opposed to the downtime.
I mean, sure. I guess I could use Waterdeep's resources to try to learn a few things about the Obetus whilst you guys are off doing your own thing.
What the hell am I meant to do by myself for 3 days?
That's excellent, Celestia. All right then, so we head towards the Rusty Anchor, Joe.
Navigating towards the Rusty Anchor, the day surrenders to the encroaching nightfall. The cityscape transforms gradually, transitioning from refined elegance to humble simplicity. A sense of vitality permeates these less affluent streets as local denizens revel in the evening's merriment, their laughter and camaraderie spilling onto the cobblestones. As you make your way through the door, you carefully survey the surroundings, looking for the woman whom you spoke to previously. It doesn't take you long to spot her, sat at the bar with numerous empty glasses keeping her company.
Raarh, I'm asking you nicely. Please, let me do the talking, okay?
I mean, sure, whatever. But whenever I've let you do the talking in the past, one of us has always had to intervene.
Raarh, you've never let me do the talking. Joe, I walk up to the woman. Good evening. We have completed the task. The necromancer is dead. This was not without its challenges. It was indeed a difficult fight, but we prevailed. So I come to you to ask for our reward.
Sheesh, that was painful to listen to.
I warned him, didn't I, Tronald? I specifically said, if you can't handle the heat, get the hell away from the fireplace.
Damn, that was a missed opportunity.
What was a missed opportunity?
Will you all please shut the fuck up?
Okay, Saxiron. After you finish speaking, the woman stares at you for a few moments, slightly confused, before a look of recognition hits her. Ah, you're back! I honestly didn't expect to see you guys again. That's awesome, thank you so much for that. So about your payment. We managed to collect around 30 gold, will that do?
I'm afraid that's not going to be satisfactory. We had a clear understanding, an explicit verbal agreement, that unequivocally bound you to the payment of a precise amount of 100 gold coins, neither more nor less.
I don't know what you want me to say, guy. I can only collect what I can collect, am I right? Plus, to be honest with you, a lot of the guys were against paying you at all since you killed their buddy. I'd take the 30 gold as an overpayment.
Well, I guess that's not inaccurate.
Saxy, your intelligence is beyond question. There's no doubt about that. But allow me to put this as gently as possible. Intelligence and charisma don't always go hand in hand when it comes to communication. In certain circles, your choice of words might carry you far, but just look around. This place is hardly a court of nobles. Do you understand what I'm getting at, buddy?
I know that, Tronald. And I appreciate that. It's just I don't want to have to get into a fight in every single place we go to, man.
Listen here, buddy. There are times when you gotta roll up your sleeves, smack your chest, and leap into the fray whether you're ready or not. Because sometimes it's just that scrappy underdog ready to swing a punch that can stand toe-to-toe with the big bad system. And you know what? That one stubborn individual can flip the script, crack open the cage, and let the people fly free. That's the gutsy glory of the good fight, my friend. So buckle up and embrace the scrap.
Wow, you're right, Tronald. You're fucking right.
So what do we say?
I don't know. What do we say?
We say send in the Raarh.
Damn.
Come on, Saxy, I want to hear you say it.
We send in the Raarh.
Again, buddy, from your chest.
We send in the Raarh.
I want to hear you scream it, Saxy.
Send in the fucking Raarh.
Listen here, you smug skank. You promised me 100 fucking gold. Do you know what I was going to buy with that gold? I was going to buy some nice, juicy, tasty chicken. Yet you're here telling me, sorry, we don't have the gold. Well, you know what that means? It means I'm not going to get my chicken. And do you know how that makes me feel?
It makes him feel angry.
It makes me feel fucking angry. And what else does it make me feel, Tronald?
It makes you feel hungry.
And what happens when I'm both hungry and angry?
It means he's hangry.
And please, tell her, Tronald, what happens after that?
Nothing good, that's for certain.
Well, I'll be more specific. It means I'll fucking kill every single one of you bastards and begin eating you systematically until my hunger has been tamed. And as a side note, I can eat a fucking lot. So, I advise, you find a way to get me that fucking gold now, or else you and this entire bunch of peasants will start to look very much like chicken.
Jesus, I wanted to say roll an intimidation check with advantage, but you know what? fuck that. You've scared the absolute shit out of her. As soon as you finish speaking, she falls backwards off her chair and scrambles to her feet, scurrying around the room, collecting more gold from people who are more than eager to pay up. Everyone in this entire room is shaking with fear. A few moments pass before she returns. Without saying a word, she hands over the collection of gold coins and proceeds to flee from the tavern, along with the majority of the other patrons.
I fucking love making friends.
Fucking excellent work, Raarh. You truly are in a league of your own.
I'm not gonna lie, brother, that had me shaken. So much so that I might need to change my leaves.
Well, that was nothing short of excellent. However, I do think we will need to find another place to stay tonight.
That shouldn't be a problem. After all, we've got a hefty sack of coins now, between this reward and our loot, that is. How about we find another place to sleep, all go together to a magic store tomorrow to gather whatever it is we need. Then we can pursue our individual goals from there for a few days.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, sure. I still don't know what I'm going to do with all that free time, though.
I'm cool with whatever, guys.
Yeah, like I said, I'll just do some research or something.
Excellent. Okay then, Joe. We make our way to another tavern, a better tavern, outside of this wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Okay, guys. So you step back onto the cobbled streets, leaving the rustic familiarity of the rusty anchor behind. It's at this point you realize that none of you are too familiar with Waterdeep and have no idea where another tavern even is, let alone a good one.
Okay, Joe, I'm going to make a perception check to see if I can see anyone who looks approachable and friendly walking the streets.
Sure thing, buddy. Just to let you know, at this hour and in this area, it will be a little difficult to find someone matching that description. But sure, let's see what you roll.
Okay, that's nice. I rolled a 21 total.
Ooh, awesome. So with a 21, it doesn't take you too long to come across what seems to be an elderly human woman who is walking down the streets, although she looks slightly confused, as if she is looking for someone herself.
Okay then, Joe,
Send in the fucking Raarh.
My people call for me. Joe, upon hearing my summons, I sprint towards the old deer.
Jesus, Saxy. I'm thinking you totally missed the point of our conversation earlier. It's not a case of one Raarh fits all. In fact, what you have just done is probably the worst thing someone could have done in this situation.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tronald. It seems in my excitement I hastily rushed into doing something that could potentially cause problems for the rest of the team.
Touche, Saxy.
All right, Raarh, so as you thunder down the streets towards the woman, your feet fall heavy on the cobblestone path. The lady in question, bless her soul, older than time itself, frail and bent like a gnarled branch, briefly looks back over her shoulder, locking eyes with your looming form. The look on her face goes from mild apprehension to full-blown terror in a heartbeat. You'd think she just saw death itself coming to collect. Her eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. She hastily drops her small bag of who knows what, and then to your surprise, with her knobbly knees trembling, she makes a run for it.
Oh, well, this is going swimmingly.
Okay, Joe. I shout at the top of my lungs. Oi, get over here. I've got questions to ask you.
She fully ignores your request for her to slow down and instead just shouts back at you over her shoulder. Get away from me, ye green devil. I ain't ready to be shuffled off this godforsaken world just yet.
Why are you running?
She continues to ignore you as she sprints down the street with incredible speed for an older girl.
Why are you running?
Do you proceed to give chase, Raarh, or do you let her slip away?
I never back down from a challenge. I chase her down.
Well, I hope you're proud of yourself, Saxy.
Okay, so it's fair to say that the pursuit doesn't last longer than a few seconds, as you easily catch up to her. Now that you're behind her, Raarh, what do you do?
Strategy 101, Joe. I target the tool she is relying on the most. In this case, that would be her legs.
What the fuck, dude? Please don't tell me you're going to take a swing at her fucking legs with your axe?
No, what kind of monster do you think I am?
Okay, phew, I seriously thought
I'm going to deliver a powerful kick to the side of her leg, making her trip over and stumble to the ground.
Oh my god.
Wow, alright then, I guess we're doing this. Roll an athletics check for me, Raarh.
That's a natural 20, Joe.
Holy crap, well, I'm assuming you want to just trip her, right? Because I'll allow you to do it as precisely and as harmlessly as you like, seeing as you rolled a natural 20.
No, Joe, I refuse to discredit her as a warrior by holding back, so I go full force.
What the fuck, dude? She's not a fucking warrior. She's somebody's goddamn grandmother who got lost on the way home from her afternoon tea break.
Look at what you've caused, Saxy. The pain, the suffering, the brutality. Look at it.
Oh shit, should we intervene?
Come not between the Raarh and his prey. Cogs have now been set in motion that cannot be stopped.
Oh great, she rolled a 7 on her saving throw. So yeah, as expected, you deliver a disgusting kick to the side of her leg. The rest of you guys watch in terror, as not only does it seem to completely take her legs out from underneath her, but her forward momentum alongside Raarh's kick propels her diagonally down an alleyway and into a stone wall.
Oh my good green gods, Joe, can I quickly scan the area? Is there anyone who just witnessed that?
Roll a perception check for me, Tronald.
That's a 14.
So with a brief scan of the area, you don't see anyone, at least not anyone who is paying attention. They all seem to be either drunk or too consumed in their own interactions to notice what just happened.
Dude, that's a close one.
Okay, Joe, I run down the alleyway and begin my interrogation.
What interrogation do you think you'll be having? She was a fucking old biddy with 1 HP. She's fucking unconscious, dude.
What have I done? Celestia, heal her or something, quick.
So I would, but I kind of used all my spell slots earlier today.
Oh my god. Well, what about you, Kobe?
Yeah, sure, man. I can heal her up. But I'm not too sure how Raarh will feel about having a witness, and to be honest, I don't really want to fuck with the guy after what I've just seen.
We'll just stabilize her or something then. At least that way she will recover after a few hours, and will give us enough time for us to get the hell away from here.
Well, I can do that. Raarh, back up, buddy. Let me handle this. Joe, I cast Spare the Dying on the old girl.
Okay, Celestia, so you managed to stabilize her.
Now, can I interrogate her?
No, Raarh, I think it's best we just find a place to stay by ourselves.
Okay, well, after about an hour of searching, you managed to find somewhere that looks much more appealing than the last. A sign hangs above the door displaying the Ember's Embrace.
Okay, I walk into the establishment to inquire about rooms.
As you walk through the door, you are immediately greeted with a man dressed in fine silks as he welcomes you with a warm smile and says, "Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. May I inquire if you wish to lodge with us for the evening?" If affirmative, the quantity of chambers required would be...
Yes, we would, thank you. We would like 5 rooms, please.
Very well, sir. That would be a total of 10 gold coins or 1 platinum if you prefer to travel light. The man finishes his sentence with a small chuckle.
How much? No way, Saxy. I'm not paying 2 gold just to sleep.
Well, I am going to pay the 2 gold for my own room. You guys can do what you want. See you in the morn. And with that, I pay the man and head up to my room, Joe.
Okay, Saxiron, what are the rest of you guys doing then?
Well, I'm going to do the same, Joe. I think a nice bit of pampering and privacy will go down a treat. I pay the man and head upstairs as well.
Guys, come on. I really don't want to be spending that amount of gold on this. Raarh, you're with me, buddy, right? Shall we share a room?
Sorry, Tronald. I've had a rough day and my stress levels are up here. So I'm just going to get my own room and, relieve that stress.
Oh, Lord, keep it to yourself. Yes, go get your own room. I'll see you in the morning. Well, that just leaves me and you then, Kobe. You're okay with sharing a room with me, aren't you?
Yeah, brother, that's fine by me. You know, I really don't have any concept of currency living in the forest and all.
Excellent. Well, in that case, Joe, I tell the man that we would like 1 more room to share.
The man seems to blush slightly as he says, "Very well, sir. Would that be a double room?" As he gives a small wink your way.
No, absolutely not. I don't swing that way, buddy. I mean, not like there's anything wrong with it, but even if I did, I've just met this guy. What kind of back alley hooker do you take me for?
Oh, goodness. I'm terribly sorry if I caused offense, sir.
So you should be. You know, since I met this man earlier today, I've been telling him what a fine establishment this place is, and guess what? You've just gone and ruined the whole experience. I'm not even sure I want to stop here anymore now. And I certainly will be telling all of my aristocratic friends to avoid this place as well.
Oh, I see what you're trying to do here, Tronald. Roll me a deception check, buddy.
That's a 16, Joe.
The man's head drops with embarrassment as he says, "Oh, dear me, sir. I'm so terribly sorry. How about I give you the rooms for free tonight as an apology for my silly loose tongue? Just make sure you avoid telling your associates of this unfortunate blunder on my end."
You know what? I just don't think that's going to cut it. I think you should give us both a separate room for free.
Roll me another deception check, dude.
God damn it, that's a 9, Joe.
Oh, wow. Don't you have any portents that are higher than that?
No, I don't, Joe. Wait, I cast silvery barbs on Kobe and give myself the advantage.
Nope. Sorry, buddy. That's not how it works, so I can't let you do that.
No, there's got to be something.
Wow, I can't believe it. The cheese machine has been felled by the owner of a guest house.
That's fine. I'm okay with failing a roll.
Are you, though? Because it's a pretty new experience for you. Do you need a moment to catch your breath?
I said I'm fine, Joe.
Huh, you don't seem fine.
How about you shut your mouth, Saxy? You're not even here, you little metagamer.
Sorry, it's just slightly funny how you're getting upset because your cheese has failed you.
And I think it's funny how I now have 2 gold more than you.
Damn, dude. Not everything is about gold.
Yes, it is.
Anyway, so unfortunately, you don't manage to get yourself and Kobe separate rooms, but he more than happily hands over the keys to your twin room for free. Now that you have all headed upstairs, you settle down and take a deep sigh of relief before you close your eyes and drift to sleep.
I've messaged you my rolls, Joe.
That's great. Thanks for that.
Huh?
With the arrival of dawn, you all feel fully refreshed. That was some of the best sleep you have ever had. However, Tronald,
Yes?
as consciousness stirs within you, an unnerving emptiness settles in. Kobe is absent. Your eyes, still weary from sleep, dart around the room in a frantic search, half expecting to find evidence of a violent disturbance, an invasion perhaps. But all that greets you is an unsettling silence, no signs of intrusion, no signs of struggle. As the conundrum deepens, your gaze inadvertently falls upon your own hand and a cold realization washes over you. Your ring, your family heirloom, your arcane focus, has also vanished, without a trace.
What the fuck?
What's going on?
Well, I guess I'll see you around, guys.
That little bastard.
Well, you was the one who wanted to share a room with him.
I didn't want to share a room with him, Saxy. I just didn't want to be extorted out of my coin.
And look where that's got you. You've lost your arcane focus. How expensive are those again?
It was fucking invaluable, for fuck's sake. Just you wait until I get my hands on that little freaky test tube man. I'll burn him to ashes.
How do you plan on doing that without your ring?
I'll just have to get another focus.
And last time I checked, they were around 10 gold pieces, right, Tronald?
Look, I've just been robbed of my fucking heirloom that's been in my family for generations. I don't need you giving me grief about the extra gold I'm now going to have to spend.
Tronald, your loss is our loss. I think I can speak for everyone when I say this can come out of the party's treasury.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Thank you, guys. You're the best.
All right, then. Let's go get our favorite wizard a spellcasting crystal. Joe, we leave this place and try to find a magic store.
Okay, so roll me an investigation check to see what kind of quality magic store you find, or whether you can find one at all.
It goes without saying that I assist with this.
Yes, that's a natural 20, Joe.
With a natural 20 on your roll, it doesn't take you long to pick up on the whispers and shared tales of a place of wonders, a magic shop. And not just any old magic shop, but the finest in Waterdeep. Maybe even the finest in all of Auroros. It seems like this store has multiple chains that are scattered all over the continent.
Great, we head directly there.
As you approach the shop, the initial sight that greets you is the resplendent sign of Asmo's Golden Emporium, glinting enticingly in the daylight. Attracted by the grandeur of the entrance with its golden paintwork, you anticipate the whispered wonders of magical artifacts within. A gilded glyph, pulsating with a subtle magic, decorates the door, alluring you with a hint of the enchanting marvels inside.
In we go then, guys. Remember, play nice.
At the back of the store, behind a golden counter, is a man with long, disheveled hair and a short beard busily cataloging a variety of peculiar items. As the sound of the bell reaches his ears, he glances up, his intense gaze immediately locking with yours. A smirk spreads across his face as he stands, brushing off some unseen dust from his simple, comfortable clothes as he says,
Oh, fantastic. Another guest in Asmo's outlet. Tell me, are you here to actually buy something or just to pull the usual routine? You know, eyes as big as saucers as you ooh and ah at every shiny trinket, your dirty fingers all over my precious wares, playing at being some high-rolling adventurer with a bag of holding chock full of gold.
Good morning to you, sir. I'm guessing you must be Asmo. Yes, we do have gold. Don't worry about that.
Well, isn't that just music to my fucking ears? And yes, I am. What gave it away?
It actually told us on a sign outside of your shop.
Well, come on in then, you glorious bastards, and tell Uncle Asmo what you're searching for.
What a friendly man.
and that is where we... Hey guys, in the last session we left off with you all entering Asmo's outlet.
Yeah, we don't need you to remind us, Joe. We were there.
Damn, dude, it's not for you. It's for the people watching at home.
Well, they were there too.
Fine, whatever, man. What are you guys doing then?
Well, the first thing on the agenda is to get myself an arcane focus from Asmo.
The man's facial expression morphs into an indulgent grin, as if he were humoring a naive youngster as he says,
Looking to sling some spells, huh? Well, no worries, because at Asmo's outlet, we've got everything a budding spell slinger like you could ever need.
What? No, I'm already a mage, and the most powerful one at that. I just got my focus stolen from me.
Well, ain't that something? The almighty wizard loses his arcane focus, huh? Had to be someone even more powerful to swipe it off you, right?
Nope, not quite. It was this freaky test tube guy who had a thing for shapeshifting. Don't ask me why, but our powerful wizard over here decided to get all cost-conscious and skipped out on getting his own room. Ends up catching some Z's with said test tube guy, and come dawn, boom, he's cleaned out.
Well, I thought he was my friend, and he betrayed me.
Okay, how long did you know this guy for?
Well, you see, I knew him.
You knew him for less than a day. You really need to start setting the bar higher for who you call friend.
Ha, that's pretty moronic for a mighty wizard.
Nobody asked for your opinion, Asmo.
Geez, somebody's a little touchy.
Don't worry about him. He usually gets either super defensive or incredibly obnoxious when he knows he's done something silly.
Well, I thought I saw potential in him, but clearly I was wrong. Consider it a lesson learned. Never trust a clone.
Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little offended by that.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm kind of a clone too. You see, Asmo Prime wouldn't just hand over his precious stores to some rando. So he thought, what's better than doing it yourself?
Well, when we say clone, we aren't referring to the usual magic. This individual was seemingly cloned against his will. A concoction of necromancy, technology, and God knows what other magic.
Gotcha. You see, I was created using a tweaked version of a spell called Simulacrum. Not quite as potent, but damn sure more flexible.
So how many other Asmos are wandering around the continent?
We're not wandering anywhere, dude. We're stationed in stores dotted around the place. I mean, Asmo Prime pops in from time to time to see how we're doing, collect the gold, restock the inventory, and deal some big dick damage to any little shits who've been causing us trouble.
What the fuck's big dick damage?
I don't know, but it sounds like my kind of damage.
It's just a turn of phrase meaning he will deal with any troublemakers.
I like it.
Oh, I bet you do.
What was that?
Don't you worry about it.
I think he's trying to insinuate that you like penile, Tronald.
I'm going to attempt to overlook your use of the incorrect plural form for that word.
Anyway, we're getting a little sidetracked here. You said you wanted an arcane focus, right? So how much cash are you willing to splash?
I couldn't care less. Just give me the cheapest one.
Man, you're tighter than a Knoll's hide, huh?
It's really none of your business how tight I am.
I'm not gonna lie, guys, this whole conversation's starting to sound really gay.
Just get me the damn focus already.
The man begins to rummage under the counter for a few moments before he pulls out a small box full of trinkets. He reaches in and pulls out a small crystal necklace before placing it on the desk as he says,
"This nifty little crystal should do the trick for you. Basic stuff, but it'll get the job done. That'll set you back just 10 gold pieces. Do you mind me asking why you're going for something so simple? You strike me as an individual who would want to show off his wealth."
Stop trying to upsell me. It's more that I don't plan on having to use this one for very long. Soon as we find where Kobe is, I'll be getting my focus back. Anyway, here's my 25 silver.
Dude, I said 10 gold, not 25 silver.
Yes, I know. We're all sharing the cost as a group. Well, guys, are you going to give the man his 25 silver each or what?
Wow, I didn't expect you to actually take me up on that. But whatever, sure.
Yeah, here you go, Asmo.
Here's mine. By the way, guys, I had an idea.
Oh my god.
Why don't we put like half of whatever coin we make from our endeavors and put them in a group treasury so we don't have to worry about trivial things like this in the future?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm down for that if everyone else is.
Fine by me.
Very clever, Raarh.
Anyway, Asmo, do you sell ordinary weapons and armor, or is it purely magical items you deal with?
Yeah, you bet your ass I sell mundane stuff too. Why? What you looking for?
I'm looking for a shield and some splint armor.
Ooh, you planning on making that custom armor from your fancy schematics?
Yeah, that's right, Raarh. Although I'll need to deconstruct it and then reconstruct it in a way that will allow for the customizability it will bring.
Why on Mortal Azure do you want splint armor? Why not just go for full plate?
Because full plate is way out of both mine and our combined price range at the moment, Tronald.
Yeah, full plate is gonna run you around 1,500 gold. And I mean no disrespect when I say this, but you guys haven't really demonstrated any of that display of wealth which you alluded to when you first walked in here.
Jesus, why would you pay that much for some armor?
I'm not Tronald. That's the point of me getting splint.
But we're in agreement that plate would be better, yes?
Of course plate would be better, but as I said, I cannot afford plate, Tronald.
Well, my dear Saxy, that's not an issue. I can get you some of that plate armor that you actually want easily enough. After all, you really pulled through with helping me out with the loss of my arcane focus.
What? How do you plan on getting 1,500 gold's worth of armor when a 10 gold crystal was out of your budget?
I don't want you to worry about the means, Saxy. I just want you to know that Tronald's got your back, just like you've got his.
Why are you referring to yourself in third person?
Because I wanted to. Do I need another reason? Anyway, I'm glad you piped up because I'm going to need you to help me in order for this plan to work, Celestia.
And why's that?
Well, simply put, I need someone who can change their appearance at will.
So you figured out I'm a changeling then, eh?
It really didn't take much figuring out, to be honest. I have got to ask, though, as my curiosity is piqued, is this your base form, or are you currently impersonating someone else?
Jeez, you can't just go around asking a changeling woman if this is her base form. How rude can you be?
That's not going to work on me, Celestia. You see, I'm not a simp like Saxy.
What?
I've read all the tomes on how to deal with this nonsense by Alexandru Bate. Now answer the damn question.
Ah, shucks. Well, you're no fun.
That was unnecessarily aggressive, Tronald.
Was it? I didn't...
Raarh is impressed with this.
Oh great, now they're both speaking in third person.
To answer your question, Tronald, yes, this is my base form.
Guys, I don't mean to seem impatient, but are you buying anything else, or do you plan on just continuing to talk about whatever the fuck this is inside of my shop?
My sincerest apologies, Asmo. Are we keeping you from all them other customers you've got to deal with?
You snarky little shit. I've changed my mind. Stay as long as you like.
Hey, excellent. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. Don't buy the armor, Saxy. You can trust me to deliver on my promise.
If you say so, Tronald. Okay, Asmo, I'll just take the shield, please.
All right, that'll be another 10 gold.
Guys, should we get some health potions whilst we're here?
If it's health potions you want, I've got plenty of them. Here's the deal. Standard ones are 50 gold a pop. Greater potions, they're 100. If you're looking for something beefier, a superior will set you back 500. And for the big spenders, which as a note, I know you're not, the supreme potions are 1,350 gold each.
Let's get 3 of them standard healing potions. One for each of the non-healers in the group.
Thank you, I'll take that. And here's your health potions.
Asmo, I've got a bit of a special request. I'm looking to mod my battle armor to include compartments for storing spell scrolls. But here's the kicker. I want the armor itself to be able to decipher the scrolls and convert them into spells. Any thoughts on the best way to tackle this?
So you're wanting to trick out your armor to hold scrolls and then have it essentially cast the spell for you, huh? Sounds like a doozy. So here's the thing. What you're asking for is a bit of a tall order. It's going to take some heavy enchantment work, and that's not even considering the mechanical complexities. You'd need a top-notch enchanter, a scroll maker, and probably a seasoned blacksmith to modify the armor itself.
That's great. I was just checking to see if I had any oversights on this, but it seems like I haven't. So I'm quite the tinkerer, and would feel capable at dealing with the mechanical aspects. Tronald over here will be as good a person as any to make the spell scrolls. Then I was hoping I could commission you to do the enchanting for me.
Oof, well, you see, I'm not really an enchanter, so I wouldn't be able to delve too deeply into that for you.
Wait, what? How are you not an enchanter? Yet you own a shop which literally sells enchanted items. Don't you create them?
Haven't you been listening to anything I've been saying? Number one, I'm not the owner of this shop. I'm more of a general manager. The owner of all the shops is Asmo Prime. Number two, I'm the charismatic Asmo. For enchanting, you'll want to deal with enchanting Asmo.
You're the charismatic Asmo.
All right, now I'm slightly confused. From the research I've done regarding simulacrum, you can't just pick and choose what qualities one of your simulacra receive.
He's already explained this, Saxi. It's a modified version of the spell, so why would you assume it would follow the rules of the standard spell?
Well, I'm glad somebody's been paying attention.
So this modified version actually lets Asmo Prime create slight variations of himself. That's actually insane.
You're damn right it's insane. And it's not just slight variations either. We've got a whole bunch of Asmos. Enchanting Asmo is a bit of a downer if you ask me. But Warrior Asmo is a crazy, crazy dude.
That does seem like an incredibly versatile spell. Is it possible to learn this power?
I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't be possible for someone to learn it, although Asmo Prime is the only person I've ever met or heard about who knows it.
And sorry for the intrusive questions, but where exactly did he learn this spell? Did it come naturally to him? Or did someone teach him?
I'm going to need you to roll a persuasion check for me there, Saxiron. This is getting a little too deep for him to be just telling you for small talk.
That's a 21 total, Joe.
The countenance of the man transitions from an embodiment of unbridled joy to an essence of profound sorrow as he says,
"Oh yeah, he absolutely learned it from someone else. Although the teacher of this spell has long since passed away."
You seem saddened by the topic. I'm assuming they were close friends?
Not particularly. You see, I recall him being his master. Yet the memories I sift through are somewhat hazy, as they're merely echoes of the original. However, one vivid recollection that stands out, a memory that should cast a profound shadow of sorrow across all of Ouroros, is that this man was without a doubt the most formidable magical intellect of our age, and he could have shared so much more before his untimely passing.
That's a real pity. It would have been incredible to learn from him. How did he die?
I'd tell you if I could remember, but as I said, it's all extremely hazy. If you want more answers, you would be best off speaking to Asmo Prime himself, who resides at the heart of Ouroros, the capital city of Illuminara. I do warn you, though, he is an incredibly busy man, and unfortunately, I don't see any reason why he would entertain your visit in the slightest.
Well, do you remember his name at least? Asmo Prime's master's name, that is?
Now you're testing me. I think it was something along the lines of Lord Tan something, but I just can't put my finger on it.
Well, we've taken up enough of your time, charismatic Asmo. We will leave you in peace now.
Yes, thank you massively for all your help, both information-wise and for the items. We most certainly will be coming back here when we have more gold to our names.
The man meets your eyes with a wide, genuine grin as he says,
Absolutely. Anytime you guys want, you're more than welcome to swing by. It's been a nice change talking to people who are as interesting as you lot. Oh, and if you're ever looking for ways to make some extra coin, we have plenty of reputable contracts going, or maybe some more off-the-books jobs would be more your style. Either way, we have them all. Just come back and let me know if you're ever in search.
Once Asmo wraps up his spiel, he flips you all a casual, almost endearing wave off and goes back to his item sorting duties. Leaving his magical treasure trove behind, you guys step back into the hustle and bustle of Waterdeep. So what's your guys' plan from here?
All right, Celestia. So here's the plan. We find that nasty, nasty guard that tried to detain us last night. You shapeshift into a child or something and pretend to be injured from a bandit or whatever. The specifics don't matter. You then lure him away from the rest of them whilst I'll be hiding in a nearby shrub, ready to use my suggestion spell to get him to take his armor off and send him wandering into the bog for the next 8 hours.
When you said you had a plan to get me some plate armor, I wasn't expecting this. I'm not too sure I feel comfortable with it, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Saxi, the man was downright rude to you yesterday. He mocked us all. He is a horrible person. To be honest with you, I think this plan is kind of mild. If we wanted to be more extreme, we could have him wander into our Raarh whilst he's in the bog to be inevitably eaten.
Well, hold your horses for a second, Tronald. Let's assume for a moment that our charming guard friend is indeed the wretched slimeball we're assuming him to be, who fully deserves to lose his shiny tin suit. But ask yourself this. Why would this character even blink an eye at a wounded child? From our experience, he seems more likely to step over the kid and carry on with his day. We need to consider if our plan appeals to his, let's say, less than empathetic nature.
It's good to have you on board, Saxy.
Wait, I'm not on board with anything yet. I'm simply saying that if we do go ahead with this, it needs to be a fully fleshed out plan before we should even consider proceeding with it.
Ooh, I've got an idea, guys.
Let's hear it then, Raarh. You've been on a roll with ideas lately, so I'm interested to see what that weird and wonderful mind has concocted.
Well, it's clear as day that our cock end of a guard is a right piece of work, isn't he? Why don't we ditch this whole wounded child setup and try a different angle? What if we had Celestia transform into some rich-looking noble, sobbing her eyes out about some low-life little shit making off with a whole pouch of platinum coins? The mere sniff of wealth would make him start tingling in places we don't want to know about. Seems like it could catch his fancy, don't you think?
Excellent idea.
Wow, you're on a freaking roll, dude. What's happened to you?
Honestly, I've just been absolutely pumped since that confrontation earlier. It really gets the blood flowing.
Do you mean the terrifying threat you gave to the people in the tavern?
No, I'm talking about that old biddy. She put up a good fight, but in the end she was no match for me. I'll tell you something. The way I yeeted her to the other side of the street with a single kick was fucking epic. I couldn't stop replaying it in my head last night.
Well, at least we know what we need to do in the future. Before we engage in any confrontations of significant importance, we just need to make sure Raarh has let out his pent-up frustrations on the nearest pensioner.
I'm not sure how the logistics of that would work. I mean, would we just have to carry one around with us at all times if we're away from civilization or what?
Fuck logistics. We're making it happen. That's the best idea you've ever had, Saxy.
Well, I was being fucking sarcastic. What the actual fuck, Celestia? I expected it from Raarh, sure, but I can't believe you were actually going to go along with that. You're just as chaotic as them, too.
Chaos isn't a pit. Chaos is a ladder.
Why the fuck are you talking about pits and ladders?
Ooh, I love that board game.
Oh my god.
No, Raarh, you're thinking of snakes and ladders, but I agree with you. It is quite an entertaining game. But no, Elon, I was just being silly and broke from RP to do a quote from my favorite character in Game of Thrones. I've been rewatching it at home. I still can't believe they did him dirty like that. Honestly, season 7 and 8 really pissed me off.
You know, it really says a lot about you that your favorite character was Peter Baelish.
Are you kidding? He was absolutely pivotal to the entire narrative. Literally, the entire sequence of events unfolded because of his genius. He wasn't just some secondary character, but the architect of chaos, the puppet master pulling the strings from the shadows. Without him, the story would have been non-existent.
Totally with you on that one, Donald. Baelish was an intriguing character, there's no doubt about that. But hey, let's reel it back in, buddy. We're here to roll some dice and abuse some old people, not break down Game of Thrones.
Sure thing, Joe, but I've got to ask, who is your favorite character, Elon?
Oh, that's an easy one. My favorite character was Sansa Stark. She really showed how a character can change.
Shut your fucking mouth!
Wow.
Jesus Christ, man.
Right. I don't even want to continue anymore. We will carry on next time. In the meantime, Elon, go home and rethink your fucking life. You've thoroughly disappointed me.
Well, thanks a lot, Elon. You've ruined the entire session.
What the fuck? It was that idiot that started talking about Game of Thrones in the first place.
Stop lying, Elon. Anyway, I'll see you a lot later. I'm off to watch the Battle of the Bastards. But if you guys are enjoying this series, don't forget to smack that like button. It's a real game changer when it comes to battling the all-powerful algorithm.
Hey guys, in our last session you discovered a remarkable discovery behind the proprietor of Asmo's Golden Emporium. It turned out Asmo was not a singular entity, but rather a series of simulacra, a multitude of identical beings crafted by arcane arts known only to two individuals in this world, the original Asmo Prime, and a distinguished individual named Lord Tan, who was revealed as Asmo Prime's mentor. After purchasing a new arcane focus, a few health potions and a shield, you said farewell and made your way outside. The session ended as you found yourselves immersed in a strategic discourse, pondering the most effective and cunning approach to acquire plate armor for Saxiron. So what do you guys want to do?
Well, we need to finalize this plan. Personally, I'm quite fond of Raarh's suggestion that we focus on the guard's greed rather than his empathetic nature.
I feel like if we are going to go down this route of stealing plate armor off a fucking city guard, which may I once again make clear that I still think this could end terribly, then Raarh's suggestion definitely seems like it will have the highest chances of success.
So what am I turning into then, guys? A child or a noble?
Go with the noble, Celestia. The idea was too genius to ignore.
To be honest, I even impress myself sometimes, guys.
Okay, Joe. We make our way to the city gates, make sure that the guard that we saw yesterday is on duty, then leave Waterdeep, traveling far enough away that we are fully out of view from any of the guard towers.
All right, so you make your way through the streets until you arrive at the gatehouse, which takes you around 20 minutes. I'm going to need a perception check from you, Tronald, to see whether you can spot the guard you're referring to without making your search seem suspicious.
Oof, that's a 12, Joe.
Okay, with a 12, you find it quite difficult to make out any of the prominent features of the guard you're searching for. This is mainly due to the sun, in all its midday splendor, which is sending down vibrant rays that glint off surfaces around you, creating an incandescent haze. Would you like to take a little while longer to ensure that the guard is there before you proceed?
No, it's all right. If we linger here for too long staring up at the guard tower, it's just going to raise suspicions. If he's there, great. But if he's not, then I guess we will just have to settle for another guard.
No, we won't just settle for another guard. The whole point of us doing this was because that guard was a complete arsehole and he deserved it.
No, Saxy, the whole point of us doing this was so that we could get you some plate armor, which in turn would give us as a group a hell of a lot more survivability in combat. Is one random guard really more important than your family? Well, it doesn't matter anyway. You can either come along or don't, but either way, it's happening.
Well, it seems like you've committed yourself to this. So is there really any point in me arguing against it?
No, there's not. I'm glad we're at an understanding.
Come on, guys, let's go fuck up a guard.
For fuck's sake, Raarh, go ahead and announce it to everyone, why don't you?
Well, technically, we're not really fucking up anyone.
Well, I guess it's more fucking over then.
Why did you just roll, Joe?
That's really not any of your business, is it?
Oh, great.
Okay, then we make our way through the city gates and out of eyeshot of the guard towers.
As you approach the city gates and with the perception check that the nearest guard rolled, you get through absolutely fine. He rolled a natural 2. But in the future, be careful where you're screaming your plans, Raarh. That could have gone very differently.
Telling Raarh not to scream is like telling a fish not to swim, and we love him for it.
The city gates begin to recede behind you as you navigate your way to the outskirts, the urban bustle gradually surrendering to the whispering tranquility of nature. In a matter of moments, you stumble upon a clutch of trees that promise to shroud your activities in their dappled shade. The undergrowth muffles your steps and the tree trunks stand like silent sentinels as you meld into the scenery. I won't need stealth checks from anyone just yet, but if you plan on luring a guard over here, I'll need one from anyone who is hiding, because if he spots you, he's going to know something's fishy.
Will you all stop talking about fish? Once got my tummy grumbling, but twice has got it rumbling, and now that's all I can think about. Lovely big golden chips with a nice piece of fried fish.
That does sound absolutely delicious, Raarh. You know, at some point you're going to have to cook us all a meal.
Oh, absolutely. One day soon, I imagine we will be back out on the open road, and you're going to need a top-notch chef like me to keep your tums appeased, and so I shall.
Well, I, for one, cannot wait until that day arrives. Anyway, back to business. Let's all roll our stealth checks now. Then we can assess each other's and see how well we're hidden. That's a 17 for me.
Oh, wow. A 16 for me. I wasn't expecting that.
Nice work, buddy.
Well, I don't need to do one, because if I did, it would go completely against what we're trying to achieve.
Oh, for fuck's sake, that's a 6 total, Joe.
As each of you, Bar Celestia, melds into the foliage, you employ different strategies to keep yourselves concealed. Raarh, you get creative, using a handful of rich earth to darken your face, your features melting into the shadows. Tronald, you become one with a shrub, your silhouette indistinguishable from the natural flora. But Saxiron, with your roll of 6, your attempt at subterfuge is more comic than covert. Inspired by Tronald's successful merger with the shrub, you decide to echo his tactic. However, your imitation falls short as you duck behind a tree, forgetting to take into account the size of your armored self. It's an endearing attempt, but the tree barely covers half of you, leaving the rest of you comically exposed to any passing observer.
Hey, Saxy, I can still see you.
Well, of course you can still see me. You knew where I was hiding.
No, you're really visible. Like, did you even attempt to conceal yourself? Literally half your body is sticking out from behind that scrawny tree.
Saxy is terrible at hide and seek, confirmed.
I'm not terrible at hide and seek. I just got unlucky with my spot.
You're right, you're not terrible. You're absolutely indiscriminately fucking dreadful.
Fine, well, I'll just find a new spot then.
No, you've already displayed your talent at hiding. Just walk a few hundred feet in that direction, Saxy. Then we know you're in the clear. You're not actually needed for any part of this process anyway, are you?
Wow, well, that was rude.
I'm not trying to be rude, buddy. I'm just saying that you might as well give yourself a break, seeing as we don't actually need you to do anything right now.
Oh, okay. Well, since you put it that way.
Oh, just fuck off, Saxy. You're shit at hide and seek. You're easily offended, and now you're delaying the whole fucking process. Piss off.
Fuck you, Raarh.
What the fuck did you just say?
Joe, I'm going to make my way in that direction before I give Raarh a fucking hernia.
Good riddance. Your literal existence disgusts me.
Well, that was a little bit unnecessary, wasn't it, buddy?
Nah, he knows I love him, really. Isn't that right, Saxy?
Fuck you.
What a precious soul. He must be protected.
All right, then. As Saxiron makes his way away from you guys, you are all ready to put your plan in motion. So, what's the next step?
All right, then, Joe. I change myself into a tall, elegant-looking woman with 0 imperfections. Then I'm going to unequip my armor and put it in a shrub behind Raarh before rolling around the floor for a few seconds to make it seem like I've been in a scuffle.
Wow, Celestia is really going all out. This is the type of dedication to a plan I like to see.
That's just how I roll, Tronald.
Ha, it's funny because you said roll and you just rolled on the floor.
That's the one, buddy. Anyway, Joe, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run out of the bushes screaming, please, somebody help me. I've just been robbed of all my platinum. And I'll continue running until I'm at the base of the guard tower.
Okay, Celestia, make a performance check for me.
That's a 14, Joe.
With a performance roll of 14, you catapult from the brush, your cries for aid piercing the air. The performance you deliver is almost flawless, painting a vivid tableau of panic and desperation. Then, mid-sprint, a rogue stone looms up in your path. You barely manage to stumble over it, causing a hiccup in your performance that almost shatters the facade. But in a split second, you regain your balance, composure snapping back into place. You shrug off the near fall, and with renewed urgency, you hurl yourself toward the foot of the guard tower, never breaking stride nor character.
I quickly glance at the guards. How many are there? And do I recognize the guard from yesterday to be amongst them?
I'm going to need a perception check from you, Celestia, and just to let you know, the DC will be quite high as you're attempting to maintain the performance you're giving whilst doing this.
Fuck, that's an 8 total.
So, unfortunately, you're unable to perceive if the guard whom you encountered yesterday is around. However, you are close enough to them that rolling an 8 allows you to feel pretty confident that there are 3 or 4 guards positioned here.
Okay, now that I'm at the gate, I'm going to shout out once more. Please, somebody help me. A man just robbed me of my bag of platinum.
Okay then, Celestia, roll me a deception check.
That's a 16.
More than enough. As your cries for help meet the guards, 2 of them at the front of the gates come running over. Ma'am, when and where did this happen? Are you okay? Neither of these guards seem to be the one from yesterday, and neither are wearing plate. You gather that plate armor is reserved for the higher-ranking members of the guard.
Oh, how utterly dreadful. I found myself amidst a wretched predicament. I had ventured into the woodland to gather succulent berries with the intent to craft a delectable red berry pie for my intimate soiree this eve. Alas, my plans have been dashed. The misfortune transpired mere moments ago, just yonder beyond the elegant curtain of trees that grace the horizon.
Red berry pie. Shh. Raarh.
The guards acknowledge your statement, if not a little confused by some of the language you used, yet that has only seemed to heighten the importance of the situation to them. Okay, ma'am, we'll head over there right now and get it back for you. Lead the way.
Well, shit.
It's at this moment you hear a familiar voice boom from the top of the guard tower. You will do no such thing. You will stand at your post and continue to guard Waterdeep as you are being paid to do. We are not protectors of people who venture outside of these walls. We are the city guard. This is the guard who you encountered yesterday.
Okay, let's bump this up a little bit. But please, good sir, for some foolish reason, I decided to bring all 200 platinum with me. My husband will be absolutely mortified if he finds out about my silliness when I return home.
You notice the guard's attention to be immediately drawn to your words. 200 platinum, eh? That's quite a lot of coin. You're right. This should be dealt with immediately and be recovered for you. You two stay here and continue to guard the city. I will take care of this.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, thank you ever so kindly. You're my hero.
The guard finishes climbing down from the tower and extends his arm in a way that gestures lead the way. As you begin to walk to the tree line, the man begins to engage in conversation with you. So, what should I call you then?
Oh, you can call me Jane.
Okay then, Jane. Now, why did a pretty little thing like yourself think that going outside of the city walls to collect berries was a good idea?
It was foolish of me. I know that now, but I wanted so hard to impress my guests tonight that I was capable of venturing into the wilds to gather my own sustenance.
Well, you're right. It was very foolish of you. There are many dangerous things that lay beyond the walls, from wild dogs to bandits. You could have easily died.
Well, I guess I'm so lucky to have run into a big, strong warrior like yourself to protect me whilst we go get it back.
A smirk lines the man's face as he responds, lucky indeed. It's at this point the two of you begin to enter the tree line.
Psst. Tronald, I really don't like this guy.
Shh, Raarh, we can discuss it later.
The guard is now around 50 feet from where you guys are hiding. Your camouflage still seems to be holding up, but you're not sure for how long.
I'm going to wait until he is 30 feet away, then I'm going to cast suggestion on him.
Oofed, that's a 13 on his saving throw.
Nice.
Positioning yourself for the perfect moment, you patiently bide your time, eyes locked on the guard as he approaches. Judging the distance, you determine him to be about 30 feet away, just within the reach of your suggestion spell. A thrum of power pulses from your new, albeit downgraded, arcane focus. Although the bond you share with this focus isn't as deep as with your previous one, it resonates with the raw magic coursing through your veins. You breathe in, pulling in the energy around you, focusing it into the spell you are about to cast. Uttering the mystical incantation for suggestion, you release the magic, sending it spiraling towards the unsuspecting guard. Now, what do you suggest him to do?
I say strip down naked, then walk as far as you can into the bog.
A sudden dazed look overcomes the guard, his eyes clouding over as the power of your spell takes hold. Without hesitation, he methodically begins to shed his armor and clothing, piling them neatly on the ground. Once he's entirely disrobed, he sets off, wandering towards the bog, just as you commanded.
Fucking beautifully executed, Tronald.
What can I say, Raarh? I'm the best.
Oh, wow. He really was compensating for something with that armor.
Why are you looking at his pee-pee?
I don't know, man. It's not really a choice. It's like the laws of magic and physics compel me to assess a man's assets when they present themselves to me.
You're right. It looks very strange, and I feel like it should be greener.
Just because yours is green, buddy, doesn't mean everyone else's is.
As you guys finish discussing the man's genitalia, a cold dread suddenly washes over you, Tronald. In your focus on the spell and the desired outcome, you'd overlooked one crucial detail. The direct path to the bog, the one your suggestion has sent the guard on, leads straight across the bustling main route of Waterdeep. The unclothed guard is about to take a leisurely stroll in plain sight of the other guards and a multitude of bewildered citizens.
Well, fuck.
Oh no, what should we do?
Fucking stop him before he wanders out of the damn tree line. But make sure you don't injure him.
I'll deal with this. Joe, I charge up to the nudist and tackle him to the ground.
Be fucking careful, Raarh.
Don't worry, Tronald. I'll do my best to avoid it.
What? I'm not saying be careful of his schlong. I'm saying don't fucking hurt him, otherwise the spell will fade.
Noted. But for my own safety, I would like to avoid it if possible.
Okay then, Raarh, I need you to roll 2 d20s for me. 1 athletics check to see if you can tackle him to the ground, and a dexterity saving throw for schlong avoidance.
Okay, that's an 18 for my athletics check. Fuck! I rolled a 7 for the dex saving throw.
With all the accuracy and finesse of a seasoned wrestler, you sprint towards the undressed guard. Like a predatory cat, you pounce, bringing him down to the ground without causing any harm that would shatter the enchantment of Tronald's spell. However, in the midst of your struggle, this nude nemesis's schlong becomes the equivalent of a writhing serpent, sliding and flopping, impacting you from all directions. Despite the intensity of the situation, whilst you have managed to hold down the guard for now, the farcical wrestle with the naked, spellbound guard and his all-too-enthusiastic appendage continues.
Someone fucking help me!
Tronald, go help him. I'm not going anywhere near that thing.
But I don't wanna.
Fucking help! It's getting me!
Oh, for fuck's sake, where's Saxy when you need him? All right, Joe, with the intention of containing the schlong, I enter the fray.
Tronald, with a split second of uncertainty flickering in your eyes, you steel yourself and plunge headfirst into the tussle. Your mission is clear, if not a little unconventional, to subdue the unwieldy, fleshy combatant that continues to challenge your comrade. I'm going to need you to roll an athletics check for this interesting endeavor.
Oh, Lord, give me strength. That's an 8 total, Joe.
With a roll of 8, the battle rages on. Yourself and Raarh continue wrestling with this unanticipated opponent, failing to bring the squirming adversary under control. In this moment of pure farce, the schlong continues its relentless rebellion, making a mockery of the tense situation.
You know what? Fuck this. Joe, I will defeat this foe the only way I know how. I bite it.
You do fucking what?
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
This is amazing.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
All right, then. As the adversary continues to flail about Raarh, you take a page out of nature's survival handbook, a primal instinct. With a deep breath, you lunge and chomp down on the persistent opponent with a wild ferocity. The resulting shriek of pain from the guard reverberates through the air, turning this unlikely battlefield into a spectacle of the bizarre. And on that shocking note, we'll end this session and see what chaos... In our previous session, you embarked on your ambitious plan to pilfer plate armor from a detested city guard. Despite Saxiron's comically poor attempt at stealth, the group pressed on, choosing to sideline him as a potential risk. Celestia, masquerading as a noblewoman, artfully convinced the guard to follow her into the underbrush with a convincingly distressed performance. However, a misjudged suggestion spell led to an unexpected wrestle with a fully disrobed guard and his undisciplined anatomy. Just as the situation seemed to spiral, Raarh called upon his primal instincts, delivering a vicious bite to the appendage that left everyone in anticipation of what would follow.
Why the fuck did you do that, Raarh? Like, seriously, man, I told you specifically not to hurt him. So what do? Bite his fucking dick off.
Unfortunately, in the midst of this shocking event, there's no opportunity for an exchange of words. The intensity of the pain the guard is experiencing shatters the spell's hold on him like glass. His jaw unhinges and his mouth gapes wide, the eerie silence a harbinger of the ear-splitting cry threatening to burst forth from his throat at any moment in response to the agony.
Joe, immediately after Raarh delivers his chomp, I want to cast silence on a stone next to the guard.
That's incredibly quick thinking on your part, Celestia. What save does he have to make for this?
That's the beauty of it, Joe. He doesn't get a save since I cast it on an object and not him directly. So anything within a 20-foot radius of the stone cannot speak and is classed as deafened. That also includes Tronald and Raarh.
Impressive indeed. As your spell of silence weaves its enchantment onto the stone, claiming a sphere of stillness in the surrounding 20-foot radius, the guard's mouth stretches into an open wail, but his outcry is muted, swallowed by the spell, his silent scream echoing in the suddenly soundless void.
Well, now what's the fucking plan?
Shh, Tronald, you can't speak. You have been silenced.
Nobody can silence the Tronald.
Well, apparently Celestia can, and she has, so shh.
Okay, well, I'm going to gag the guard with some of the clothing that he removed and bind his hands. Once I am sure that everything is in place correctly, I will drop the silent spell.
Well, with the guard pinned under the combined weight of Tronald and Raarh, there's really no need for a roll. You take swift action, ripping apart the clothes the guard had hastily removed, improvising them into a rudimentary gag and restraints. Once satisfied with your handiwork, you let the focus of your spell wane, the aura of silence dissolving back into the air.
Well, that was a fucking awful experience.
I seriously doubt it was a worse experience for you than it was for him, Raarh.
Have you ever had another man's dick in your mouth?
Well, no, but that's really not the point.
Then you really can't compare the two, can you?
You have a bizarre mind, dude. Anyway, now that the guy has been restrained, what's your plan?
Let's not sugarcoat our situation. Given our actions, setting this man loose will surely summon a tempest of troubles in our direction. I regret to say, but we need to make certain this predicament is closed, conclusively.
I don't know, Tronald. There's a difference between stripping someone naked, stealing from them, and then outright committing murder. Because if we go down this route, there's no other way to look at it than murder.
Celestia, he's seen our faces, he knows our voices. He'll bring down the entire might of Waterdeep upon us. We would be hunted, hounded at every step.
I don't know, Tronald. Killing him because he's seen our faces sounds like something that the Obetus would do, not us.
I do not take the potential ending of a life lightly, but I'd rather bear that burden than see our dreams, our aspirations, crumble under the weight of regret. If we falter here, we do more than risk our lives. We risk our purpose. The good we can bring to this world, the lives we can change and save, that far outweighs the cost we have to pay today. So steel yourself, Celestia. This is not an act of cruelty, but of survival. Our survival.
Whatever, man, I guess he was a dick anyway. And by the sounds of it, he was most likely planning to rob me, kill me, or both. So crack on.
I don't know why this conversation has turned so serious. It's really not that big of a deal.
Raarh, your ruthless realism contrasts with Celestia's compassionate heart, and that's the beauty of our team. Our contrasting perspectives are what allows us to discern the optimal path in any situation.
Well, you guys do what you need to do. I'm going to tell Saxy he can come back. Whilst on some levels I do now agree with you, Tronald, that this must be done. That doesn't mean I want to be around when it happens.
As you turn to depart, Celestia, the plaintive, muffled sobs of the restrained guard reach your ears. The plea in his eyes anchors you for a moment, a silent cry that implores you not to abandon him to this grim fate.
I say to the guard, I'm sorry, but it was your greed and ambitions that led you down this path. And I carry on walking, Joe.
Brutal.
Well, Raarh, I'll let you do the honors.
Thank you, Tronald. Although, just so you know, I don't plan on eating this guy. The sample I've had has really put me off the idea.
That's okay, Raarh. It was never actually mandatory for you to eat him. We just need him silenced permanently.
Raarh, as your gaze falls upon the captive guard, a desperate entreaty sparkles in the depths of his fear-stricken eyes. It's a silent, final plea that resonates with a hope you can almost feel, begging you for mercy, for a second chance.
Don't try them puppy dog eyes with me, naked man. Joe, I raise my axe in the air, ready to deliver a killing blow. But before I take the swing, I say, in your next life, keep your fucking dick away from people. Then I cleave down.
All right, then. Well, once again, there's no point in making you roll for this. A city guard doesn't have any means which he would be able to defend himself whilst he is in such a situation, so even if the first one missed, he wouldn't be able to stop the onslaught. With a powerful swing, you finish the guard, his lifeless body now laying limp on the ground.
All right, then. Well, I'd have suggested we move or hide the body. but nobody else knows we had any connection to this, especially when Celestia shifts back to her base form.
Speaking of Celestia, it is at this point that you return with Saxiron.
What the hell have you two done?
Well, everything wasn't plain sailing, Saxy, so we had to improvise. Anyway, we managed to get you the plate armor. It's just over there.
Well, thanks, I guess. As far as I'm concerned, I had nothing to do with this, so my conscience is clear.
True. You have enough on your conscience after you nearly got that innocent old lady killed.
I didn't nearly do anything. That was Raarh.
No, you was the one who summoned him. You irresponsibly sent in the Raarh without any thought of the mayhem that you could cause. Learn to own your mistakes, Saxy.
Whatever, man. Joe, I pick up the plate armor and place it inside of my new bag of holding, which I crafted last night.
Oh, how have you got another one of them?
It's an ability I have, Tronald. Why?
Nothing. It's just, if you didn't wander off, we could have avoided killing the guy by putting him inside the bag to transport him over the clearing undetected.
Don't you fucking dare. You and Raarh were the ones who sent me away because I was, and I quote, not needed for any aspect of this.
Well, that was before we knew you had a bag of holding. You should really learn to sell yourself more.
Well, if it's okay with you, Saxy, I think the least we could do is put his body inside of the bag and transport him somewhere where he will be found easier, so he can have a proper send-off with his friends and family.
I don't know, Celestia. Whilst that is a nice thing to do given the circumstances, that will just put us at further risk when trying to avoid any fallout from this situation. What we could do is deliver an anonymous note, informing the city guard that a body has been found outside of the city.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, as long as we manage to deliver some closure to his loved ones.
You're all so fucking emotional. It's really not that big of a deal.
Well, we've had our way with the situation, Raarh. So the least we can do is respect the wishes of Saxiron and Celestia when it comes to how to finalize it.
I guess that makes sense.
Okay, guys, so what's the plan?
Well, I'm going to change back into my original form for starters.
Excellent. Okay then, Joe. We're going to walk around the far side of the tree line and approach Waterdeep from an angle where it doesn't look like we've come from this forest.
All right, after a roughly 5-minute trek, you veer away from the city's outskirts and circle back towards Waterdeep from a less conspicuous route. Emerging from the veil of the trees, the city's gates loom ahead. You can't help but catch the nervous, flickering glances from the guards, their eyes anxiously scanning the tree line, awaiting the return of their superior. Tamping down any suspicion in your demeanor, you smoothly blend into the stream of townsfolk and return to the bustling veins of Waterdeep streets.
All right then, guys. I reckon this is the moment where we can diverge for a bit. Take a few days to sort out our individual errands. We'll reconvene once we're all sorted, all right?
Yeah, okay. Shall we just say we shall rendezvous at the Ember's Embrace 3 days from now?
Guys, what am I going to do for 3 days?
Yeah, that sounds good to me, although I reckon that's where the majority of us will be stopping on nights, so we will probably see each other around.
I wouldn't be so sure of that. The place was an absolute rip-off. I might just find somewhere else to stop. I'll have to see.
Guys, what am I going to do?
Have you learnt nothing, Tronald? Ah, well, just don't go getting yourself robbed again because you decide to stay at some dank tavern or try to rough it out.
Don't you worry about me, Saxy. I've been thinking about taking measures to make sure that never happens again.
Stop ignoring me. What am I going to do for 3 days?
God damn it, Raarh. Just go do something. Go have fun. I don't care how.
Incredible. These are going to be my best days ever.
As your dialogue winds down, each of you begins to part ways, diverging into the intricate labyrinth of the city, now on your own path, driven by curiosity, thirst for knowledge, or in Raarh's case, possibly a penchant for mayhem. It is with this moment of departure that we will draw the curtains for this session. See you later, guys. Hey guys, in the last session, you made the decision to permanently silence the guard, a grim yet necessary act designed with the hopes that it would prevent repercussions from your earlier actions. You then seamlessly reintegrated yourselves into the bustling city of Waterdeep. The decision was reached that it was time for temporary separation, to dedicate a few days for personal pursuits. Some of you opted to delve deeper into the mysteries surrounding the Obetus, while others chose to fortify themselves, preparing for the inevitable clashes looming in the not-so-distant future. Does anyone have any particular preference who goes first, or shall we roll for it?
Not really. We might as well just roll for it.
I agree. Let the dice gods decide what order we do this in.
Sure.
Well, I still have absolutely no fucking idea what I'll be doing, so I'm happy to go last.
All right, so Raarh can go last, but as for the rest of you, roll them.
That's a 14 for me, Joe.
Awesome. A natural 2 for me.
Well, I rolled a 5, but I'm going to use one of my luckies to re-roll it.
What? You can't use one of your luckies to change the fate of a real-life decision, dude.
What do you mean?
Well, he was hardly speaking in a cryptic script. He means what he said. You can't use your lucky to change the outcome of something we, as players, are doing.
Well, I'm going to ignore the fact that that's the biggest load of horse shit I've ever heard, and instead retort with this. I'll use my portent instead.
Dude, are you feeling a little bit slow today or something? Because I'm struggling to figure out what you're not understanding about this. You cannot use game mechanics to influence real-life decisions.
Well, I'm struggling to figure out why all of a sudden turn order is so important to you. I'm pretty sure you said you didn't mind what order we went in.
Well, that was before I realized how much you wanted to go first. Now I'm all for me being the one to go first.
Joe, I cast silvery barbs on Elon.
Oh my god.
Okay, Saxiron, you're up first. How do you spend your 3 days?
Whatever.
All right, Joe. My plan for the next 3 days is to buckle down and focus on upgrading my armor. Thankfully, I've got all the tools I need on hand, so there won't be any need to involve any blacksmiths or enchanters at this stage. That being said, I can see myself seeking their services in the future when I'm ready to make more advanced modifications. On another note, I decided to switch up my cantrips when we reached level 3. I traded in Ray of Frost for Booming Blade, so it's about time I got a rapier. I'm planning to swing by either the local blacksmith or drop in on Asmo to pick one up.
Awesome. Well, unless there is anything else you specifically want to do there other than buy the item, we can just say that you visited the local blacksmith and bought yourself a rapier for 25 gold.
Sweet. As for my artificer infusions, I'm planning to hold on to my bag of holding, but I've decided to swap out my Ring of the Dragon for enhanced defense. This should bump my AC up to 21.
21? That's insane.
Well, that's artificers for you, man. They're tanky boys.
You're telling me.
For the more intricate part of my project over the coming days, I intend to craft a complex mechanism. The idea is to embed this device on my person, preferably at my side. Its purpose? When activated, it would instigate a rapid assembly sequence where my armor, currently resting within my bag of holding, is summoned forth and automatically assembles itself around me. In essence, a bit of alchemical translocation combined with an ingenious system of gears and levers.
Okay, cool. If I'm not mistaken, the arcane armor for an artificer allows you to doff or don the full suit as an action, right?
That's correct, Joe.
So this is more of a flair than an actual mechanic. I'll tell you what, give me 3 consecutive straight intelligence rolls. This will determine how fast and what type of action you will have to use to don the full armor. Because I can see where you are going with this, and I think it's frickin' awesome.
That's a 10 and 18, and a natural 20.
Very nice. You know what? Fuck it. I make the rules, and I say that you can activate this device with a free action.
Damn, that's awesome. But yeah, that pretty much wraps up what I wanted to take care of. See, Donald, was it really that difficult to wait a couple of minutes?
Excruciatingly.
Well, you'll be happy to know that it's your turn now, so what you doing?
A few things, actually, Joe. Firstly, I would like to spend some time casting Identify on the 3 scrolls that I found.
Okay, so are you going to do this out in the open?
Yeah, I'll just go find a bench or something nearby Asmo's shop.
Meandering through the time-worn cobblestone arteries of the city, you once again stand before the opulent sight of Asmo's Golden Emporium. A bench nearby offers a welcome retreat, close enough to the Emporium, yet secluded enough to provide a sanctuary from the bustling populace, who are thankfully preoccupied with their own concerns. Settling onto the bench, you begin to channel the arcane essence required for the Identify spell. As a ritual, the process is more time-consuming, the energy gathering slowly but surely, like storm clouds on the horizon. Half an hour ebbs away, measured out by the rhythmic cadence of the city's heartbeat. All the while, your incantations hang heavy in the air. Yet, as the ritual concludes, the spells remain as enigmatic as ever, their secrets seemingly locked away beyond your comprehension.
Well, that's just plain dumb. There's no way my Identify spell would fail.
Suddenly, a convulsion grips your mind, a surge of pain lancing through your temples. Your world spins into a whirlwind of chaos before a voice as cold and resolute as ancient stone reverberates in your mind. Your treachery against your own kind has sealed your fate. Your childlike yearning for peace and prosperity will plunge us into a war on 2 fronts. That is why you must die today.
Ow, what the fuck's going on with me?
As you open your eyes with the dizziness from the sudden yet short skull-splitting headache fading, you are on your knees, the spell scrolls scattered across the floor, slowly fluttering and blowing in the wind.
I quickly collect them, Joe, before they blow away.
On your hands and knees, you dart towards the unfurling spell scrolls, snatching them from the brink of the capricious breeze or the covetous grasp of an opportunistic bystander. Retreating swiftly, you hunker down at the foot of the bench, your back pressed against the cool, sturdy wood, now occupying a modest patch of cobblestones. Once more, you spread the scrolls before your widened eyes, yet now their cryptic markings coalesce into clear, comprehensible meanings, like the lines of a well-versed poem or the notes of a favorite song. The glyphs sing out to you with an uncanny familiarity, as if this arcane script has been etched into the marrow of your bones your entire life.
Why does he choose to have his freak-out moment the instant we split up?
Hush, Saxy, you're not here.
Right.
So what are these spells then, Joe?
Each of these 3 spells, one inscribed on a level 1 scroll and the other 2 etched upon level 2 scrolls, stem from the same source, a school of magic that until now remained cloaked in the shroud of myths and dreams. These mystical glyphs and complex incantations belong to Vitamin C, the elusive 10th school of magic.
Incredible. So what do each of the spells do then?
I'll send you over the specific details for each one, but the names of these spells are Vitality Chain, Retrospective Gaze, and Death's Mirror.
Okay then. Well, I don't have enough coin to attempt to put all of these spells into my spell book, so I'll quickly nip into Asmo's and get enough ink and parchment to do the level 1 spell and a level 2 spell. So 150 gold's worth.
Oh, so now he can spend coin. Now he's got some fancy new toys.
Oh, stop bitching. Let him have his fun.
Yeah, dude, like the process or not, the only reason you've got that 21 AC is because of our crazy wizard here. We know he's tight, but go easy on him.
To be fair, you're right. I'll give you some gold for the last spell, Tronald, when we're all back together.
How kind of you, Saxy. Well, Joe, I'm going to spend the rest of today scribing these new spells into my spell book. Then I'm going to go to sleep.
Okay, dude, so first, roll me 2 Arcana checks. We're looking for an 11 on one and a 12 on the other.
Easy. The first one was a 15 and the second one was 22.
Nice work. So, after around 6 hours of scribing, you finish transferring 2 of the spells into your spellbook. So, which tavern will you be going to?
Tavern? When did I say anything about a tavern?
He's actually gonna do it.
What kind of person would I be if I willingly accepted gold off Saxiron, yet would happily waste my dwindling gold on something like a tavern? Not gonna happen. I'll rough it out on this bench. It will be my new home for the next 3 days.
Damn, dude, you don't have to do that. I was only joking when I was talking about you splashing too much coin on yourself.
You're not here, Saxy. But if you was, I'd tell you that I'm not doing this because I have to. I'm doing it because I want to.
Well, that's just weird.
Nah, I get it.
And that's my point proven.
Okay then, Tronald. Out of interest, just so we can speed things up a bit, what are you going to be doing over the next 2 days?
I'll be making my way around the city asking for any information about Kobe and if anyone has seen him or know where he went.
Okay then, dude. Roll 3 D100s for me and read them out in order. These will determine how your night's sleep goes. Then roll 2 charisma checks to see what information you can gather regarding Kobe.
That's a 76, an 89, and a 7. And as for my charisma checks, that's another fucking 7 and a 15.
Your initial night spent on the bench unfurls uneventfully. You rise at dawn, rejuvenated and primed to question the townsfolk about Kobe's whereabouts, though the day ends with no fruitful leads. The following evening, under a crystal-clear sky, you surrender to the enchantment of the star-studded canopy, allowing sleep to claim you as you marvel at the twinkling celestial bodies.
Why are you marveling at Celestia's body, Tronald?
Celestial Raarh. It's got an L at the end.
I'm not going to pretend like I know what words you're trying to say to me, mysterious man, but I appreciate your input.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Guys, shh.
I apologize on Saxy's behalf, Joe.
Right.
Anyway, on the final day, the first half is nondescript, the clock ticking away in mundane routine. Just as you're on the brink of abandoning the quest for the day, fortune graces you. You encounter a dockhand whose tale of an odd stranger seeking northward passage breathes new life into your mission. Satisfied with the day's revelation, you retreat back to your makeshift bed, aiming for a restful night. However, the third night is far from serene. Thoughts of the haunting voice and the brutal headache plague your mind, refusing you the solace of sleep. Around midnight, as you hover on the cusp of sleep, the subtle murmur of hushed voices and a soft clinking of metal stir your attention. With a cautious squint, you spot a pair of figures meddling with Asmo's door lock. In the stillness of the night, a break-in is unfolding before your eyes.
Okay, I slowly raise from my home and try get a clear look at the little mischief makers. What do I see?
Roll me a perception check.
That's a 14, Joe.
Cloaked in shadow, the identities of the 2 figures remain hidden, but as they move, a moonlit glint of brass reveals an emblem on their attire. It's a circumscribed pair of crossed daggers. Above the daggers, a crow takes flight, wings spread wide in a silent gesture of defiance.
Okay, Joe, I quietly activate my mage armor.
What are you doing? Get out of there. Don't engage. I repeat, do not engage.
Hell no, Saxy. There ain't no way I'm letting these punks steal from our Asmo.
Okay, Tronald, your mage armor is up. What are you doing?
In the words of my good friend Raarh, I'll do what I do best, and cast light.
Oh my god.
Then I proceed to shout, "What do you think you're doing, you little shits?"
The second your light spell erupts into existence, piercing the midnight darkness, the 2 clandestine figures whirl about in startled alarm. But instead of darting away as you had anticipated, one of them delves into his belt. His hand resurfaces, brandishing a deadly knife, its blade reflecting your spell's harsh glow. He cocks his arm back, poised to launch the knife straight at you. The once quiet night abruptly transforms into a battlefield. Now, Tronald, the tides of this confrontation lie in your hands. I'm gonna need you to roll for initiative.
Yes, that's a 19, Joe. See, have no fear, Saxy. Tronald has got this.
Well, we will see if Tronald does in fact got this on the next session. Just a heads up, I won't be creating a battle map for it. Seems a little silly for what should be a quick skirmish.
It's nice to see you've got so much faith in me, Joe.
Yeah, faith in you, right.
I think he's hinting that the odds are not in your favor, Tronald.
Well, aren't you just as sharp as always, Raarh?
Last session, we delved into your 3-day downtime escapades. Saxiron was on an absolute engineering spree, transforming his armor into a quick-donning masterpiece that rocketed his AC to a whopping 21. Now he's more fortified than a city gate. Meanwhile, Tronald, our resident bench-warming magician, took up residence outside Asmo's Emporium. Between power naps, he worked tirelessly to decipher the spell scrolls he had pilfered from Rick's manor. What he unearthed was no less than astonishing. An elusive and virtually unheard-of branch of magic, whispered about in vague visions and cryptic memories. The 10th school of magic, vitamin C. With this newfound knowledge under his belt, Tronald turned his attention to locating the betrayer, Kobe.
Fuck that guy.
His perseverance paid off, revealing that Kobe had booked a one-way voyage to the north. Now there's a breadcrumb trail to follow. The session concluded with a rude awakening for Tronald. 2 shadowy figures were picking the lock of Asmo's shop, which resulted in Tronald engaging, sparking an unexpected confrontation in the heart of the sleeping city. So what was your initiative again, Tronald?
It was 19, Joe.
Okay, so they rolled a 24 and a 21, so they go first.
On second thoughts, maybe Tronald has done an oopsie.
Oh my god.
You've got this, best buddy.
Okay, so the first figure is going to run up to you, Tronald, and take a swing at you with his blade. Oofed. That's a dirty 20 to hit.
Well, shit. I cast shield as a reaction, Joe.
With an instinctual upward thrust of your arm, you conjure an ethereal shield of pure arcane energy. The incoming blade ricochets off your defensive magic, the metallic echo ringing out into the night. Yet the danger is not over. The second assailant seizes this chaotic moment, maneuvering behind you with stealthy agility, his dagger already arcing towards your unsuspecting back. His advantageous position grants him a perfect setup for a devastating sneak attack. Holy shit.
What? What did you roll?
He rolled a natural 20.
Well, we might have just lost our wizard guys.
For fuck's sake. Joe, is there any way we can get involved in this combat?
Unfortunately not, Saxiron. You're all split up at the moment, and you would have no idea that this is even happening.
Wait, aren't my Raarh senses tingling because my Tronald is in danger?
You just made that ability up.
No, Joe, look, it's right here on my sheet.
Dude, I literally just saw you scribble that down. All of your enthusiasm to help Tronald in this situation is heartwarming, but this battle is for Tronald to deal with, and Tronald alone.
Oh, fuck off, Joe.
Well, I can't use my silvery barbs because I've already used shield as a reaction. So I'm going to use one of my luckies on him.
Nice. However, he does still get to roll with advantage. Damn, this guy's rolls. He rolled a natural 1 and another natural 20.
Are you taking the piss, Joe? All right, fuck it. I replaced the natural 20 with my portent 15.
Nice. With a 15 that takes his attack roll to 20, so that misses because of your shield. Damn, the cheese machine is back in action. You seriously got yourself out of a very sticky situation there, Tronald.
It's what I do.
Okay, now it's your turn. What's the plan?
Get the hell out of there, Tronald.
No. And by no, I mean hell no. These guys dare to mess with Daddy Tron? I will show them what true power looks like.
You fucking beast, Tronald.
All right then, Joe, I quickly survey the area. How close am I and the 2 figures from Asmo's shop?
You're about 30 feet away from the shop, and the other individual is about 15 feet away.
Okay then, Joe. I'm going to cast Vortex Warp on the individual closest to the shop and teleport him inside of Asmo's Emporium, with the hopes that it will trigger some sort of magical alarm.
Ooh, nice. What saving throw does he need to make for this?
It's a constitutional saving throw.
You mean a Constitution saving throw, right?
Yeah, that one.
And just to double check something, Tronald, can you teleport someone somewhere where you cannot see?
No, it states that I need to be able to see where I am teleporting them to, although I was hoping that I would be able to see through a window or something. Because it's a magic shop, I'd have thought there would be some kind of continuous lighting inside.
Well, you're right, there is. But it's quite dim, so I'll have to ask you to make a perception check to see if you can make out anything past the window.
That's a 16 on my perception check.
Nice. So you absolutely can see beyond the window. Let's roll his saving throw then. With an unimpressive roll of 11, his attempt to resist your magic is futile. As your arm extends, it directs an outburst of arcane energy that violently distorts the air around him. Suddenly, the very fabric of reality seems to rip open beside him, as if a miniature black hole had materialized. With an irresistible pull, it ensnares the figure, yanking him into its maw. In an eerie moment of silence, he vanishes from sight, swallowed by your magic and catapulted into the confines of Asmo's Emporium.
Well done, Tronald. You've performed a strategic masterstroke here. Not only might Asmo now get a hint about the ongoing issue, but you've cleverly divided the 2 intruders. By doing so, their sneak attack is effectively neutralized, and it puts you in a prime position to handle them one at a time. Stellar move.
They're about to understand the true meaning of fuck with the Tronald and find out.
Is that your turn, Tronald?
Yep.
All right then. Now it's the first figure's turn, the one next to you. Seeing his ally vanish into nothingness with no idea where he has gone has spooked him massively. He uses his bonus action to disengage from you and run 30 feet away. It looks like he is attempting to flee. However, at the end of his movement, he spins around and throws a throwing knife in your direction. That's a 22 to hit.
Alrighty, I cast Silvery Barbs as a reaction, which means he needs to re-roll that, and I'll be giving myself the advantage, obviously.
Damn, that's a total of 12 to hit you.
Excellent.
Now it's the other figure's turn. Tronald, you look over to the store where you can see him frantically bashing at the glass with the butt of his dagger, but it seems to be totally ineffective, as if the glass itself has some kind of enchantment on it. That ends his turn.
You seriously turned that situation around fast, Tronald. I'm very impressed.
Tronald, all of a sudden you start hearing shouting from inside of the shop.
You fucking dare wake me from my slumber? You will pay for your transgressions.
You see the man turn and face the voice before saying, "Let me out of this fucking place before I kill you."
How do you plan on doing that when you're already dead?
NANI? Tronald, you hear a gigantic explosion from inside of the shop as if lightning had just struck. Where the man once stood beside the window, he stands no more. Now it's your turn. What you doing?
Well, it seems like my plan worked to perfection. And at this point, I have no need to preserve my spell slots or abilities, seeing as I'll be continuing my long rest afterwards. So I'm going to use another Vortex Warp on the last guy and send him inside as well. But don't bother rolling Joe. I'm going to immediately use up my 7 portent on him.
Nice. So just like before, you raise your arms and summon the vortex, sucking the...
Whoa! Easy there, Joe. I wish you'd stop being so fucking sexual all the time. First it was nudists. Now it's magical black holes sucking people. This is meant to be a kid-friendly show.
What the fuck are you talking about, Raarh?
You know what I'm talking about, you filthy, filthy man.
Well, let's just pretend for a second I was giving some weird description of whatever the fuck you think I was. In what reality is this a kid-friendly show? I mean, fuck. This show isn't even adult-friendly with how you guys be carrying on. I barely even feel safe myself sometimes.
I'm not gonna lie, Raarh. It's a little bit hypocritical.
What's hypogrifical?
Hypocritical. And the fact that you literally just finished gnawing a poor guard's pee-pee off, now you're telling Joe off for describing how Tronald's spell was sucking one of the guards into Asmo's shop.
Oh, that's what you were doing? Sorry, Joe. I'd be lying if I said I didn't glaze over for a second there.
Apology accepted. Just quit cutting me off all the time.
Can we get back to my combat? This episode is about me, Tronald.
Whatever, man. I guess I'll try my description again. So just like before, you raise your arms and summon the vortex, sucking the individual inside. You hear the shout of the thief say, "Wait, please, have mercy."
Wow.
He's scary.
A short moment of silence passes before you hear Asmo seemingly talking to himself.
Fuck this. I'm off back to sleep. I'll clean up in the morning.
Well, that played out nicely. It's a real shame I can't loot them. Guess I'll just see Asmo in the morning, because fuck if I'm going to disturb that man anymore with the mood he's in. Anyway, Joe, I'm going to head back to sleep myself. Finish up this long rest.
Sure thing, Tronald. So once the thrill of the skirmish dissipates, exhaustion seizes you and escorts you into the soothing embrace of sleep. You wake to Asmo standing over your stretched-out body atop the bench.
So, they decided to kick you out then, huh?
What do you mean, kick me out?
I just assumed the reason you've taken to sleeping on a bench outside of my store for the last 3 days was because the rest of your group kicked you out.
Well, you assumed wrong, Asmo. I like sleeping outside every now and again. It's a good way for me to test myself.
You didn't want to spend gold again, did you?
I really didn't.
Well, I guess that's up to you how you spend your nights. Anyway, don't think I didn't notice that it was you who sent those crooks my way who were trying to raid my shop last night. Gotta admit, you stepping up was a nice touch. Not that the shop needed protecting, but hey, it's the thought that matters, right?
Well, I liked the cut of your jib, so I felt it only right to stand up for you when the opportunity presented itself.
Aw, shucks. I like you too, man. You know what's weird?
Saxy's dress sense?
What?
Well, that also, but what I was gonna say is this. I feel like I've known you a hell of a lot longer than we have actually known each other. You ever feel that way about someone?
Yeah, I know what you mean there.
No, but I don't just mean, oh, that guy seems familiar. I mean, I feel like you've been my pal for, like, forever.
It's probably just the Tronald charm.
Yeah, it's probably that. Well, either way, I want to make sure you succeed with whatever bullshit you've got planned, because there's something special about you, dude. I just can't put a pin on what exactly.
That's exactly what I keep telling everyone, but they don't believe me.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let you borrow one of my scrying crystals. It'll allow you to use the spell scrying once per day. Might help you catch that test tube fella who robbed you of your focus.
The man reaches into his baggy pockets and pulls out a beautiful oval-shaped crystal. He reaches out his hand as if he is about to place it in yours, before he retracts it slightly and says,
"Don't fucking lose it, Tronald."
Thanks for this, Asmo. Your kindness has truly touched my heart.
Aw, you little golden-hearted wizard. That's nice to hear. Don't be a stranger, dude. Make sure you pop down every once in a while or into another one of Asmo's golden emporiums. It really doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm gonna fuck off and clean up this mess you left me.
See you later, Asmo.
And with that, Asmo turns around and heads back into the store, leaving you to ponder on his words and his act of kindness.
I can't believe you had the nerve to complain about how my 3 minutes was too long, then proceed to take 15 fucking minutes up for yourself.
I'm going to be honest with you, Saxy, and I mean this in the nicest way possible. It was probably for the best. You see, nobody at this table wants to listen about a guy modifying his armor for 15 minutes straight, but on the other hand, listening to the Tronald for the same amount of time is a dream come true for you all. Just look at their happy faces.
Anyway, let's move on to Celestia and what she's been getting up to.
One thing's for certain. I'll do my absolute fucking best to not take up the same amount of time as the Tronald. So, Joe, I'm going to try find the library. I want to research a few things.
Okay, Celestia. Well, we will pick that up next time. All right, so on to you, Celestia. You said you wanted to try find a library to do some research?
Yeah, that's right, Joe.
Roll me an investigation check.
That's a 12.
Even with a 12, it takes no more than an hour before you uncover the existence of the city's library, the awe-inspiring Mythos Citadel. The first sight of it takes your breath away. Its unique silhouette is etched against the skyline, a monument of knowledge. A solitary thick spire, not unlike an ancient tree, dominates the structure, spiraling skywards in a mesmerizing dance of stone and mystery. Each curl of the tower seems to hold a tale, as if every brick has been imbued with centuries of wisdom. The grandeur of Mythos Citadel is only magnified by its sparse, almost minimalistic design. There are no needless flourishes, no gaudy embellishments, only the sublime beauty of function married seamlessly to form. This is not just a library, it's a gateway to a universe of knowledge.
Wow, this is incredible. Joe, I make my way inside.
Ascending the grand, weathered stone staircase to the foot of the citadel, a staggering assembly of guards arrests your attention. This is no mere city watch, but a formidable private army, an impressive balance of mystical and martial prowess. Each figure is distinguished by a platinum chain gracing their necks, a closed book pendant acting as a visual pledge to their allegiance.
How did I not know about this place? I'm incredibly jealous right now.
Don't worry, my dear friend, we can always visit again as a group at some point.
I'd really rather not.
I thought you liked reading Raarh. Aren't you proofreading Tronald's book at the moment?
Well, yeah, but that's because it's Tronald's book. Plus, he keeps it interesting for me by adding nice little pictures in to help explain what's going on.
Oh, that's cute of you, Tronald.
What can I say? Tronald knows how to appeal to every audience.
Celestia, as you endeavor to cross the threshold into the halls of knowledge, a courteous yet firm hand lands lightly on your shoulder. The guard, with a voice as smooth as river stones yet brimming with a sense of authority, imparts, "Apologies for the interruption, madam, but it's our duty to ensure all guests are registered before they venture into our halls." An undeniable aura of power and respect radiates from him, a stark contrast to the city's regular watch. It's an unspoken reminder that you are about to tread the sacred grounds of wisdom, a place where knowledge commands its own army.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm not too familiar with the process. Where would I go to get registered?
The guard graces you with a genuine warm smile, his hand retreating from your shoulder. With a casual flick of his fingers, he directs your gaze towards a character standing apart. A length of parchment unrolls at his feet, an enchanted quill darting around him like a restless hummingbird, recording unseen dictations. I thought as much. You'll need to confer with Oleran. He's our esteemed bookkeeper.
Okay, Joe. I walk over to the individual and say, "Hey there, good sir. I was wondering if it would be possible for me to register myself as a member of the Mythos Citadel."
The man swivels towards you, his golden-hued skin aglow like a sunset masterpiece, as a flood of warmth fills his voice.
Greetings, young seeker. Our sanctuary welcomes each and every child of knowledge. We have various access levels to satiate different degrees of curiosity. Our general section, open to all, requires no fee. To delve into the richer mysteries of the Golden Archives, a modest contribution of 50 gold pieces per month is necessary. As for the Platinum Sanctum, the epitome of our knowledge vault, it requires a monthly offering of 100 platinum pieces, accompanied by a seal of recognition from the reigning Emperor of Ouroros, the respected Emperor Octavius. Where does your pursuit of wisdom lead you, dear seeker?
Your vocal range never ceases to amaze me, Joe.
Them prices are a little steep for access to a library in just one city.
Maybe they're steep, or maybe it's a bargain. That all depends on the knowledge you seek and how far you would go to obtain it. As for the Mythos Citadel, there are many dotted around Ouroros. Access to one means access to all.
I'll go with the 50 gold one for now then, Oleran. Does my registration allow any of my companions to come in with me in the future?
It is not a given that they can join you, though we do make exceptions. However, these can differ from citadel to citadel.
Good to know.
The magical quill, which was previously fluttering around the man's head, now gracefully descends, poised just above the parchment as he says,
Under what name should I record this pursuit of wisdom?
The name's Celestia Shapestein.
The quill quickly scribbles down a record of your name as the man reaches into a small lockbox and hands you a golden token.
In your new capacity as a Golden Archives member, you are encouraged, dear Seeker, to invoke the assistance of our scholarly aides for expedient acquisition of knowledge. Conversely, if it pleases you, do take your time to explore, to wander the Isles of Wisdom, be enveloped by the joy of discovery.
Thanks. One more thing. Once inside, where will I find the Golden Archives?
Floors 1 through 3, my child, are open spaces for all seekers. Level 4 and 5 are the revered halls of the Golden Archives, and the 6th is the Platinum Sanctum.
All right then, Joe. I head on inside and up to the Golden Archives.
Taking your first step into the Mythos Citadel, you are instantly absorbed by the building's grandeur. The air holds an aura of reverence for learning, resonating within the polished marble floors and pillars sculpted with scenes from ancient lore. As you ascend the staircase leading to the Golden Archives, the atmosphere transforms. The marble is replaced by polished mahogany, the cool stone supplanted by warm wood, the gold inlays shimmer under the soft light from elegant chandeliers, and the rustle of parchment and hushed discussions serving as a constant undercurrent. Upon reaching the threshold of the Golden Archives on level 4, a squadron of guards greets you, the platinum chain holding the closed book symbol overlaying their armor. They extend a hand, a silent request for your golden token. Beyond them, a labyrinth of bookshelves rises, bathed in the soft golden light that spills from the chandeliers above. You hold out your token to the guard, and with a brief nod, you are waved inwards as you step forward into this haven of enlightenment.
All right, so as soon as I enter, I want to find one of the helping hands to try locate some information for me.
Okay, it doesn't take you long to find one of these individuals as they seem to be all over the place. You approach one and place your request. So, what information are you after, Celestia?
I want them to find me anything on the Obetus, the 10th School of Magic, and anything under Lord Tan.
The individual gives you a warm smile as she jots down your requests on a piece of parchment before wandering off. About 10 minutes pass before she returns holding a singular book as she says, Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything under the Obetus or the 10th School of Magic. However, I did find this book that seems to contain some records about the Lord Tan that you mentioned.
Damn it. Well, at least you managed to find one out of 3. I thank her for gathering the book for me before taking it off her and beginning to read it.
Okay, roll me an intelligence check, Celestia. This is less on how well you are able to find the information, but more of how quickly you can make your way through the book, extracting the specific information that you need.
That's a 14, Joe.
Lord Tan, or more formally known as Lord Tanavir, emerged from obscurity within Auroros' borders only 3 short decades ago. With no prior footprint in the Empire's grand tapestry, he made a sudden and striking appearance, his past veiled in speculation and intrigue. Rumors spoke of Lord Tan's origin, tracing his roots back to the war-torn nation of Viridia. They suggested that he sought refuge from chaos, finding solace in the comparative peace of Auroros. The sheer depth of his magical aptitude quickly caught the eye of Emperor Valerius, the ruler at that time, with an immediacy that seemed to eclipse all else. In an almost unfathomable swift transition, this stranger surged through the ranks of power, his arcane prowess a stepping stone into the realm of influence. He was given lordship over the radiant city of Starhaven, alongside the rank of Archmage. In this meteoric rise, he also earned a coveted seat beside Valerius on the Emperor's personal council, cementing his immense influence within the realm. Yet mysteriously, within just a decade of his arrival, Lord Tan's journey abruptly ended. His intriguing life story, a brief yet intense streak across the Empire's sky, etched an enduring mark on Auroros' history.
So how did he die?
Surprisingly, there is nothing in this book regarding the actual passing of Lord Tan, nor is there any information regarding his feats which propelled him through the ranks, or any further information regarding him as a person.
Well, that's just sus as fuck, Joe.
Roll me an investigation check, Celestia.
That's a 16.
It suddenly dawns on you that the information puzzle doesn't quite fit together. Why would such an illustrious figure, a luminary of his time, have virtually no written trace of his existence, especially when less significant individuals have entire libraries echoing with their tales?
The plot thickens.
This is just so fucking weird. And before you say anything, Tronald, yes, I know I'm not there. But there's some serious foul play going on here.
All right, Joe, the Golden Archives just aren't going to cut it seems. So I'm going to make my way up the staircase towards the Platinum Sanctum.
No, Celestia. Whatever you're thinking of doing, don't do it. This is something Tronald or Raarh would do.
If you've concocted some fantasy where I'd put myself on the line in the name of knowledge or some other bookworm bullshit, you've wildly misjudged my character, mate.
So I make my way up, Joe. What do I see?
As you ascend the monumental staircase towards the realm of the truly privileged, the Platinum Sanctum, each step amplifies the sense of grandeur and exclusivity, the architecture becoming more sublime and intricate. The grand spectacle of the Golden Archives gives way to a serene elegance, an ethereal dance of soft light, precious metals and stones, and millennia-old masonry. The air grows thick with an almost tangible reverence, each breath tasting like the distilled essence of wisdom itself. The guard presence here noticeably escalates. Among the vastly increased number of Citadel guards who move with an air of authority, two figures stand out like monoliths of power. Clad in heavy armor that shimmers under the ethereal light, their emblem, the seal of Emperor Octavius himself, gleams menacingly from their chests. These are not just guards, they are the embodiment of the Emperor's might, fierce warriors hand-picked for their prowess and loyalty. Their presence is as imposing as the great doors they guard. The weight of their stare as they scrutinize each who dare approach carries an implicit threat. Their silence speaks volumes. The Platinum Sanctum is no place for the uninvited or the unworthy.
Okay, as soon as I see this, I turn back around and head around 10 steps down.
Wise choice, Celestia. Deep down, I knew you wouldn't do anything reckless. You're just built differently to them, too.
Now I'm going to wait on the staircase until I see an individual come down.
All right. After about an hour wait, you see a woman begin to descend the grand staircase. A cascade of raven black hair tumbles down her back, stark against the ethereal pallor of her skin, a shade as white as snow. Her eyes, an icy blue, seem to glimmer with an otherworldly light as if they themselves were fragments of a glacier under the midday sun.
I approach the woman. Hi there, I'm, a little lost. Is the floor above me still the Golden Archives?
As you draw closer, her demeanor immediately alters, ripples of surprise momentarily breaking her composed facade. Her features settle into an unsettling, frosty smile, as if she's taken aback by your audacity to approach her unbidden. There's an eerie quality about this woman that sends an involuntary chill cascading down your spine. Her expression morphs, striving to assume a mask to display some kind of warmth, yet the unsettling frostiness in her gaze never quite dissipates.
Interesting. Why would someone ask a question that they already know the answer to?
You're right, sorry. I was just curious as to what all the fuss was about the Platinum Sanctum.
A small grin appears on the woman's face as she says,
Beware the lure of curiosity, my dear. There are many who have fallen ill with this affliction, only to yearn once the journey's end is revealed for just a chance to reverse their misguided aspirations. Yet, not many are fortunate enough to get a second chance.
I don't like this woman one bit. I'm going to hastily make my way back down the stairs and into the Golden Archives, waiting for her to leave.
As you begin to make your way down the stairs, the woman calls out a farewell to you.
Until we meet again then, sweet Celestia.
Shortly after your descent, you see her make her own way down, continuing beyond the floor where you stand and leading her deeper into the lower tiers of the Citadel.
Well, that was eerie. I'm guessing you're going to leave now?
No, Joe, I shape change into the woman that I just saw. Seeing as I just talked to her, I know her voice as well, so I replicate that.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Then I proceed to make my way back up the stairs and towards the entrance to the Platinum Sanctuary.
Okay, so once again you head back up the stairs and towards the magnificent doorway leading inside. Immediately, the two Emperor's guard lower their heads as a sign of respect, as one of them proceeds to say, Lady Alara, did you forget something?
No, I didn't forget anything. But it occurred to me as I was walking away that I could do with researching another topic whilst I'm here.
Is it for the situation regarding His Imperial Highness, Emperor Octavius? If so, I can clear everyone out of the room like before.
For fuck's sake. You're impersonating someone directly linked to the Emperor?
No, that won't be necessary. This isn't official business, but more a personal matter I wish to delve into.
One of the Mythos Citadel guards speaks up. Of course, my lady. However, I must request to see your platinum token once again before entry.
Oh, great.
Will you please shut the fuck up with your running commentary? You're breaking all immersion for me.
Okay, Joe. I act like I'm searching for my platinum token. Then after I can't find it, I say, damn, I must have left it inside. That isn't going to be a problem, is it?
The Mythos Citadel guard begins to speak. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid without, before he is quickly cut off, have you forgotten who you speak to? Attempting to turn away a member of the Crimson Council, whom I may add was initially sent here on the behest of the Emperor himself, is not a wise move. The original guard begins to look extremely sheepish. I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean any offense by it.
None taken. It's admirable that you treat your position with the respect it deserves. Now open the door.
With an air of reverence, the Emperor's guards enact another bow, their armored hands exerting force on the grand doors before you. As the entrance yawns open, your senses are overwhelmed by the exquisite vision of the Platinum Sanctum. Unlike the opulence of the lower levels, this place is touched by an ethereal beauty. Towering shelves rise up to meet the celestial dome overhead, the vast sea of books reflecting off the polished platinum floor, casting an elegant dance of light and shadow across the serene space. Yet, as your eyes adjust, the striking difference sets in, the absence of assisting hands. It seems not even the citadels employed are granted entry into this domain.
All right, I really don't want to linger here longer than necessary, so I'm going to quickly try to find any information regarding Lord Tan, the Obetus, or the 10th School of Magic.
Surprisingly, the second you picture the information you're searching for, 2 tomes unshelve themselves and begin floating in your direction. How long are you wanting to stay here for, Celestia? Because that will determine how much of this you get to read.
An hour tops. I've got a bad feeling with the way she looked at me that she knew something was off, and I can imagine her just walking in at any moment. So I want to make this snappy.
Roll an intelligence check for me.
Damn it, that's only an 11, Joe.
The turn of each page in the ancient tomes serves to peel back the layers shrouding Lord Tan's existence. As you engross yourself in his story, your pulse quickens. The narrative overturns prior assumptions, revealing Lord Tan's origins not in Viridia, but in the mysterious lands of Arcantera. The records offer no clarity on his Arcantera lineage, a void that remains stubbornly unfilled. However, they do shed light on his personal life in Auroros. A wife, a child, a facade of normalcy amidst the extraordinary. The ominous shadow of his downfall, as portrayed in the text, is linked inexplicably to a chain of catastrophes. It describes his and his entire family's demise in unsettling synchrony with the obliteration of Starhaven, the city he governed. The records don't end there. Lord Tan's extinction, it seems, was a signal for an even darker turn of events, as the Emperor and his esteemed council were also found lifeless in the aftermath. As you delve deeper, you uncover that Lord Tan was more than a master of magic. He was a pioneer of a whole new branch of arcane knowledge, vitamin C, which appears to be a revolutionary field of magic Lord Tan had developed, but the specifics remain veiled, leaving you only with the hint of its world-altering potential, a potential that, much like its creator, met an abrupt end, reducing the promise of a new era of magic to a mere echo of the past.
All right, this is some conspiracy bullshit going on right here. Makes me think we've stepped into something that we have no business being a part of, and the information I've learned could cost me my life. Okay, I quickly see if there is anything on the Obetus, then I want to make a quick exit from this place.
As you begin to turn the pages of the second tome, its contents plunge you into an unsettling world of unexplained phenomena, concealed assassinations, and shadowy schemes with no discernible purpose. Here, the name Obetus punctuates the narrative, a name which seems to have fabricated out of thin air around 20 years ago, the timeline of which seems to coincide perfectly with the assassination of Emperor Valerius. The Obetus, as it reads, seem less like an organization and more like a wisp of smoke, intangible and mysterious. Their existence is more suggested than documented, as if they are specters lurking in the darkness, their motives as obscure as their origin. Encounters with purported members offer no solace either. Each captured individual who was suspected to be acting under the name Obetus seemed to prefer a swift death to revealing any secrets. Their silence amplifies the enigma, leaving you grappling with more questions than answers about this clandestine entity.
All right, Joe, I'm getting the hell out of here.
Okay, as you make your way towards the exit and through the threshold, you see nothing out of the ordinary.
Don't scare me like that, dude. So I'm not going to waste any time acknowledging the guards, but instead, just make my way straight down the staircase. And when I'm certain nobody is going to see me, I transform back into my original form before making my way out of the citadel.
Turning your back on the Platinum Sanctuary, you begin your descent down the grand staircase. The guards silently acknowledge your departure with a respectful bow, their piercing gazes watching you recede. As you make your way down, you morph back into your original form. With a sense of urgency, you continue to navigate the spiraling staircase, your footsteps echoing in the vast expanse of the Mythos Citadel. Soon, you cross the threshold, stepping back into the outside world, carrying with you the secrets unearthed in its hallways.
Well, that's me, Joe. For the rest of my time, I'll just pray to my deity, Suni, and mull over this information I found out.
I just want to point out that you took up the same, if not a longer amount of time than me.
Yeah, but Celestia's couldn't be avoided. It was a lot of information to digest, and there's no way that could have been shortened, really.
Well, all right, buddy, it's your time to shine. What you doing?
This should be good.
It's going to be a fucking disaster.
I still don't have a fucking clue what I'm going to do, Joe. So I stretch my arms, I warm up my legs, and I raise my head into the sky as I take a big whiff. What do I smell?
You know, I don't know how exactly I thought this session was going to start, but so far so good.
As you raise your head into the sky and take a big whiff of the fresh sea air, I'm going to need you to roll a D100 for me, dude.
All right, that's a 7.
Ha, this is great. Roll me a dexterity check, Raarh.
That's a 4, Joe.
All right then. With a roll of 4, you become abruptly attuned to the clean, sharp tang of the air, as if the universe itself is drawing you into some kind of profound realization. Suddenly, you're blindsided by an unexpected shower of warm fluid. Your hands instinctively reach up to the moist anomaly on your face. It is then the grim reality strikes. A carefree seagull, in an impressive display of aerial insolence, has executed a precision bombing. You, my friend, have been made the victim of a flyby shitting.
What the actual fuck?
Ha, I've changed my mind. This is amazing.
Joe, can I see which fucking seagull just shat on me?
Roll me a perception check.
That's a 17.
All right, so you managed to pinpoint which seagull it was. It doesn't seem like it's part of a group, but instead acting alone.
How high is it, Joe? Can I throw my axe at it?
I'd say it's way out of your reach, I'm afraid.
You think just because you're high in the sky, you can evade my wrath? Joe, I pursue the seagull.
Raarh! A fire ignites within you as your gaze locks onto the audacious bird as you begin your pursuit. The rhythm of your chase reverberates through the cobbled streets with the avian offender bobbing mockingly ahead against the canvas of the open sky. A tsunami of disorder crashes through the marketplace as your relentless pursuit sends barrels rolling, unleashing a deluge of fish in their wake.
Get back here, you fucking sea chicken!
Your chase takes flight, with you clambering onto rooftops in hot pursuit. The city's heartbeat pounds beneath you in sync with the rhythm of your feet drumming against the clay tiles. As the panoramic spectacle of the city unfurls below, the seagull's derisive caws echo in your ears, fueling your adrenaline-fueled leapfrogs over chimneys and daring skips from roof to roof.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
This adrenaline-soaked chase persists for the better part of an hour, until at last you see the gull vanish over a looming cliff face. After a tense moment with no sight of the bird, you deduce that it has retreated to its nest, hidden from your righteous wrath within the cliff's embrace.
Righteous wrath? There's nothing righteous about his wrath, Joe.
Well, at least that farce is over.
Joe, I make my way to the cliff edge. How far down is it?
Oh my god.
As you approach the precipice of the rocky cliff, you carefully look over. Nestled some 50 feet below your vantage point, you spy the offending bird's nest, a humble sanctuary in this vertiginous wilderness. Yet the cliff face itself plunges far deeper, a staggering 500 feet into the sea, cloaked in a savage tapestry of jutting rocks.
Don't do it, Raarh. What's the point of risking your life over a little bit of bird shit?
Saxi, this goes beyond the simple confines of existence and demise. What's at stake here for Raarh is a prize far more precious, his pride. A man of his stature can't bear to let such affront stand unpunished. He is pledged to this pursuit, even if it leads him to the grim face of the end itself. For Raarh is a warrior, a stalwart soul who would rather confront his last breath with honor than endure the agony of defeat. He will chase down this foe, no matter where it may lead. This is his battle, and it is one he fully intends to win.
For the life of me, I will never understand how you possess the ability to validate ridiculous actions with words.
As long as Tronald has faith in me, I can do anything. Joe, I make my descent down to the nest.
Okay, dude, I'm gonna need an athletics check from you.
That's a 16.
Raarh, with a roll of 16, you initiate your daring descent. Your fingers dig into the cliff face. Each precarious hold is a display of strength and determination. There are moments of danger, moments when the deceptive stone betrays you, crumbling beneath your grasp. Yet the sheer power housed within your solitary arm proves unyielding, rescuing you from the brink each time. After a few minutes of this ballet of strength and precision, you look down. You are now around 5 feet away from the unsuspecting bird. What do?
I let go of the cliff face and try to land on the platform before grabbing the bird.
You know, thinking about it, this is kind of on us. Like, why did we think it would be a good idea to leave him to do what he wanted without any clear direction or instruction? If we're gonna start pointing fingers, though, I blame Saxi.
What the fuck?
Yeah, well, he might have played it a little more cautiously if you just didn't respond to him like me and Tronald, but you told him to go and have fun. So yeah, this one's on you, buddy.
This is bullshit. How was I supposed to know that he'd take up cliff diving to chase a goddamn bird because it shat in his mouth?
The real question is, how did you not know?
That's fair, I guess.
Okay, Raarh, I'm gonna need you to make a dex saving throw, followed by an attack roll to try to grapple the bird. That's if you pass the dex saving throw.
So my dex saving throw was a 13.
Oof, that was close. The threshold to pass that was 12.
You're gonna fucking die, dude.
And for my grab on the gull, I rolled a tainted 20.
And now we're starting that shit again, apparently.
We never stopped. Just none of us have gotten tainted 20s in a while.
Raarh, with a tainted 20, you empower your grasp to lock around the seagull's neck. Triumph courses through your veins. The culmination of your quest, the impending closure of your bird-induced vendetta is within reach. However, just as you prepare to execute your feathery foe, your gaze falls upon a flurry of activity behind it. 10 fuzzy chicks are bustling about in the nest, their little bodies swaying adorably with each wobble. One of them, more courageous or perhaps more curious, ventures towards you and starts nuzzling against your leg, emitting a soft, joyful chirp. The tableau momentarily dims the fires of your wrath as an unexpected sense of peace and tranquility enters your heart.
They're so beautiful. How could I ever consider hurting a creature like this? A single parent raising 10 kids. I know I couldn't do that. Joe, I release my grip on the bird as I say, I forgive you, Mr. or Mrs. Seagull. I will leave you now to raise your children in peace. Just don't ever shit on me again. Aim for the guy coated in armor instead.
Fuck you, man.
As a wave of compassion surges through you, you find your grip on the seagull relaxing, allowing it to flutter back into the haven of its nest. A broad, satisfied grin stretches across your face. However, it seems the fates had another predator in mind for this unfortunate creature. In a lightning-fast blur, a juvenile giant eagle swoops in, its massive wingspan of approximately 8 feet casting an imposing shadow. With unerring precision, it snatches the seagull in its talons and in a powerful burst of feathers and air, launches itself back into the sky.
What the fuck? Joe, I would like to fucking rage.
Damn, all right.
Now I want to jump towards the eagle and grapple onto it.
For fuck's sake, man. You risked your life to try kill the fucking thing, and now you're risking your life yet again to try save it. What the hell is wrong with you?
He has had an epiphany. He is going down a route that will take him on an out-of-body experience.
No, he's on a route directly towards death via a bunch of fucking spiky rocks.
If I was your mama, I'd be washing your mouth out with soap. You're worse than Gordon.
Well, it's a good thing you're not my fucking mama then.
Raarh, you crouch, your every muscle coiled like a spring loaded for launch. In one fluid motion, you vault off the cliffside, the ground disappearing beneath your feet. You streak through the air like a meteor, closing in on the flailing eagle. Your fingers lock onto the creature, your added weight sending it into a panicked descent, its flight path tilting at a hazardous angle. The world tilts too, the jagged rocks receding as you're pulled further away, the perilous death spikes replaced by the expansive, merciless expanse of the sea. It seems the universe has replaced one predicament with another. Rather than being skewered on stone, you're now on a non-stop, one-way flight to a watery landing. I'm going to need you to roll me a strength check to see if you can keep a hold of the bird as it desperately tries to shake you off.
That's a 15, Joe.
Raarh, with a roll of 15, the eagle's desperate attempts to free itself from your iron grip prove futile. Your world becomes a wild whirlwind, the sea and sky swapping places again and again as you grapple with the giant bird. The seagull, captive in its claws, is an unwilling participant in this chaotic dance. All of a sudden, the world stills as the three of you, the eagle, and the seagull, meet the unyielding surface of the sea. Water explodes around you, the force of the impact stealing the breath from your lungs. There's a brief moment of disorientation before the fight for survival resumes beneath the waves. The stage might have changed, but the players remain the same.
All right, it's time to end this. Joe, I make an attack against the eagle with my great axe.
This is a joke.
That's an 18 total to hit.
You'll need to roll with disadvantage, buddy, because you're in water.
Even better, so still an 18 to hit.
Okay, roll your damage.
That's 12 total damage.
With one hand like an unyielding clamp around the struggling bird, you seize the opportunity. You heft your great axe above the water's surface with your free hand, and with a mighty roar, you bring the weapon crashing down. The sea around you instantly blushes a deep red as the eagle's agonizing screech cuts through the air, only to be abruptly silenced.
You're free now, Mrs. Seagull. Go live your life. Take care of your children.
With a caw that almost sounds like one of gratitude, the seagull takes off back towards the cliffside, leaving you alone in the ocean.
See, what was you even worried about, Saxy? Also, how many lives did you save in your downtime?
I really don't think you can class that as a good deed. All you did was kill one creature in the place of another. If anything, what you did was negative. Nobody fucking likes seagulls. Yet eagles, on the other hand, are majestic and beautiful.
Well, that's your opinion, Saxy. And honestly, it's one I don't care to hear.
Okay, roll me a perception check, Raarh.
Oh wow, that's a natural 20.
Nice.
Why couldn't I get that on an epic roll? Instead, I get it on a shitty perception check.
I'd be grateful for it, dude. Sometimes perception checks are the things that can be the line between life and death.
As you float in the water's embrace, the fallen bird as your silent companion, you find yourself studying it once again. Something about it pricks at your intuition. Its size seemed to defy your expectations. Too grand for an ordinary eagle, yet it only reached half the size of a fully grown giant eagle. The assumption of it being a juvenile giant eagle was logical. However, as you scrutinize its body, the contours of its form and the texture of its feathers tell a different story.
What the fuck is it then, Joe?
It eerily resembles the likeness of a fledgling, but not just any fledgling. This bird appears to be a young rock.
Wow.
Now I know you're taking the piss out of me. If it was a rock, it would have sunk, and it certainly wouldn't have been able to fly.
No, you fucking idiot. It's not a stone, it's a rock. You know, that fucking giant creature that could swallow you whole.
Oh, you mean The Rock, as in Dwayne Johnson?
For fuck's sake.
No, buddy, it's a gargantuan bird that can have a wingspan that grows to around 200 feet.
Oh, gotcha, Tronald.
Raarh. Just as this startling revelation sinks in, an earth-shattering shriek cuts through the air. A shadow, monstrous in its expanse, sweeps over you, and before your mind can even register the threat, an immense force crashes into the water. Giant talons seize you in an iron grip, and with a breathtaking surge, you're ripped from the sea. Air rushes past you as you're hauled upwards, ascending into the heart of the open sky.
Well, you're absolutely fucked.
Why is it attacking me?
If I had to guess, it's probably because you killed its baby.
Raarh, as you are hoisted higher into the heavens, your perspective on the world shifts dramatically. Buildings, once monumental, are reduced to nothing more than quaint tokens scattered on a child's playmat. Individuals, those teeming masses, now appear as a fine dusting of motion, their paths etching fleeting trails on the canvas of Waterdeep. The world beneath you has quieted, its symphony of life drowned by the raw power of nature. The echo of the wind now reigns, harmonizing with the rock's rhythmic wing beats. An icy chill brushes against your skin, a stark contrast to the hot iron of the talons that grip you. Your gaze dances over the vast sapphire expanse of the sea behind you. Its waters dance under the sun, casting a mosaic of light back towards the sky. To the west, a sea of green stretches out, the crowns of venerable trees resembling mere moss on the landscape. The spectacle is terrifyingly mesmerizing, but the relentless drive of the rock wrenches you back to the grim reality. Its wings slice the air, steadily drawing you towards the silhouette of mountains. The unyielding crags grow larger with every moment, their cold, formidable presence a growing shadow in your future.
It's been nice knowing you, dude.
Quiet. Joe, so whereabouts am I now in relation to Waterdeep?
You're almost directly above the city center and about 1,500 feet in the air and still rising.
All right, fuck this. Joe, I attempt to break free from the grapple.
A quick death compared to a slow and agonizing one. I respect it.
Have faith in the boy, Saxy. He must have a plan.
If you can consider falling 1,500 feet into the city streets a plan, then sure, he's got one.
Are you sure you want to do this, dude?
Yes, I'm fucking sure.
All right then, man, roll it.
I'm gonna rage so I can roll with advantage. That's a 22 total.
All right, now for the rock. Damn. It rolled an 11, which brings it to a total of 20.
Let's fucking do this, Joe.
Raarh, in that moment, as if an ember stoked into a roaring blaze, your fury ignites. It thrums in your veins, a molten life force that strengthens your resolve. You channel this force through your sinew into your hands and grapple with the unyielding iron grip of the rock. A roar rips from your throat, a challenge to the fates themselves as you wrench the talons open and kick off from the creature. Gravity seizes you immediately. The world shifts around you, an unfathomable panorama rotating as you spiral through the vast sky. Your heart beats a frantic tempo in your chest, each pulse resonating with the sensation of your descent. The colossal mountains in the distance appear to retreat from your field of view as the city of Waterdeep swells below you. You can sense the sheer velocity of your plunge. The cold wind buffets against your form, tugging and pulling at you as if attempting to slow your descent. Yet the ground rushes to meet you like an eager beast, the cityscape below sharpening from a tapestry of colors into discernible rooftops, streets, and dots of bustling life.
When I'm a few seconds away from impact with the floor, I rage.
Okay, I know what you're attempting to pull off now, and it's ballsy to say the least. We all know Joe doesn't necessarily stick to rules as written. And even then, there's a good chance this is the end for you, buddy.
As the earth races toward you with a ravenous intent, the split seconds stretch out, becoming their own eternity. Adrenaline surges within you, a wild river rushing to meet the precipice of its waterfall. In that electrifying instance, you once again invoke your primal fury. With the unstoppable force of a comet, you collide with the slate roof of a grand edifice, its pristine surface shattering like glass under your impact. Slabs of heavy slate are flung outward, tracing wild arcs through the air as your form plows through the man-made barrier. An eruption of dust and debris blankets the room as you crash into the space below, obliterating any semblance of tranquility within. Now to roll for your damage. And yes, we will be going with rules as written for fall damage.
How's that plan going for you?
I'm fiend.
Wow, the fall's done so much damage to him it's turned him French.
So who's saying that this is an insta-kill?
Have some faith in him.
Because I'm saying it's an insta-kill.
All right, dude, if my maths has mathed correctly, that's 86 points of bludgeoning damage.
Holy moly.
He's fucking lucky Joe capped it at 20d6.
Okay, so with my rage, that takes me to 43 points of damage, which still knocks me unconscious. But then I'm going to use my relentless endurance ability to recover myself back to 1 HP.
What an absolute machine.
Nice work, dude. You know, thinking about it, maybe the rules as written are a bit busted when it comes to fall damage. I'll have to have a look into changing that.
Well, that was one fucking hell of a journey.
The journey's not over yet, Raarh. I'm gonna need you to make a perception check for me.
That's a 6.
As you gather yourself, shaking off the remnants of your landing, you push yourself to your feet. The dim confines of the room offer minimal clarity, yet your orcish lineage gifts you a moderate sight in the gloom. Dancing in the faint light are flashes of wealth. Golden ingots neatly stacked like miniature fortresses at the room's edges, alongside platinum coins which are scattered carelessly.
Cool! I grab a few of the ingots, Joe. Who says good deeds don't get rewarded?
Oh my god.
Before your fingers even close around the first gleaming ingot, a thunderous cascade of footsteps reverberates through the vault. An armored phalanx of guards flood into the room, each bristling with weaponry. Swords, shields, halberds, all gleaming dangerously under the pale light. Among them, a figure steps forward, his face visible without the customary helmet, a mark of his elevated rank. His voice rings out in the cold, echoing confines of the vault, a stormy note of authority and condemnation. By daring to breach the sacred vaults of the Imperium Bank, you invite death upon yourself. Discard your weapons immediately, or we shall enforce the bank's final sanction.
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? I don't even know where the fuck I am, and you're accusing me of breaching something. I just got dropped about 1,500 feet onto my fucking head, survived, and now you're threatening to kill me. Fuck you, man.
One of the guards sniggers as he says, he's clearly insane. Nobody could survive a drop like that.
They're right about the insane part.
The main guard proceeds to say, we will leave it to the courts to decide your fate. My suggestion to you would be to drop your weapons now and drop your attitude whilst you're at it, else you die. Right here.
Oh, whatever, man. It's not like I have a fucking choice with 1 health. Joe, I throw my weapons to the floor and surrender myself.
The moment your great axe meets the chilling kiss of the marble floor, the guards are upon you. Manacles bind your hands, a hood drowns your vision in darkness, and then you are swept away on a tide of swift, determined movement. Time becomes a nebulous concept, marked only by distant sounds and sensations. Suddenly, you're jarred by the genteel gasps of shock and distaste echoing around you. "Good heavens, would you look at the beast they've apprehended?" exclaims a voice dripping with both awe and disgust. Another voice chimes in, as cold as it is contemptuous. "Dare I venture he was endeavoring to burgle our fine institution?" More time passes, punctuated by the click of keys and the grinding scrape of metal. A new voice, gritty and edged with a certain satisfaction, fills your ears. "Just chuck him in there, ain't got the luxury of a private suite, I'm afraid." It carries the roughened texture of the city guard. With an abrupt shove, you feel the sting of the cold floor beneath you. The hood is yanked from your face. Behind you, the sound of iron bars slamming shut serves as a grim punctuation to your predicament. The smug chuckle of the guard fades into the hollow echo of confinement.
Great, so I'm in a fucking cell. How am I supposed to meet with Tronald 3 days from now? How will he even know where I am?
I wouldn't worry too much about that, Raarh. We could hazard a guess quite easy.
I look around the place, Joe. What do I see?
In the dim confines of your cell, you find yourself not alone. Your cellmate seems to be as out of place as a sunflower in a moonlit glade. He's sitting in a far corner of the room, hunched over as though nursing the aftermath of a spectacular night of revelry. His attire paints a vivid portrait of flamboyance and reckless charm, a combination of worn but stylish clothes adorned with trinkets that tinkle faintly as he moves. His hair is dark, hanging heavy with the day's trials and tribulations, tangled around a tricorn hat that's seen better days. His face, covered with a smattering of scruff, holds an unmistakable roguish allure. There is an air of rakish eccentricity that clings to him like the scent of a foreign spice as he squints through kohl-rimmed eyes that have witnessed countless shenanigans.
I walk up to the man and say, "So who the fuck are you then?"
Okay, Johnny, why don't you join us at the table and introduce yourself?
Keep it down, would you, mate? My head's splitting from a beast of a hangover, and your volume isn't helping matters. Name's Captain Jake Eagle. Can't say I'm delighted to make your acquaintance, but it appears we don't have much choice in the matter.
I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit absolutely fuming.
And might I be so bold as to inquire what's got your knickers in such a twist?
Well, I chased a seagull, saw a bunch of really cute chicks. An eagle tried to eat the mother, or father. We never actually decided on its gender. Then I killed the eagle, which turned out not to be an eagle at all, but instead it was a rock. Then the mummy rock rocked up and took me into the sky, where I broke free and plummeted 1,500 feet into a building, where I was arrested by a bunch of fucking guards pointing sharp stuff at me.
You're not making any sense at all.
Well, long story short, they've got me in here because they think I broke into a bank.
Now that's a one-way ticket to the gallows, mate. What we require is a nifty scheme to abscond from this dreary cell, reach my vessel and navigate far from these cursed shores.
Well, my friends will probably start looking for me in around 3 days' time, so they should be able to help with our plan.
Well, we're off to a decent start, my friend. Just crossing fingers the headsman doesn't drop by for a cuppa before your mates turn up, eh?
Okay, Joe. I guess me and Jake will just wait out the 3 days until the gang turns up to rescue us.
In the ensuing 3 days, you find camaraderie in the confines of your shared cell with Jake, distracting yourself from the grim reality of your predicament in any way possible. I'm pleased to say that all of your timelines have now synced back up.
Awesome.
Time to find that little traitor, Kobe.
You are all going about your daily business, whether that's wrapping things up or making your way to the meeting point before all of your realities fade to black. It's strange. One moment you were fully conscious, and in the blink of an eye, you all feel like you've stepped into a realm of dreams, though you could swear you were wide awake mere moments ago. It's an ethereal existence, being aware yet feeling like you're submerged in slumber. Then, out of the void, a voice resonates, speaking to you all as it says,
Hello, brave adventurers. My name is Alexander. For a considerable duration, my eyes have lingered on your exploits, and your aptitude has piqued my curiosity. Thus, I propose the following. Engage in a 2 versus 2 contest for my amusement, and to the victors, I shall bestow enlightenment, though be reassured. Mortal perils in my dominion hold no permanence and yield no lasting consequences.
That sounds like fun! Let's do it!
For fuck's sake, Raarh. Are you even going to question how this entity has entered all of our minds simultaneously? And how do you know he's not straight up lying to us?
He's just scared of you, Raarh. That's what it is.
Yep, I can tell.
Am I fuck scared of him? You know what? Fuck it. Let's do this. Me and Celestia versus Tronald and Raarh.
I don't know how I automatically got dragged into this because of your guys' egos, but whatever. Enlightenment as a reward sounds interesting.
Quite content I am to be a mere observer for this round. Take a comfortable seat on the sidelines and, get a glimpse of what my soon-to-be comrades in arms can muster. Savvy?
So, do we have a deal?
We accept your offer, mysterious Alexander.
Excellent.
I just want to point out, as far as trust goes, I think he is displaying excellent character.
And on that note, we will wrap. With anticipation hanging in the air, our party accepted the gauntlet thrown down. The moment acceptance dances on your lips, a tug at the core of your being sweeps you away, drawing you into a setting far removed from anything you've known. In an instant, you all materialize on a spectral islet surrounded by the ethereal expanse of the astral sea, its otherworldly brilliance twinkling around you. Raarh and Tronald stand side by side at one end of this island arena, their gazes locked with Saxiron and Celestia, poised on the opposing shore. The voice of Alexander resonates once again, its somber tones echoing across the tranquil astral expanse.
A single preparatory round is yours, but no offensive move shall be made yet. Within this island's heart, twin chests lay, their contents promising a considerable edge to the team that claims them. Remember, give it your all. But most importantly, have fun.
As soon as the final words leave his lips, you hear a dong that echoes across the island, signifying the start of the battle. I'm going to need everyone to roll for initiative.
By everyone, I'm assuming you don't mean me, Joe?
No, sorry, not you, Jake. You're on the sidelines amidst the spectral figures.
Oh, excellent. They don't look all too friendly, though.
That's a 15 for me, Joe.
A 12 for me.
A 13 over here.
And a 16 for Tronald.
Okay, so it's Tronald up first. What you doing?
I'm going to run over that bridge, Joe, towards the chest and cast mage armor.
Well, of course that's to be expected. The little loot goblin heading straight for the chest.
You heard, Alexander. This chest contains a powerful buff. Not like we need it, but let's just wrap this up quickly, shall we?
Okay, Tronald, your mage armor is up. Now it's Celestia's turn.
All right, the first thing I'm going to do is head 10 feet towards Saxy, then cast Bless on him and myself. before using the rest of my movement to make my way onto the bridge.
Nice. Is that the end of your turn then?
Sure is, Joe.
Awesome. Now it's Raarh's go. What you doing, buddy?
I'm going to use my action to dash towards the chest on the right-hand side, jumping straight over the clearing.
Okay, I'm going to need you to roll an athletics check for me, dude.
That's a 12.
Raarh, you seize the initiative and charge headlong towards the island divide. You spring into the air, but with a roll of 12, you realize the soft and treacherous earth beneath your launch point was less than ideal. The world seems to slow down as you sail through the air, the edge of the other side approaching at a menacing speed. A breath of relief escapes you as you barely manage to clear the gap, your footfalls landing with jarring abruptness on the other side. The leap was successful, if not a hair's breadth away from a total miss. Now it's your turn, Saxiron.
Damn it, I've got no buff spells, and as per Alexander's rules, I can't use a debuff or an attack. Fuck it. I'm gonna run 60 feet with a dash down the side, which Celestia is on, over the bridge, and try to take some cover behind the tree.
All right, so top of the round, Tronald, you're up.
Okay, Joe, I'm going to move over here, then cast Firebolt at Celestia before retreating back behind this little bush for cover. That's what I'm talking about. Natural 20, baby.
No fucking way, dude.
Yes, fucking way, dude. That's a total of 14 fire damage.
Tronald, you charge forth across the narrow stone bridge. After obtaining a line of sight, the opportunity to strike unveils itself. With a swift incantation, a bolt of searing fire erupts from your fingertips, streaking towards Celestia with lethal precision. The flames kiss the air, twisting and writhing before they land with a ferocious intensity, singeing her hair and searing her clothes. And then, with a cunning swiftness, you retreat, the nearby shrubbery offering partial concealment from potential attackers. Now it's your turn, Celestia.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to move over here and shout, "Fuck you, Tronald." Then I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt at his dumbass, which is still very much visible through the small bush.
Well, I assume my AC is currently +2 due to partial cover, right, Joe?
I'm going to be honest with you, dude. The bush might be great for a slight concealment, but you threw a fucking firebolt into her face, then ran behind a bush, with no actual attempt at stealth. It would be blatantly obvious to Celestia where you ran to, and a shrub really isn't going to act as much of a barrier between you and a guiding bolt, is it?
So what you're telling me is running behind this bush was a giant fucking waste of time?
That pretty much sums it up, yeah, dude.
Right.
Huh.
That's a 16 to hit, plus a 3 for my bless.
Oh no, you got me.
Screw you, dude. Just do your stupid cheese already.
I cast shield, Joe.
Of course you do.
No, this is good. We will whittle his cheese down until he has none left to churn.
You will never diminish my cheese.
Okay, Tronald, with a successful manipulation of the arcane, you wave your hand in front of you, deflecting the guiding bolt entirely. Raarh, it's your go.
Okay, I'm going to run over to the chest, loot it with my action before making my way over towards Tronald, and then I'm going to fucking rage.
Raarh, as you unlatch the chest, an enchanting melody caresses your ears, a harmonious symphony that resonates with the air around you. The chest begins to illuminate from within, revealing 2 potent boons, a vial shimmering with the vibrant glow of a greater spectral healing potion that can heal any creature anywhere on the map with a healing surge of 4d4 plus 4, or a pair of enchanted heavy throwing axes, their edges gleaming ominously, their heft perfect for your strength. You get the sense that you can only choose one.
I'm going to go with the spectral healing potion, Joe.
Nice choice, buddy.
Awesome. Now it's Saxy's turn.
All right. Well, I'd have used Fairy Fire, but he's only going to just move out of the area it's affecting. So instead, I'm going to run to the chest using my dash and open it with my bonus action.
Saxiron, as you approach and unlatch the chest, it begins to croon a tune that surrounds the air around you. As the melody swells, the chest's interior radiates a soft glow, laying the choice between 2 boons for your taking. One, the familiar iridescent vial of a greater spectral healing potion, capable of healing any creature across the battlefield. The other, a mystical amulet, pulsating with the raw force of nature. This amulet offers the power to summon a formidable brown bear anywhere on this battlefield. Do note, though, this beast does not discriminate. Once summoned, it will follow its primal instincts, striking the nearest creature without hesitation, and will act on its own initiative.
What is it with you and fucking bears, Joe?
I like bears.
I'm going to go with the bear and summon it in between Raarh and Tronald, blocking Raarh's path to us.
Oh, fuck me. I'm getting some seriously bad PTSD.
Saxiron, no sooner do your fingers make contact with the amulet than it throbs with untamed vitality. It's as if a primal force is trapped within, champing at the bit to burst free. You brace yourself, fix your aim, and then the world shatters into a blur. With a ferocious surge of arcane might, the amulet detonates in your grip. What follows is an explosion of raw elemental energy that takes the form of a monstrous bear.
Fuck me!
Roaring, it surges forth from the ethereal vortex, its body materializing with a thunderous thud right next to Raarh and Tronald. Its guttural growl rumbles across the battlefield, a visceral challenge to all within earshot.
Hacks, I call hacks.
All right, well, let's roll the bear's initiative. Damn, it rolled a natural 20, so it's at the top of the round, which just so happens to be right now. I'm gonna roll a d6. Evens, it attacks Raarh. Odds, it attacks Tronald. That's a 2. So it's gonna come straight for that orcish booty.
Will you just fuck off?
It's gonna take its multi-attack towards you. Well, it rolled absolute shit. That's a 7 and a 13 total. Am I right in thinking they both miss?
You're damn right they both miss. Get the fuck away from me, you overgrown beaver.
Will you please stop fucking screaming at us, Joe? Seriously, every time you do it catches me off guard. Good talk, Joe. Right, it's my turn now. I'm gonna run onto the bridge thingy and cast Vortex Warp on the bear and move it next to Celestia, which should be around 30 feet from my spot. Then I'm going to take a jump into the water and go 5 feet under to try and get some cover.
Interesting. All right, let me roll the saving throw for this bear. Wow, that's a 10. It's literally rolled absolutely shocking for everything other than its initiative so far. Celestia and Saxiron, you watch as a spectacle unfolds before your eyes. The space around the colossal bear quivers, a miniature singularity blossoming into existence, pulling and warping the very fabric of reality around it. The bear itself is consumed, absorbed by the distortion in a terrifying display of cosmic force. And then, as abruptly as it began, it ends. The singularity collapses, leaving nothing behind. An instant later, the bear reappears right beside you, Celestia, materializing from nothingness as the final reverberations of the singularity's power dissipate. The sudden, thunderous re-entry of the beast next to you sends a rush of adrenaline through your veins, the roar of the beast echoing in your ears.
Oh, great. This doesn't bode well.
Yeah, it's not nice when you're the ones being screamed at, is it?
All right, Celestia, it's your turn.
Okay, so I'm going to cast Healing Word on myself and then use Guiding Bolt on Raarh. That's 7 points total healed. And a 17 to hit Raarh.
Yeah, that hits me.
So that's 21 points of radiant damage to you.
Reduced to 10 because of my rage.
Damn. I still find it kind of crazy how your rage halves everything except psychic damage.
I've got to hand it to you, Raarh. That trick of yours is mighty impressive. Count myself lucky I'm not on the receiving end.
Okay, Raarh, it's your turn.
I'm going to use my action again to dash next to Celestia. And that's it for my turn.
Okay, you're up, Saxy.
I'm going to jump into the water where I saw Tronald go. Then I'm going to use a booming blade attack on him to try lock him down. That's a 20 total to hit.
I cast shield, Joe.
Go right ahead, Tronald. Keep using up them slots.
So just a heads up, Tronald, you are underwater, and whilst you can cast verbal components whilst underwater, doing so will drastically reduce the amount of time you can hold your breath whilst there. So if you want to take it back, I'll allow it.
Yeah, I take it back then. Otherwise, Saxy's just going to try some cheap maneuver like drowning me. Instead of my shield, I use one of my luckies.
Okay, re-roll your attack, Saxy.
For fuck's sake, that's a 15 to hit.
Ha, you miss.
Don't forget you're blessed, dude.
Oh shit, yeah, thanks for the reminder, Celestia. That's a 2, so it brings me to a 17 total.
God damn it, now I use one of my shields. Joe, you've gone and made me waste one of my luckies.
I didn't make you do anything, dude. You chose to change your course of action.
And just a heads up, Tronald, I'm absolutely going to try and drown you.
Joe, how many turns do I have before I start taking damage from drowning?
I'd say your next turn is the last you can have without taking damage. After all, you have expended all the air in your lungs by casting shield.
Well, this isn't great.
All right, now it's the bear's turn. It's going to make a multi-attack on you, Celestia. That's an 8 for its bite and an 18 for its claw attack.
The 18 hits me.
So that's 10 points of slashing damage to you. That brings us to Tronald.
What you gonna do, Tronald? You're going to give me an attack of opportunity on you, that's what.
Right, okay, Joe. I cast Vortex Warp on Saxiron, teleporting him 30 feet further underwater. Oh, and Saxy, don't bother rolling because I'm giving you my portent 5. Then I'm going to climb out of the water and onto the bridge.
Fuck you, Tronald.
Wow, nicely done, dude. Okay, you're up, Celestia.
So first things first, I'm going to disengage to get myself out of this situation. Then I'm going to run into the water next to Tronald, then climb up onto the bridge at the other side of him. Then I'm going to cast Healing Word at level 2 on myself.
Nice. How much do you heal?
That's 8 points of healing.
Okay, that brings us to you, Raarh. What's the plan?
I'm going to use another rage. Then I'll run up to Celestia and give her a very intimate introduction to my great axe. Fuck yeah, that's a natural 20.
Oh no.
That's a 10, doubled to 20. Then I add my modifiers, so that's a 26 total.
Well, fuck, I'm down.
Raarh, the raw power of your charge sends you thundering towards Celestia, axe at the ready. It cleaves through the air, honed edge meeting its target with a resounding thud. Striking down a comrade isn't a sensation you're used to. It's an eerie feeling, yet you know from countless battles that there is no room for sentimentality on the field of war. Your axe, an extension of your will, delivers a lethal blow, severing the thread of Celestia's life. Her figure crumples, the force of your assault casting her down onto the unyielding earth below, her life extinguished in that one brutal moment.
I hope you've got something incredible stashed away, Saxy. Otherwise, I think this might be a big L for Team Saxiron.
There's no way we can let these two win. We'll never hear the end of it.
That brings us to you, Saxiron.
I swim my full movement speed upwards. Can I reach Celestia?
Unfortunately not. Tronald teleported you another 30 feet down, so that would only bring you to where you started from.
For fuck's sake. Okay, in that case, I use my defensive field as a bonus action, giving me 3 temporary health. Then I'm going to cast Firebolt at Raarh.
Just to let you know, it's a slightly awkward angle, so it's going to add 2 to Raarh's AC.
Fuck. Why does he roll a natural 20? Then I roll a natural fucking 1.
It's just the luck of the roll, my friend.
Sure, you can pin it down on luck, or maybe Raarh just has a connection with the threads of fate that you could never hope to understand.
Okay, then now it's the bear's turn. Damn, that's a natural 20 for the bear's first attack and an 18 total for the second.
It's okay, it's just a bear, right? I really feel like our last encounter has bigged them up to be far more dangerous than they actually are.
All right, so that's 30 points of damage to you, Raarh.
What the fuck, Joe?
Oh my.
Well, for a start, that's halved because of my rage, so I only take 15 points of damage.
See, it wasn't that bad, was it? Anyway, it's Tronald's turn now.
Alrighty then, Joe. I'm going to aim my hands at a downward angle towards where I can see Saxy creeping. Then I'm going to cast Burning Hands at him. I also want to make sure I'm catching Celestia with this as well.
Thanks, dude.
Right. Well, I'm in water, so how exactly do you see a fire spell working, Tronald?
Well, you just answered your own question, silly. It's a spell, not a natural fire, so it should work exactly as I intended it to.
Donald's right, dude. Magical fires really don't have the same weaknesses exposed to them as a natural fire would, and seeing as there's nothing in the rules that explicitly state any different interaction a fire spell would have with water, I'm going to allow it.
Well, of course you would allow it. You're clearly just taking favorites.
Well, that's a little out of order, buddy. There's been many times when I have either homebrewed or bent the rules for something cool for you. Remember the cannonballs? And what about that fancy armor you can now equip and unequip as a free action?
Sorry, Joe, you're right. I'm just getting a little heated.
You're going to be more than a little heated once this spell hits you, bucko.
Ha! That's a good one, Tronald. He's going to be more heated because you're casting a fire spell on him. Amazing.
Thanks for explaining it to me, Raarh. You absolute simpleton.
I'm finding this all a little confusing, to be honest.
What's confusing about Joe allowing your stupid spell to work?
It's just that I was sure the water around us was fresh water, yet you're so damn salty.
Oh, haha. Fuck you, Tronald.
Mad 'cause bad.
All right, Tronald, so your spell's gonna work. How about you roll your damage?
All right, so that's 13 points of fire damage.
What's the extra rolls for, dude?
And 26 points of emotional damage.
Well, aren't you just fucking hilarious?
Oh, I know.
Tronald, the weave of your incantation takes form as a searing cascade of flame. It detonates on contact with the water, the resulting shockwave spreading outwards in a fiery spectacle. Steam erupts from the surface, a hot mist created from the merging elements of fire and water. The heat reaches Saxy, a brutal assault that feels like a lobster being seared within a boiling pot. The arena echoes with the hiss of rapidly evaporating water.
Take that, you mechanical lobster.
You also take one death saving throw, Celestia. But now it's your turn. Roll me a death saving throw.
Just don't roll a natural 1, Celestia. We can recover from this.
I'll do you one better, Saxy. How about a natural fucking 20?
Damn, girl. Nice one.
See, Celestia knows how to treat her dice to get results. You should really take some tips off her.
Amazing. Celestia, in the brink of the abyss, a surge of vitality courses through your veins. A miraculous resurgence, the divine intervention of your deity, or perhaps the mysterious dance of fate. Your eyes flicker open, the world snaps back into focus. You rise, the ashes of near death clinging to your form, yet you stand radiant and defiant, as if awoken from a dream. This is classed as the top of your turn, so what are you gonna do?
Okay, well, let's be real. If I use my turn to heal myself, Raarh is just going to fuck me up. So this is all on you, Saxy. I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt on Raarh.
Wait, I'm sorry, Celestia. I was going to use this on your death save, but then I thought that would be a little too mean. I'm using my portent natural one on your attack roll.
Wow, you're such a buzzkill, dude.
Really, Tronald? You couldn't give her one moment of epicness?
Moments of epicness are earned, not given.
Wow, you really do possess such wisdoms, Tronald.
Well, that was my last spell slot, so I guess that's the end of my turn.
Okay then. Raarh, it's your turn.
I'm going to jump in the water, taking the attack of opportunity from the stupid fucking bear, and make a cleaving attack downwards towards Saxy as I jump.
Is that with disadvantage because he's attacking me whilst I'm in water?
Well, you're only actually in the top 5 feet of the water at this point, so if he's making a jumping attack towards you, I feel like the momentum of the swing would carry through. I'll tell you what, just to make it a bit more fair, I'll give you a +1 to your AC for his attack.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Let's roll the attack of opportunity for the bear. That's an 18 to hit.
Yeah, that hits me.
And 7 points of damage reduced to 3 because of your rage.
Incredible. That's a natural 19 for my attack against Saxy.
This is a joke.
And that's another 10 on my damage roll, which brings us to 16 points of slashing damage.
Great, I had 16 health left, so that's me down.
Nice.
Wait, I forgot about my temp HP. I'm still up at 3 HP.
Not nice.
Nice work, dude. It's your turn now.
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to use my defensive field again, which takes me to 3 regular HP and 3 temp HP. Then I'm going to try something risky. I'm going to provoke the attack of opportunity from Raarh and try get over to Celestia to cast Cure Wounds on her.
Okay, roll your attack of opportunity, Raarh.
Damn it, that's a 10 total.
Unlucky, buddy. So you managed to get over to Celestia and cast Cure Wounds on her. How much do you heal her for?
That's 7 points of healing.
Okay, now it's the bear's go. It's going to make its multi-attack against you, Tronald. That's a 15 and a 19 to hit.
I'm going to use my last silvery barbs on the 19 to make it roll again. Then I'm going to give myself the advantage.
It rolled even higher that time, so it still hits. That's 8 points of slashing damage to you, Tronald.
I'm fine.
Well, it's your turn now. What you going to do?
I'm going to cast Firebolt on Celestia. And because I have an advantage from my silvery barbs, that cancels out the disadvantage from casting at point-blank range. That's a 3, but I'm going to use one of my luckies to re-roll that. That's much better. My new roll is a 19 total.
Yeah, that hits.
And that's max damage, so 10 points of fire damage.
And would you look at that? I'm down again.
No hard feelings. It had to be done.
All right, Celestia, give me a death saving throw, then it's your turn, Raarh.
That's a 5.
You've got 6 HP left, right, Saxy? So basically, if I hit you, you're dead.
Yep, that's about right.
Rest in peace, mechanical lobster. That's a 22 total to hit.
Raarh, emerging from the water, the liquid hissing into steam on your fury-ignited skin, you lift your mighty axe towards the heavens. The air thickens, drawn into the impending doom of your primal wrath. With a thunderous bellow, you unleash a cataclysmic strike upon Saxiron. The world reverberates to the discordant symphony of steel and bone as your weapon cleaves through his armor, sending him crashing into the water. A ripple of finality flows outwards. The battle has met its conclusion. The victors, Tronald and Raarh.
That was a piece of cake.
The terrain beneath your feet shatters and dissolves, the fabric of the illusionary world crumbling into the void, leaving you drifting in the vast emptiness of the astral plane. The ethereal voice of Alexander cuts through the tranquility, echoing across the infinite expanse.
Bravo, victorious warriors. Now, each of you may request knowledge of any one thing that sparks your curiosity, and should it lie within my reach, I shall illuminate you with its truth.
Have a think about what you guys want to ask him, and also consider your options, for you are all now level 4. And that is where we will pick up next time. See you later, guys.
Joe, I say, join the Patreon. You know you want to. And I cast suggestion on the audience.
Sweet. I'm going to need all of you to roll your saving throws, and if you fail, you know what you have to do. If you cheat, just remember, Raarh sees all. In the previous episode, our heroes were faced with an unconventional trial of strength and strategy, pitched against one another in a duet of duels, their eyes set firmly on the prize of enlightenment. There were near misses, strokes of extraordinary luck, and a slight miscalculation when it came to tracking their HP. I'm looking at you, Saxiron. Emerging triumphant from this skirmish were Tronald and Raarh. Now, the path is clear before them, stretching towards the uncapped font of wisdom that Alexander has promised to unseal. So, let's dive straight into your progression into level 4. I need all of you to roll for your health increase, then let me know whether you've decided to go with the ability score improvement or a feat. Let's start with you, Celestia. Then we will make our way clockwise around the table.
All right, so that's a 7 total, which brings me to 35. As for what I'll be choosing, I'm just going to go with the stat increase to take my wisdom to 20.
Nice. All right, Saxiron, you're up.
So I rolled a 6 on my health increase, which brings me to 32. Then I'm going to take the sharpshooter feat. This will allow me to do a whole heap of pretty nifty stuff.
Sounds awesome, dude. Okay, Tronald, let's hear it.
Beautiful. That's a 7 total for my health, which brings me up to 28. Then I'm going to go with the feat. Warcaster.
No doubt you've come up with some cheesy way to abuse that as well, but I'm all for it.
Me? Abuse a mechanic? Never.
All right, Raarh, you're up, buddy.
Nice. That's a 12 for my health. Then I'm also going to go with a feat. I was struggling to decide between two, but in the end, Great Weapon Master was the one for me.
Awesome. Okay, now on to Jake. You don't need to level up because we already started you at level 4, but why don't you give us a little introduction to your character?
The name's Captain Jake Eagle, and I've settled on a rogue swashbuckler with the race of variant human. For my initiation feat at level 1, I've decided to tip my hat to the arcane arts, choosing the magic initiate, which will allow me to dip into the realm of warlock. Then, echoing Tronald's cheesy approach, I picked lucky as my 4th level feat.
Ooh. How do you feel about Jake copying your cheese, Tronald?
How do I feel about Johnny appreciating my lucky feat so much that he takes it for himself? I feel honored. How do you feel about him not copying any of your stuff?
Whilst I appreciate the honor I've bestowed upon you by taking lucky, I'm afraid that assessment isn't totally correct. You see, the reason I've gone into Magic Initiate is so that I could take the spell, Booming Blade.
Oof, the way you said Booming Blade just then was fucking incredible. Could you say it one more time for me, Jake?
Of course, mate. Booming Blade.
Yep, it was just as epic the second time around. You know, Saxy, yours really does sound shit in comparison.
Well, to be honest, Raarh, I don't give a fuck.
All right then, guys. Let's get this moving before you two start having a back and forth that takes up the entire episode. As Alexander finishes posing his question and his voice dissipates into the ether, your eyes dart around the nebulous stretch that holds you. Despite your efforts, it's as if you're enshrouded in a paradox. You can't perceive each other within this spectral void, but Alexander himself remains elusive. His presence, a vast, nebulous form, oscillates within the endless void of sky above you, swirling like smoke, distorting the empty space into a chaotic canvas of obscurity. The towering veil of darkness appears to manipulate the very fabric of this realm. Let's start off with you, Tronald. What question do you pose?
Okay, Alexander, if you've been watching us for a while, you'll know that a lot of weird shit has been happening to me, and I want to know why. Why am I seeing visions and hearing voices that mean nothing to me?
You inhabit a paradoxical state, a twilight threshold where life and death intertwine. Your existence in this present moment is the reflection of a lost spirit, a replica rendered with a precision unfathomable in the mortal realm. An echo of existence, perfectly mirrored and crafted with such intricate detail that it transcends any concept known to your world. Your heart, an open book to me, has been silently acknowledging this truth, though it dances on the edges of your consciousness. What intrigues me, however, is the shroud that veils your memories. They appear as if brushed away by an unseen hand, dissolved into the ether. Was this act intentional? A purposeful obscurity devised to procure a fresh existence unburdened by past shadows, or perhaps an oversight, a blemish in the grand design of your rebirth. These questions swirl in the realm of the unknown, veiled even from my gaze. The motive behind the erasure of your memories, whether by design or accident, remains shrouded in profound mystery. Such is a puzzle that time itself may struggle to decipher.
Wow. Well, this complicates things a little bit.
Whoa, hold on a second. As cryptic as that was, what I got out of that is that...
Remember, guys, you're not actually together at this point, so let's try keep this as non-metagamey as possible.
Well, I didn't understand any of that, Tronald. He's using big words, and I don't like big words.
That's okay, buddy. I know you don't. And if I'm being totally honest, I don't fully understand it either. I feel as though he's being deliberately cryptic. Although, if I had to take a guess, I'm hearing voices because they were my experiences from a different life. A past life that has been erased from my memories. I have a few theories that I'll run by you all as a group, especially Saxy, because as much as we poke fun at him, what I said before about him having a brilliant mind was true. I have immense respect for him. Don't tell him I said that.
I want you to know you can always be honest with me, Tronald. It doesn't matter if your troubles are as big as a dragon or small as a goblin, or even if you've done something you ain't proud of. I'm sticking with you. So whatever your past is, I'll always have your back, buddy.
You're a good friend, Raarh.
And whilst we're spilling truths, I agree with you. He's fun to poke because he bites. But when it comes down to the bottom line, I trust the man with my life. He's a good 'un.
Well, I guess you're up. What will you be asking the big smoky dude?
I'm not one for sharing my emotions, Tronald, but you know that already. There's things about my past that have made me sad. Sometimes I get overly angry to hide the pain that I bear on the days where it's just too much.
I never knew you had them kind of feelings surrounding you, buddy. You know you can always talk to me, right?
Yeah, I know. It's just, The question I'm about to ask will reveal a side to me that I've never shared with anyone. I'm sure you know. Half-orcs usually get a bad rep through no fault of their own. And I suppose it's not without good reason to a certain extent.
What do you mean?
Well, the most common occurrence for the birth of a half-orc is that the human mother has been, you know. So we're viewed as the spawn of monsters. But that was never the case with me. My father was a human, and my mother was an orc. And they loved each other. He taught me how to cook, you know. I was still quite young at the time, but I remember him being some kind of soldier. It wasn't long before he was found out. His superiors, who were disgusted by this, commanded him to kill us both. It goes without saying that he didn't. He turned on them, holding them off as we escaped. But it wasn't long before they caught up with us. They had dogs, you see, tracking our scent. My mother told me to flee as she faced them to give me any chance I had to escape. That was the last time I ever saw either of them.
Jesus, Raarh, I can't believe you've been keeping that to yourself. Do you remember how old you were?
Old enough to run, old enough to wield an axe, but not old enough or strong enough to help protect either of them. We were happy. We were a family. And they ripped us apart. And they had the nerve to call me monster?
Wow, buddy. I can't begin to imagine how painful that was to deal with as a child.
Tronald, we never did anything wrong. We never gave them any reason to despise us. And they chased us down like we were fucking animals.
Raarh, there's a saying I've always been quite fond of. If the drumbeat of monster resounds in one's soul, echoing within its halls, unyielding and persistent, then prepare to face the inevitable. For in the crucible of that ceaseless chant, a transformation takes shape. The being once wronged and scorned rises, their identity forged anew in the fires of that relentless drumbeat, ascending from the ashes of misconception to become the very beast, feared in hushed whispers and trembling tales. Fear not the brand of monster, Raarh. Seize it, embrace it. For in truth, those who throw this label upon you are the real beasts hiding in plain sight. And sometimes it takes a monster, a creature birthed in their scorn, to rise and bring down the very monstrosities they themselves embody.
Tronald, do you think you could help
Stop.
me?
Raarh, it goes without saying, buddy, you don't need to ask me. I will help you. I will help you track down the filth that did this to you. And we will show them what true monstrosity looks like.
Thank you, Tronald. I suppose I better ask my question now then. Alexander, are my parents alive?
Raarh. Your eyes trace the formless outline of Alexander as the swirling void of smoke and shadow takes on the guise of a sinister, crooked smile. Its response rings out, resonating with an eerie certainty through the enveloping emptiness.
Indeed, they draw breath, yet they exist in a realm devoid of life's essence. They endure a hollow existence.
Where are they being held?
With a sudden jolt, your very reality twists and contorts. You're propelled through the fabric of existence, traversing the immaterial corridors of time and space at unfathomable velocity. A heartbeat later, your descent halts abruptly, the sensation of solid ground once again beneath you, yet no harm befalls you. There, within the blink of an eye, you find yourselves returned to your corporeal forms, each in the precise location you were whisked away from. I'm assuming you're all heading back to the Ember's Embrace? Well, aside from Raarh and Jake, that is.
Yeah, Joe, I head directly there.
Samesies.
Yeah, I make my way there.
One by one, you each find your way to the Ember's Embrace's inviting common room. The quiet hum of conversation and warmth of hearth fills the space, waiting to be graced by the rest of your companions. Saxy, you're the first to push open the tavern door, a familiar creak echoing through the room. Celestia follows shortly, her presence adding to the homely atmosphere. Lastly, Tronald arrives.
So, Tronald, what did you ask for then? I really hope you actually put the question to good use, which I feel you would have done. Raarh, on the other hand, he probably squandered it by asking something stupid. It wouldn't surprise me.
It's really not my place to say what Raarh asked for. If the time comes where he wishes to share it with you, that's his choice. As for myself, I asked why I've been having these blackout moments and hearing voices in my head.
Where is he anyway? Because I've got a whole load of information I need to share with you. But I feel like we should all be together before we start sharing what we got up to.
And what did it give you for an answer? As for Raarh, who knows, he could be literally anywhere. I say we give him another hour, then we just discuss what we found out over the past 3 days. Because, let's be honest, the addition of Raarh to our discussion really isn't going to be of any benefit to us. All he cares about is food and destruction.
You don't know the first thing about his feelings, Saxiron. You stand there proclaiming judgment, yet you barely scratch the surface of understanding Raarh. Yes, he can come across as a whirlwind of bedlam with a voracious appetite for food and battle alike, But when did any of us, including me, actually take a moment to try to understand him? Have we ever genuinely inquired about his well-being? He may have built a fortress around his feelings, but to dismiss him as uncaring towards us is beyond unfair. I can assure you, Saxiron, he regards you with a respect and admiration which you are clearly unaware of.
I see, so you two have shared words in our absence then. Suppose for a moment he does regard me with respect and admiration. The question still stands. When has he ever expressed it? Save for that solitary instance when I lost my cool. It's not easy, you know. It feels like a one-way street. Always trying to understand him, make allowances for him. But when does he try to understand us? Or show he appreciates us? It doesn't matter. We'll give him an hour, then go look for him.
He sees you as family. I've said it before, sometimes families bicker. But if it came to it, I know for a fact that that man would take an arrow for you without hesitation.
All right then. Time ticks on as you all wait in anticipation for Raarh's return. An hour lapses, each passing minute draping a heavier curtain of uncertainty. It seems like for whatever reason, Raarh has not been able to make it back to the rendezvous.
Well, I guess we better go look for him then. Any ideas of where to start?
Well, there's a few places where I could imagine he would be, but I say, let's start with one of the worst possible outcomes. Joe, would it be metagamey for me to think that one of the first places we should look would be the jailhouse? Or to ask any guards if they have seen him?
No, I think that's a perfectly reasonable assumption given what you know about Raarh, and that he could have quite easily gotten himself into trouble.
Okay then, I guess we will make our way to the jailhouse then, and see if he has been locked up.
All right, so as you guys are making your way there, we're going to jump over to Raarh and Jake to see what they're getting up to. Raarh and Jake, while you're seated in the cold isolation of your shared cell, the clang of a distant door carries through the structure. The noise is followed by the hum of muted conversation trickling down from the floors above and abruptly capped off by a disconcerting bout of laughter. The eerie echo fills your cell, bouncing off the stone walls and leaving an unnerving anticipation hanging in the air.
I'm going to roll a perception check, Joe, to try and hear what exactly it is they're discussing upstairs.
Okay, go for it, Jake.
All right, that's a 19 total.
Your senses sharpen as you strain to decipher the indistinct chatter above. The vague whispers crystallize into a dire message. The trial, it appears, has been abruptly abandoned, supplanted by an immediate execution by hanging. A donation of substantial proportions, you surmise, has influenced the court, nudging them to eschew public spectacle or opportunity for Raarh to defend himself. Instead, they are intent on making a swift, unceremonious example of him. The conversation soon fades, replaced by the ominous jingle of keys and the echoing footfalls descending the stairway towards your cell.
It seems like your friends haven't made it in time, Raarh. In a few moments, we're going to be whisked off to the gallows. It sounds like they're wanting to avoid any opportunity for you to defend yourself, and instead make a quick, impactful example of you.
Fuck that! I don't want to die just yet. They think they're going to be able to drag me out of this cell without a fight.
Whilst I find your fighting spirit admirable, you're far from the biggest fish these bastards have fried. I'm afraid they won't give you the opportunity to fight back.
And what about you? What are they doing with you?
I'm a pirate, mate. The journey was always only going to end one way with me.
It's at this point you see the guard appear from the stone staircase, making his way towards your cell. And it seems like he's not alone. There are around 6 of them in total.
Okay, Joe, as soon as they unlock the cell, I'm going to rage. I'll be damned if I don't at least take a few of them down with me.
Don't do it, lad. I said they were taking us to the noose. Not that today would be the day we die. I have a plan. Joe, before they get to us, I want to pluck one of the bird feathers that's still sticking out of Raarh's clothing and place it down the back of my pants.
You know what? I'm not even going to ask.
All right then, Jake. That's easy enough to do. The cell is littered with feathers from Raarh's escapades. You pluck the feather and hide it amidst your clothing. It's at this point the guard's face appears outside of the cell. Jake, Eagle, and Raarh, whatever your name is, your trials have been abandoned and are scheduled to die today. I've got to ask, though, because it's too fucking funny. What made you think that you could come ashore wandering around the city with nothing but a broken blade, a half-burnt map, and a gun with no firing mechanism? You've got to be the worst pirate I've ever heard of.
Ah, but you have heard of me.
The guards proceed to unlatch the cell door, firmly clasping you both in cold iron manacles. You are marched up the weathered stone staircase, emerging from the dank prison into the bustle of the town. Word, it seems, travels faster than wildfire here, for as you step into the daylight, a raucous crowd awaits. The townsfolk, fueled by fervor and dread, jeer and fling a variety of objects in your direction.
They're lucky I'm shackled, or they wouldn't be throwing fucking anything at me.
All right, jumping back to Tronald, Saxiron, and Celestia, You weave your way through a labyrinth of meandering roads and clattering cobblestones. As you progress, you find yourselves slowly swallowed by a growing sea of bodies. The throng of people swells, a wave of townsfolk that impede your path.
Joe, I walk up to one of the people in the crowd and ask them, "What's this gathering about?"
The man turns around and looks at you. He's donned in rustic brown leathers and a worn cap shadowing his sun-kissed hair. His voice, a gravelly undertone, rolls out, "Heard about an execution that's happening. A filthy pirate and a vile orc brute. Thought I could use some entertainment." In that moment, your gazes glide over the restless sea of heads, and there, unmistakable even amidst the jostling crowd, you catch sight of Raarh. His formidable silhouette, restrained and being led down the path alongside another unfamiliar form, is unmistakable even from afar. The realization hits like a rogue wave, sweeping over you with its chilling truth. Raarh is the one they intend to execute. And that is where we will pick up next session. In the last session, we left off with Raarh and Jake being escorted to the gallows as the rest of you watched on. So, jumping straight into it, what are you guys doing?
Well, we need to find a way to rescue Raarh. Does anyone have any ideas? Because I could always just vortex warp him out of there. The only problem being he's not close enough to any spots where he wouldn't just be seen instantly. And by the looks of it, there doesn't look to be any between here and the gallows.
Joe, what's the guard presence like?
Do you want to just take a quick glance, or would you like to make a perception check to have a more thorough scour of the area between here and the gallows, which are around 500 feet away from you?
I want to go with the perception check, Joe. But I'm going to try to gain a little bit of a vantage point if there is anything that I can stand on to see over the crowd.
Okay, out of interest, are you armored at this point or not?
No, I'm not armored currently, as there's no real need for it.
All right then, so you managed to find a stack of crates that seems to be occupied by a small group of thuggish-looking people. As you walk over to try and squeeze onto the small space that's available atop the boxes, one of these rough-looking characters swivels around confrontationally. "What the fuck do you think you're doing? Go find your own spot to watch the show. This area is occupied." It's worth noting that at this point, Raarh and Jake are around 400 feet from the base of the gallows.
Oh, this should be good.
Good sir, I'm sorry for bothering you. But if you would just allow me a moment to have a look for my friend. I seem to have lost him in the crowd. I really won't take up too much of your time.
Roll me a persuasion check, Saxy.
Dang, that's a 9.
The man's countenance distorts into an ugly snarl, his contemptuous eyes darting amongst his comrades, a sadistic amusement lighting them. "Aw, ain't that precious? He's lost his mate. I'd suggest you could try calling for him, friend, but it might not be all too helpful if he's as hard of hearing as you. And you clearly are hard of hearing, aren't you? Otherwise, you'd have caught my drift when I politely suggested you piss off."
This would have been a perfect time to send in the Raarh. Alas, we have no Raarh to send.
I don't know about that, dude. I think the last thing we would want is to draw unnecessary attention to ourselves. Right?
Yeah, no, fuck this. I'm done playing Mr. Nice Guy. Joe, I pull the lever, which will activate the contraption for me to don my suit of armor before I say, "How about you fuck off before things really do get messy? Unless you fancy letting your friends witness the sight of your entrails glistening on the cobblestones. I promise it to be quite the spectacle."
Damn, roll me an intimidation check, dude, with advantage.
That's a 17, Joe.
With a flick of your wrist, you engage the lever at your side. A symphony of whirring and grinding fills the air as the intricate network of gears and springs leap into action. Layers of burnished bronze and wrought iron plates fold out and slide together, encasing you in a fortress of your own creation. Pistons hiss and joints whir as the complex exoskeleton aligns itself perfectly to your form, lending an imposing air to your already formidable presence. Peering out from behind the cold, stark faceplate of your helmet, you deliver your threat, your voice amplified and resounding with an uncanny echo. The thug, taken aback by the swift transformation and the gut-chilling threat, staggers backwards, losing his footing and tumbling off the crate, much to the amusement of the surrounding crowd.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Joe, I climb atop the crate and make my perception check. That's a 15 total.
Nice. The scene reveals an ironclad grip of authority, much more intense than any other executions you've borne witness to in the past. The sheer number of guards, their stern faces set in grim determination, their weapons gleaming under the pale sun, stand as a testament to the gravity of the crimes committed. It becomes abundantly clear that whatever Raarh and this stranger beside him have done, it's significant enough to warrant this fortress-like assembly. The overwhelming presence is not just to maintain order, but to assure, with an almost chilling certainty, that this execution proceeds without a hitch.
Okay. I climb off the crate and make my way over to Tronald and Celestia before saying, "Yep, he's absolutely fucked. The guard presence is insane. What the hell did he get himself into?"
I have no idea. Thinking about it, though, Our little excursion would have been the perfect opportunity for him to tell us of this predicament that he's got caught up in.
His mind was a little preoccupied with something else.
I don't understand why you just can't tell us what's going on.
Because it's not my place to say. I'm certain that Raarh will tell you, but I refuse to go behind his back and discuss his business with anyone, even you guys, before Raarh has given the go-ahead.
Well, unless we think of a way to get him out of this situation, in which our opportunity to intervene is diminishing more and more for every second we waste. The whole thing is going to become a bit of a moot point.
Saxy, I'll die before I let anything happen to him. Did you see anyone that looks like they're heading this execution? Like a higher-ranking official or anyone?
I don't know. Joe, did I?
You saw a few people up front to the side that seemed to be dressed in extremely extravagant clothing, who must have been either some form of nobility or authority.
Okay, so I think the plan is fairly simple. We make our way close enough to them, then I cast suggestion on one of them and demand the execution to be stopped.
I'm not sure about that. You'll be leaving a hell of a lot of things up to chance, like who says that them individuals actually have any sway whatsoever about the outcome of this? If they don't, and we go with this plan, then that's game over for us. Because if you decide to go down swinging, it's going to be an army versus us. And I don't see that panning out too well, to be honest.
I'm not letting him die, Celestia.
You care about him. I know. I care about him too. But this situation is fucked, Tronald. You've got to appreciate that. It genuinely might be a case of either just him or all of us. If your suggestion plan is the best we've got without engaging in combat, then we really are just going all in with no guarantee of success.
So you're saying if my suggestion doesn't pan out, you're just willing to stand by and let him die? He's a part of our family.
It's a horrible way of looking at it, but I'm not going to throw myself into certain death when we would have literally zero chance of success against them.
I agree.
Thank you, Saxy. Please try talk some sense
I
into...
agree with Tronald.
What?
Even when our chances are barely a glimmer, when it's a matter of all or nothing, and the deck is stacked high against us, I will not, under any circumstances, abandon a member of my family to the jaws of death.
Incredible.
All right, guys. Well, Raarh and Jack are around 100 feet away from the gallows now.
We will go with the suggestion plan, and if that doesn't work, then it's showtime.
Great.
Okay, so whilst you three are moving into position and prepare to execute your plan, we will jump back over to Raarh and Jack. What are you guys doing?
Well, firstly, I want to know what people are throwing at us. Is it just stuff like rotten food, or bottles and whatnot?
It seems to be whatever they can get their hands on, so yeah, that includes bottles, food, rocks, anything.
Alrighty then. What I'm looking to find is anything with a bit of an edge to it. Could be a shard of glass, perhaps a jagged piece of metal, anything really. Then with a bit of subtlety and a quick flick of the old boot, I'll hoist it up and snag it with my left hand, all without a soul noticing.
Okay then, give me a sleight of hand roll, Jake.
That's a 25 total, Joe.
Wow.
Very nice. With a subtle yet masterful flex of your boot, the sliver of glass is lofted upwards, where you snatch it with your left hand, unseen by the guards, or anyone for that matter.
That's some pretty awesome rolling there, Johnny.
And with that, you begin to ascend the wooden stairs of the gallows, the guards forcefully pushing you towards the hangman and your assigned nooses. Upon the stage, the executioner's proficiency becomes apparent as the rough loops of the noose are set swiftly around your necks, a grim echo of the cold shackles tightly confining your hands. As the last adjustments are made, the guards who escorted you withdraw to the edges, distancing themselves from the platform's drop zone and receding from the harsh scrutiny of the gathered spectators.
All right. Since the crowd's focus seems to be on the spectacle in front of us, I reckon it's high time to make a move. Shuffling carefully, I managed to wriggle that feather I stashed from under my arm, nimbly catching it in my shackled right hand. With the precise, subtle movements of an experienced rogue, I begin to manipulate the delicate feather tip, maneuvering it as an impromptu lockpick for these bloody manacles.
Ooh, okay, so I'm going to need you to roll a dexterity check with disadvantage.
Not great, that's only a 13, but I'm going to use one of my luckies on this, Joe. Much better, that's a 19 total.
Wicked. The gratifying sensation of success subtly shivers up your fingers as the lock gives way with a barely audible yet distinctly perceptible click. A clandestine promise of liberation lingers in that minuscule sound, communicating to you. You are unshackled, you are free.
Right. Well, Joe, in the spirit of not alerting our audience prematurely, I'm going to keep my newly freed hand under cover for the time being. Moving on, that ragged bit of string tied around my waist is going to serve a handy purpose. With the stealth of a shadow, my hand dances behind my back, tying the shard of glass securely to the feather's end. The risk is high, but if I pull it off just right, I'll be holding a homemade dart. All of this done hush-hush, of course. No need to tip off the crowd. Savvy?
Okay, roll me another sleight of hand check, Jake.
That's a 21 total.
Nice work, dude. You managed to complete that easily enough. All right then. At this point, it seems like a speaker beside the hangman steps forwards, ready to address the crowd.
All right, Joe, I make my move. Assuming I'm now within spellcasting distance to one of the noble-looking figures, I cast suggestion and say, demand the half-orc be set free. There's been a misunderstanding.
What about Jake?
Yeah.
We don't even know who Jake is yet, Celestia. Nor do we know that he is remotely an acquaintance of Raarh.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Tronald, as you gather the arcane energy with the familiar hum of your spell reverberating on your lips, something peculiar ensnares the essence of your casting. There's a sudden hollowness, an unnerving silence where your spell's signature echo should have been. The anticipated surge of magic feels stifled, choked out at its birth, leaving a chilling void in its wake. The contours of reality seem to harden around you, the weave of magic you were about to manipulate, suddenly rendered unreachable.
Oh, for fuck's sake, isn't this just brilliant?
What's the matter?
Well, either there is some kind of anti-magic field placed around this whole area, or someone is specifically fucking with me.
Fan-fucking-tastic. Joe, how much longer do we have left before the execution happens?
We're all gonna die.
You're not sure, Saxy, but as Tronald's spell fails, the speaker coughs, clearing his throat before he begins to address the crowd. Today, we convene amidst the solemn echoes of justice to bear witness to the end of two abhorrent creatures, a ruthless pirate and a grotesque half-breed, the latter of which was brazen enough to dare pillage from our bank, from the coffers filled with your toils and sweat. Let the fates of these miscreants resound throughout Waterdeep's hallowed streets. May it thunder a stern proclamation to all who dare cross our mighty city. You will meet your match. You will meet your end.
Ready yourselves, we've got to attack.
For fuck's sake. I was really hoping it wasn't going to come down to this.
Joe, mate, I'm going to have a gander round to suss out the scene. I need to know where the city's chess pieces are lying. Every brick, every guard, every oddity, and every trinket.
Roll me a perception check, Jake.
That's an 18.
Surveying the scene before you, the throng of spectators swarm the square, their numbers spilling onto the surrounding streets, creating a human tide that engulfs the nearby storefronts. Amid this pulsating sea of bodies, one figure remains steady. An immersed blacksmith, his attention undivided as he continues to load his carriage, yoked to a pair of agitated horses with a selection of metal gear. Beside them, the imposing bell tower looms, its sonorous tolling heralding your impending doom. Each resonating gong sends ripples of disturbance through the horses. Their ears twitch in nervous anticipation as their hooves scrape the cobbles. And that is all you manage to see before the speaker steps directly into your line of sight, blocking out the sight of the restless crowd, the preoccupied blacksmith, and the anxious horses. His words fall like a guillotine, severing the thread of your scanning gaze. This is your moment, your chance for any final utterances, any pleas of forgiveness from the good folk of this city, or any deities you might hold dear. Speak now.
Oh, fuck off, you absolute tosser.
The speaker snarls as he stares at you, Raarh. How fitting. And what about you, pirate? Any insults to throw my way before you die?
Well, I must say, your knack for theatrics is commendable. Got all these good people raring to see a show, haven't you? Yes, quite the spectacle. But in all your fervor, you forgot one very important thing, mate. I'm Captain Jake Eagle.
Ooh, he said the thing.
As soon as I finish speaking, I break free from my manacles, slicing the rope above my head, and then I throw the dart at the rope connecting the gong in an attempt to cut it, so it crashes down into the blacksmiths below.
Nice. Roll me an attack roll, Jake.
Not good. That's a 9, but I'm going to use one of my luckies. Ah, yes, that's better. That's a 23.
As you let loose the feather-tipped dart, it slices through the rope with precision. The gong, now dislodged, plunges downwards, tearing through the roof of the blacksmith's workshop and plummeting into the fiery heart of the forge. This sends a dazzling cascade of embers skyward, raining down onto the cart heaped with coal and metalwork. The sudden explosion of light and heat sends the horses into a frenzy. They charge away, the cart in tow, now alight with dancing flames, like a comet streaking through the night. The fiery spectacle barrels through the crowd of spectators, sending them scattering in all directions.
Perfect. As the cart comes barreling towards me, I want to jump onto the side of it and take off into the sunset.
What a man. Jumping onto a burning cart with no fear in the world.
Joe, I'm going to use this distraction to cast Vortex Warp on Raarh so he appears next to me. Then as soon as he lands, I'll throw my cloak over him and flee alongside all the other spectators.
With a sudden burst of arcane energy, Tronald, your spell successfully takes hold this time, the reason behind the previous failure still eluding you. And with that, Raarh materializes at your side. Instantaneously, you wrap him in your cloak, blending him into the chaos of the fleeing crowd.
Let's get out of here, buddy.
Now back to Jake. Having leapt onto the blazing cart, you find yourself a moving target, pursued by the unwavering gaze of crossbow-ready guards. Standing alone atop the rampaging cart, you cut a striking figure against the billowing smoke and roaring flames. Suddenly, the air is torn by the lethal song of released bolts raining towards you. Wow, not one of them rolled above a 12. I'm just going to roll a D100 for something.
Farewell, gentlemen. For this is the day that you will always remember as the day where you almost...
Sorry to interrupt you, Jake, but abruptly the singed ropes linking the horses to the cart yield to the flames, surrendering their integrity and liberating the terrified animals. The blazing cart, now a fiery missile, hurtles uncontrolled straight towards the side of the armory, a building fraught with black powder. For Tronald, Celestia, Raarh, and Saxiron, the next moment is one of pure, unadulterated shock. The panicked rhythm of the city is shattered by a thunderous roar as a titanic pillar of fire explodes upwards, claiming the sky. The armory is consumed entirely by the inferno, transforming into a towering beacon of destruction.
No! Jake!
You've been an amazing guest to the show, Johnny. Without you, this whole group would most likely have died.
What? Did that just kill him outright?
The details, mate, are best left to the realm of mystery, don't you think? But it's about time I take my leave. At least for the moment. Best of luck to all you fine folk. I've a sneaking suspicion you'll pull through in whatever grand endeavor you've got yourselves tangled in. Until we meet again.
Yeah, I don't for a second believe he's dead.
See you later, Johnny, and thanks for helping our idiot get out of that situation.
If you ever do make a return, Johnny, we need to get you a better microphone. That spare one we had lying around just isn't cutting it.
In the wake of Jake's fiery theatrics, the stage is set for a most daring escape. But remember, Raarh, your face now graces the city's most wanted, and the walls of Waterdeep hold long memories. So plot your course, craft your plans, because the sands of your future are as volatile as the flames that now lick the city's skyline. It is here, on the cusp of this unpredictable frontier, that we will rejoin our story in the next session. See you later, guys. Plunging right back into the story. Raarh, you found yourself teleported away by Tronald's vortex warp, appearing at his side and hastily cloaked for the sake of anonymity. The epicenter of chaos surrounds you, the city square transformed into a sea of frenzied people. Debris from the explosion rains down from the heavens, and the guards buzz around like a disturbed hive. You, the unexpected maestros of this orchestrated pandemonium, find yourselves standing within the eye of the storm. And so the question begs an answer. What will your next move be?
I want to guide Raarh out of this chaos, making sure the cloak stays over his face at all times.
I'll follow you guys, just a little bit behind you and make sure nobody is tailing us.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same as Saxy.
Tronald, we need to go back for Jake. If he's still alive, there's a chance we can rescue him.
I'd worry more about yourself for now than Jake. We need to get you out of here.
I can't, Tronald. I can't leave him behind.
Raarh. He seemed like he knew what he was doing. And to be honest with you, it wouldn't surprise me if he intended to cause that explosion to give you an opening, if he was as fond of you as you seem to be of him. I'm certain that he is absolutely fine.
If you genuinely believe that, I trust you. He said he had a ship, so we could make our way to the docks to see if we can spot him.
That's far from the worst idea in the world. I mean, at this point, we need to get out of Waterdeep. Too much has gone down, and I feel like we're one wrong move away from our stories not ending so pleasantly. Joe, are we far enough away from the center yet so we can slow down and discuss things as a group?
Yeah, you've put a substantial span between you and the site of the detonation. Sufficient enough that if you were to slow down now, you wouldn't stick out as an immediate oddity or arouse suspicion. However, bear in mind that you're still within relative proximity to the epicenter of the chaos. So while you have created some breathing room, there remains the risk that should the guards fan out in their hunt for Raarh, their paths could potentially intersect with yours. So tread cautiously is what I'm trying to say.
Okay then. I slow down and wait for Saxy and Celestia to catch up before saying to them, what do you guys think? Have we had enough of Waterdeep's hospitality? Because I'm ready to get the hell out of here. There's plenty of leads we need to chase down, and none of them involve staying here.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to start making some headway. We need a place where we can talk things through, because so much has happened to us individually that I don't actually think there's a set plan in place for what we should be actually doing next. Have you got any ideas, Tronald?
Well, I'll explain it to you properly later, but whilst we were separated for 3 days, I dug up some intel about Kobe. Seems our friend caught a ship heading north. Now, I can't say exactly where north he's off to, but I think hitching a ride on a boat ourselves might give us the breathing room we need to strategize. And there's this scrying crystal, courtesy of Asmo. Once per day, we can attempt to get a sneak peek into Kobe's business. If we spot a few landmarks, we might just be able to pinpoint it.
Yeah, I'm all for that. Let's get a charter to the next main port to the north, wherever that will be. At least then, we won't feel like we're watching our backs constantly, and we will have some time on the open sea to clear away some of these cobwebs.
Joe, I think it goes without saying that we're moving towards the port whilst we're talking.
Okay, noted.
So, Raarh, what exactly did you get yourself into to wind up in that predicament?
I tell them all the ins and outs of what happened, Joe. It was absolute bullshit. I suppose that's what I get for trying to be a good guy, right?
I don't know, man. I wouldn't outright class that as you being a good guy. It just so happened that a chicklet changed your feelings towards the whole situation. Then instead of killing one bird, you killed another. But anyway, there's no point lingering on it because at the end of the day, they were trying to pin breaking into the bank on you. And it's clear you didn't do that, not intentionally anyway.
What about you, Celestia? Did you manage to find any information regarding the Obetus or Lord Tan in the library?
For the sake of expediency, let's just say I've told you everything that I learned whilst I was there.
All right. So what I'm gathering is that this Lord Tan founded this 10th school of magic, came from an unknown origin around 30 years ago, rose through the ranks quicker than anyone has ever done before. Then he was murdered for whatever reason by the Obetus, right? Because it seemed like they appeared at almost the exact same time as Lord Tan, the previous emperor, and a whole host of other important figures were killed.
But why? Why would they go on an absolute path of destruction out of the blue? And how wasn't such an organization even recognized before that?
Maybe the Obetus didn't want Lord Tan sharing his discoveries with an enemy continent. I mean, it makes sense, right? Let's just say that the Obetus originated from Arcantera as well, and made their way over to silence any information that he was sharing that they didn't like, erasing it all whilst they were at it.
Yeah, that would make sense, because as far as trade or any kind of contact goes, Arcantera has massively kept to itself for as long as the history books have recorded. So, if an individual from Arcantera decided to take a branch of magic that was only known to them and share it across other continents, they wouldn't take too kindly to that, would they?
Guys, there's a truth that's been lying dormant within me, a weight that we've all felt but chose to ignore until now. It's time to bear it all, to expose this enigma for what it truly is. Remember Rick's manor? When I interacted with that cloning device, so intrinsically linked with the vitamancy that we've come to unravel? A part of me stirred, awakened from a deep slumber. This phenomenon returned during our 3-day separation when I delved into the scrolls we took from that chest that the beholder was guarding. I lived another's death and observed a betrayal as if through his very eyes. My question to Alexander only deepened the mystery. His cryptic response hinted at me being some form of perfect replica. This revelation, it's been circling around me for a while now. I am Lord Tan, or at least an echo of him, imbued with slivers of his memories and fractions of his power, brought into existence by arcane methods beyond my understanding. The likeness of Asmo Prime's modified simulacrum or the creation of Kobe. But the words Alexander chose, magic never seen before in this world, insinuate something far more powerful, far more extraordinary. It's as if the jigsaw pieces of my identity have finally begun to come together.
Wow, I mean, sure, it sounds plausible, but can you think of any other reasons that have led you to think this?
Yeah. When I spoke to charismatic Asmo on our 3-day break, he told me that he feels like he has known me his entire life. In the moment, I chalked it up to me being the friendly guy I am. But looking back on it now, I feel like it's almost too obvious. Lord Tan taught Asmo Prime, right? He mentored him and showed him the way of magic. It all makes too much sense.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, I've been thinking the same thing for a while now. Obviously, there's all these details that add up to a perfect answer, but then there's also your name, Tronald. It is literally an anagram for Lord Tan.
Wow, you're not wrong. I can't believe I didn't think of that.
What's an anagram?
It's where a word or phrase is formed by rearranging the letters of a different word or phrase, using all the original letters exactly once.
Oh, right, I see. Yeah, I feel like we massively overlooked that.
All right, so let's say that Tronald is a variation of Lord Tan, but what exactly has that changed? What information does that give us that we didn't already know previously?
Well, I guess we know why Rick tried to kill us, to finish off the job that the rest of them started by killing me. And if Kobe is working directly with them, then there's a high chance that he's passed on that information, using my arcane focus as proof of that.
I can't quite wrap my head around it, Tronald. The puzzle pieces don't quite fit together. Why would a covert group of assassins, operating from an uncharted, unknown territory, journey all this way just to slay Lord Tan, raze an entire city to the ground, eliminate an emperor, and claim hundreds of other lives, all in the name of preserving their secret, only then to exploit that very secret, the vitamancy, to clone beings for the purpose of resurrecting Vecna and beckoning Orcus. The logic seems contradictory. Their actions starkly oppose their supposed objective of maintaining secrecy.
So what you're saying is that you don't think the Obetus were the ones that killed Lord Tan? Even though everything Celestia read about indicated it being them who committed the atrocities?
I understand where Saxi is coming from. Think about it, Tronald. Rick was a member of the Obetus, that much we know. He showed absolutely zero recognition of you and had no interest in focusing on just you when you guys were fighting. Hell, if I was a member of the Obetus and I randomly saw one of our prime targets from the past walking around, I'd make it my absolute goal to focus that individual, not try fight everyone at the same time.
Then why would all the information you read in the Platinum Sanctum imply that it was them who did it?
It didn't really imply it, though, did it? The timings matched up. Sure, but there was no direct information saying without a doubt that the Obetus were the ones who killed Lord Tan.
If anything, it makes this whole situation more suspicious. I mean, the Platinum Sanctum is reserved for individuals who have been personally invited by the Emperor, whilst the Golden Archives are for everyone else that isn't on that select list, no matter how much coin you have to throw their way. Not only was the information about Lord Tan totally mismatched when it came to what was available in the Golden Archives compared to the Platinum Sanctum, but the Obetus wasn't mentioned at all where it was available to the public. I feel like there is a big cover-up going on with something here, and I haven't got the absolute faintest idea of why or what.
Guys, I'm so fucking confused. Have we decided if Tronald is Lord Tan or not?
Yes, Raarh. We think he is, but that's not what we're discussing at the moment. We're trying to figure out the reason behind his original form's death, and what the hell it's got to do with the Obetus.
My mind's absolutely gone, guys. I feel like we're trying to complete a puzzle with only a quarter of the pieces. For all we know, we're coming to all the wrong conclusions about everything. And I'm sorry to have to make this whole thing even more confusing, but when I was in the Mythos Citadel, that Lady Alara, whose form I took on, she knew me by name and was specifically sent there at the behest of the new emperor. I say new, but I suppose he's been emperor for the last 20 years now. But why did she know my name, and why the hell was she in Waterdeep? And if she did have any remote idea of what I was doing there, why didn't she stop me?
I don't like this at all.
Guys, it's clear we're only going to confuse ourselves here. Let's break it down to things we can actually control. So, what would help us have a better understanding of everything?
Speaking with Asmo Prime could prove enlightening. Undoubtedly, he holds clues to this mystery. The Emperor and his council could offer some knowledge as well. Yet are they worthy of our trust? Dare we share our secrets? One wrong word and we could walk straight into a trap. For all we know, setting foot in the capital could spell instant doom for Tronald. Hell, how are we even sure that Asmo Prime can be trusted? It's not as if charismatic Asmo was all there with his own memories by the sounds of it. It feels as though we are players in a grand game of chess, and we are so seriously disadvantaged that it's beyond a joke. Our opponents can afford errors, but we can't make a single false move. One misstep, and it's checkmate for us. One misplay, and we lose.
I also think that visiting Tronald's, or should I say Lord Tan's home city, could help. I mean, even if there's a slight hint at what we're dealing with that's been left behind, surely that's worth exploring. Joe, did the information I read in the books give details on whether the city has been repopulated since its destruction?
The text you scrutinized spoke nothing of revitalization. The city, it appears, has been relinquished to the grip of time, lost, forgotten. It stands as a specter of a memory too grim to recall, a place none dare tread. It is feared that to disturb its slumber could echo the calamities of the past, unleashing them anew upon an unprepared world.
Well, I mean, that's one positive at least. That any clues that could be there would still be there, undisturbed.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely a positive. That we have to visit a city that nobody has dared venture to in 20 years, for the risk of the potential shitstorm it could bring. Yeah, it fills me with joy.
And let's not forget about Kobe. He's probably the one aspect that could lead us to more information the fastest. I mean, if he's working directly for the Obetus, then he either pretended he didn't know what was going on when we first met, or in between us meeting him, and him stealing Tronald's arcane focus, something activated within him, almost reminding him of his mission.
And therein lies another mystery. The theft of your arcane focus. A simple object of seemingly no intrinsic value, yet targeted with such precision. Nothing else disturbed. If we accept the premise that Tronald is Lord Tan, could there be a possibility that some resonance within your focus is a key to the Obetus's puzzle? Could it be the missing piece in a grand scheme they couldn't execute without it? Or is it a lure, a ploy to draw you into their grasp? Even these suppositions assume we're following the correct trail. It's a web of uncertainties, a game of shadows and illusions.
And then there's that Dalter. If he was as big of a key to their goals as Rick was mouthing off about, then they will be on the move, hunting him down as we speak. Hell, they might already have him. And if they have him, then that means any information we disclose to him prior to him fleeing is now in their hands.
Off the top of my head, I can't recall him having access to any information that could cause problems for us. I mean, apart from your existence, that is. But then Kobe knows that information as well.
But let's just say, for argument's sake, we manage to get to Kobe and silence him, one way or another. Then that would keep Tronald's secret safe. At least that would be the case if they haven't found Dalter yet.
Yeah, that sounds plausible. The only problem I'm seeing is that the guy had a 3-day head start on us, and we don't have a clue where he's heading specifically. The only hope we have would be that he doesn't either.
Which sounds highly unlikely if I'm being honest. Regardless, he's still our best lead on whatever the hell we're supposed to be doing. So we start there. Joe, how far away are we from the docks at this point?
Maybe around a 10-minute walk.
All right, we'll just hurry on over there then and get ourselves a ticket to the north.
Are you guys wanting to travel at normal speed, stealthily, or fast?
I mean, it's 10 minutes, right? So if we did it stealthily, that would make it 20. Shall we just go stealthy, guys? Because we don't want to rush into this now and screw it up at the last second.
I'm happy to do whatever, Tronald. Both options have pros and cons. But I'd rather be aware of what's around us as we proceed, rather than rush in and get caught out. So, sure, let's take it slow.
Okay, guys, I'm going to need you all to roll stealth checks. This will be a group stealth check, and it will determine whether anyone spots Raarh whilst you're making your way through the city streets.
That's a 13 for me, Joe.
Oh, excellent. That's a 5 for me.
And an 18 for me.
I rolled a 14, Joe.
Nice. So as a group, you feel like you're relatively well hidden. As you thread your way through the city's maze-like lanes, the pandemonium that reigned in the main square dwindles until you find yourself in a sector apparently oblivious to the upheaval. The quietness of these pathways is a sharp contrast, and you tread with caution, eyes lowered to avoid any undue attention. Gradually, the ground beneath your feet begins to slope, guiding you down a steady decline for the next few minutes until the expanse of the docks unfurls before you. Before you stretches the vibrant pulse of Waterdeep's maritime life, the docks. The clamor of seagulls fills the air, mingling with the rhythmic slosh of waves against the hulls of numerous moored vessels. The sunlight dances on the water's surface, creating a sparkling canvas that stretches out to the horizon. The scent of brine and wood hangs heavy, punctuated by the occasional wafts of street food from nearby vendors. From modest fishing boats to grand galleons, the diversity of ships is breathtaking. They huddle together, their masts reaching up like a forest of weathered timbers, a symphony of fluttering sails and pennants marking their origins. The docks themselves are a swirl of activity, with dockhands loading and unloading cargo, sailors mending nets and rigging, and vendors attempting to peddle their wares to every passerby.
So how are we going to do this then?
Do what?
How do we go about engaging these sailors for passage?
Saxy, we don't engage the sailors. We'll need to parlay with the person calling the shots to secure a spot on one of these more commercial vessels. Alternatively, if we're aiming for subtlety, we could try to curry favor with a first mate or captain of a private ship. A good clink of coin in their palms could ensure our speedy departure.
I really have no preference whether we go on a passenger ship or try board a private one. What about you guys?
I don't know, dude. I mean, both have their pros and cons. The real question is which one will provide the smallest opportunity for Raarh to get himself into shit.
What do you mean?
Well, if none of us care, let's just see how long before the next departure on a passenger ship will be. And if it's taking too long, then we can start asking around some more, because my gut feeling is that the passenger ones will be cheaper.
Still cringing at the thought of your coin purse lightening up, huh, Tronald?
Celestia, I really don't need you riding my ass on this as well.
I'm not trying to ride your ass, dude.
Yes, you are. You're trying to be funny by mocking my smart spender attitude. Case in point, ass rider.
I mean, sure, whatever, but I'm really not trying to—
Stop riding his ass, Celestia.
Don't be jealous, Raarh. It doesn't suit you.
Why would I be jealous?
You know why, you dirty dog.
I'm going to be honest with you, Celestia. You're starting to make me feel really uncomfortable, and I want you to know I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it in the slightest.
Well, tell your boyfriend to stop jumping to your defense at every opportunity then.
I think Raarh can speak for himself whenever he wants to. Thank you very much.
Yeah, plus I ain't no boy. I'm half man and half orc. That'd make me his orc man friend.
Oh, well, in that case—
Oh my god, shut the fuck up, please.
Ass rider.
Joe, can I see any guard presence in this area?
Make a perception check for me, dude.
Okay, that's a natural 20.
Saxy, what do your half-elf eyes see?
Tronald, I want you to know that the quote wasn't lost on me. I just don't think it's the time or the place to be making Lord of the Rings references.
There's always time for Lord of the Rings references.
Fair enough. Joe, what do my half-elf eyes see?
Saxy, with a natural 20, you become keenly attuned to the relative tranquility of the docks. The guard presence here is a mere shadow of what you'd expect, an obvious consequence of the explosion's distraction drawing them away from their posts. However, standing on the threshold of the port, your eyes flick back towards the route you've just taken. There, on the descending gradient of the path you yourselves traveled, you catch the unmistakable sight of city guards methodically making their way down towards the docks. Their coordinated sweep of the area indicates an expanding perimeter search, and it seems the chaos of the city square has finally spilled its turmoil to the outskirts. Their pace suggests you have, at best, a fleeting 2 minutes before they intersect with your location. The avenues of escape are decidedly limited, the city at your back with guards approaching, and the sprawling openness of the docks laid out before you. So, what do you guys want to do?
Quick, guys. We need to make our way down before the guards reach us.
Let's make our way down then.
Progressing into the heart of the docks, the once sloping path transitions to a level plain. The tranquil observation from your vantage point above is quickly shattered upon immersion in the seething chaos below. Dock hands, cart pullers, and horses, all engaged in the frenetic ballet of maritime commerce, weave around you. You are jostled in the flow of activity, occasionally accompanied by gruff but oddly polite suggestions for you to get the fuck out of the way. In the midst of this organized chaos, some 200 feet away, you spot a modest structure. The officious-looking building appears to house the dock's harbor master, the individual responsible for the management and chartering of ships.
So, who's going to go over and speak to the guy then?
I'm more than happy to be the spokesperson for this, unless you think the situation calls for us to send in the Raarh.
No, I absolutely do not think that would be appropriate or necessary.
Well, in that case, Joe, I make my way over.
Tronald, navigating the hive of activity that is the dockside, you lead your group through the whirlwind of dock workers, dodging swinging crates and anxious horses. You proceed to weave a snaking path through the chaos, with your destination eventually looming before you, the harbor master's outpost. The outpost is an island of calm amidst the bustling seascape. The smell of weathered parchment and salty air wafts out as you step into its welcoming embrace. Maps, shipping schedules, and letters of transit decorate the walls, detailing the intricate ballet of commerce performed here daily. At the center of it all, behind a desk strewn with ledgers and nautical charts, sits the harbor master. He's a broad-shouldered man, his skin weathered by sea winds and sun, and his eyes carry a sharpness that speaks of many years navigating both ships and the politics of the harbor. His graying hair is tied back, and his hands, as they shuffle through a ledger, are as weathered as old sailcloth, revealing a lifetime of hard work. As you approach, he looks up, setting down his quill. A small smile breaks across his face as he leans back in his chair, studying you with an appraising eye. "Well, well," he says in a voice as deep as the harbor, "I don't get many wizards in here. How can I be of assistance today?"
What do you mean you don't get many wizards here? I'd imagine a port would be a bustling hub for wizards, darting off on political errands or seeking the thrill of adventure. Anyway, how did you know I was a wizard?
The dockmaster chuckles lightly, his weathered hand motioning towards you. "Well, the robe and staff do paint a certain picture, friend. And don't get me wrong, we get our fair share of magically inclined individuals here and there, but they typically have prearranged private voyages. Plus, let's be honest, they tend to prefer their flashier ways of travel, teleportation and whatnot. I don't mean any disrespect, but you arcane folk always seem in a rush, darting about as if time itself be nipping at your heels."
You know, it's funny you should say that, because we are actually in quite the hurry to make our way out of Waterdeep and to the north. When will your next passenger ship be leaving?
I thought as much. But north, you say? That's a pretty broad compass point, friend. You're gonna have to be a bit more specific. You thinking a gentle swing northwards, like the town of Fane? Or are we talking about a hard northerly trek towards the outposts of Iseltrost?
I'm going to be honest with you, buddy. I don't have the foggiest. Me and my comrades are just wanting to get away from this city life for a bit and enjoy the clean country air.
Well, isn't that just as good of a reason as any? All right then. I've got a smaller vessel heading out to Fane in around 2 hours. They're loading it up as we speak. That'll take you around 2 days and cost you 4 gold pieces for anyone who's traveling.
Excellent. Then I'll take 4 tickets for passage. Whilst we're here, I'm looking at all of the maps behind you. Is there any chance you've got one for sale?
Do I have one for sale? Absolutely. We've got plenty of those around. Now the question is, are you looking for a snapshot or a panorama? I've got a neat regional map here, shows you the ins and outs of our fair corner of the world. But if you're thinking bigger, I've got a world map as well. Full lay of the land as far as any soul has ventured. Now bear in mind, more detail means more coin. The regional map, that'll set you back 150 gold pieces. But the world map, that's a whole other story. We're talking 500 gold pieces for that one. So, what'll it be?
Holy shit, that's expensive.
I mean, you're right, it is, but you can't put a price on knowledge. What are you thinking, Tronald? Because I think we should go for the world map. Tronald?
He's probably in shock. I mean, the guy wouldn't pay a couple of gold for his own room. Now he's just been presented with the idea of us as a collective spending 500 gold. Maybe we should give him a couple of minutes.
I'm not in shock, Celestia. I was merely considering the remarkable advantage of possessing such a comprehensive world map on our journey. Yet there is a small obstacle, the cost. I appreciate the painstaking efforts of the distinguished cartographers who crafted this work, and I recognize the complexities involved in your line of business. Dealing in commodities is not a straightforward task. My pointy hat goes off to you. However, we both comprehend the fundamental principles of commerce, don't we? On occasion, a lower price can assure a sale where a high one might deter. Supply and demand, as they say. Therefore, here's my proposal. I offer 380 gold pieces for both the world map and safe passage on the ship as discussed. This arrangement sounds more than fair, don't you think?
And here we go.
I'm going to need you to make a persuasion check for me, Tronald, to see if you can successfully barter him down from 516 gold pieces to 380.
Nope, I'm going to use a lucky. That's better. I rolled an 18 total, Joe.
The harbor master strokes his beard thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing a bit as he takes in your proposal. Well now, he says as he leans back against his desk, you certainly have a way with words, don't you? But consider this, why should I rush into selling my maps? You see, I'm quite at ease knowing they are in demand, and they will eventually find their rightful owner. His eyes are now gleaming with a mixture of amusement and challenge. What's your counter to that, wizard?
I can tell you're wanting to use suggestion, dude. Don't do it. Just pay the man his 500 gold, and let's be on our way before we start any more unnecessary shit.
Hush, Saxy. Tronald's about to show us how bartering is done.
You've got that salt of the sea look about you. I doubt you've climbed your way up the ranks by virtue of some fancy academy. More likely you've earned your stripes out there, on the wild waves, where idle men conjure up diversions to pass the time. So I propose a wager. You name the game, whether it's a test of wits or a physical challenge. Should I win, I'll take that map and our passage for 380 gold. But if I lose, I'll pay you a hefty 700. Either way, you've got a sale. How about it?
The man's features crease into a wily grin as he says, all right, we've got a wager. An arm wrestle it is, simple and fair.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Tronald. Have you seen the size of this guy? How do you plan on beating him with your scrawny physique?
It's pretty obvious he's going to use a spell or something, Saxy. If there's one thing I've learned about Tronald, it's that he's always one step in front.
The man continues, but don't think I'm some gullible sea rat. I've seen my share of your kind, wizard. His grin broadening more and more with every passing moment. You'll part with your arcane focus, keep both hands on the table at all times, and maintain silence throughout the match. Violate any of these terms and you're out, immediately conceding the contest.
You were saying, Celestia?
Well, that's put a giant fucking hole in my theory. Good luck, Tronald.
Tronald doesn't need your luck. He has something far more powerful. Family. And there ain't nothing stronger than family.
Actually, I don't, Raarh. They're all dead.
Shit. Sorry, buddy. That was a little thoughtless of me. I meant us. We're your family.
With a resounding thud that reverberates through the air, the man plants his meaty arm onto the counter. His muscle-riddled forearm grates like sandpaper as it rubs across the wooden surface. His voice, gruff with the echo of countless salt-sprayed shouts across ship decks, rumbles forth, "Well then, let's commence, wizard." His eyes glint with a spark of excitement, his burly form radiating anticipation. Best of luck to you.
I place my arm on the counter and grapple his hand.
All right, Tronald, I'm going to need you to roll an athletics check. This will be a contested strength roll between you and him. To put it simply, whoever rolls the highest wins.
Well, I'm using one of my luckies straight off the bat to give me advantage. Excellent, that's a 14.
I'm not sure a 14 is anything to be celebrating, dude.
Well, we will soon see. It's time for his roll.
I'll just go ahead and stop you right there, Joe. I'm giving him one of my portents. He rolled a 4.
Oh, you little shit, Tronald.
Don't begrudge me because I'm fortunate, Joe.
Haha, well played, Tronald. Well played.
See, I told you Tronald was going to pull out some fire.
In that singular, heartbeat-pausing instant, your muscles lock in combat, the battle of strength commencing. The man's brawny arm falters, a small yet fatal slip that you instantly seize upon, bringing his hand slamming down onto the rough wooden surface. His eyes widen, a ripple of disbelief spreading across his hardened features. Well, fuck. I didn't see that one coming, he murmurs, his gaze shifting from his own defeated hand to you. Can't say I'm a fan of this outcome, but a deal's a deal. You've earned your map and passage for 380 gold, as agreed.
Don't be disheartened, for every defeat brings an important lesson. The lesson you've learned today is to never underestimate your opponent. For even when the odds are stacked severely in your favor, you must remember, the balance of fate is delicate, often unpredictable, and even the slightest deviation can topple the towering certainty of victory.
I'm sure he'll take that on board, Tronald. Anyway, I think that's a perfect time for us to wrap this session up. See you later, guys.